Ni hao ma, good morning. My name is Gurubachan Singh Khalsa, and I have the privilege of sharing with you a little bit of time this morning with the approach of well-being. We are living in difficult times. We are living in times there's a lot of challenges. We're living in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty. You all know it, we all know it, the whole world understands what is starting to happen right now. And we also understand that things are not going to actually return to a normalcy that we all were accustomed to. So with that change comes a lot of uncertainty. With that change comes a lot of insecurity. And with that change comes a lot of concern about the future and worry. And it brings also about a lot of doubt and confusion. Where are we going? What are we doing? Even within the framework of Montessori, we are looking at how do we reimagine what we need to do to share with our students what they need to learn to prepare them in the best way in these times of uncertainty. For the past 37 years, I have had the privilege of teaching the science of breath from the technology of Kundalini Yoga. And basically, it's very simple. If you are looking to your environment for your happiness, for your peace of mind, for your prosperity, for your satisfaction, you will never find it. It's too much in the situation that everything is changing. So that leads us, then where do we look? We cannot depend upon our environment to help us, but we can depend upon ourselves. And this is the whole subject matter of Breathe today that will allow you to build your own sense of well-being, build your own sense of internal security, your capacity to have a lot of vitality to meet the challenge of the times, and to also reach that joy within you. Everything comes from here. And this is what we have to reimagine. I'm 70 years old almost, and I always learned, well, you go out and you get things, or you go out and you do this, and that's what brings the happiness. And in many ways, that happiness is very nice, but it's not a permanent happiness, because ultimately things change. And now we see things are really changing. So what can we depend on? You can depend on yourself. And that aspect of yourself is the greatest natural resource that the Creator has given you within yourself, and it's your own breath. You are your breath. You are not your mind. I know we all think if the mind says this or the mind says that, then we must believe it. But the mind never tells the truth. The mind always lies. And in that situation, if you have a child or you have a friend who's constantly lying to you, what trust do you have? Well, why do you trust your mind when it's constantly lying to you? So today we are going to learn how to bypass the mind and to get to that part of ourselves and to relate to that part of ourselves that has been given to us, so that we can live happy, we can live healthy, we can live in prosperity, we can live in peace and tranquility, regardless of what's going on around us. You know, in the American East Coast, Southeast Coast, we always get these hurricanes that come in from the Caribbean. And in a lot of ways, it's similar to the oceanic typhoons that you have off the coast of China. But these are great circular winds that come in. They're called hurricanes. But with all of this wind, and when it hits the land, it creates so much destruction. There is one part of it that is very calm and very peaceful. And that's called the eye of the hurricane. The technique I'm going to share with you today is for you to learn how you can live within the eye of the hurricane, regardless of what is going around you with all of these destructive winds and turmoil and chaos. It allows you to find within yourself that center that will give you that peace and that tranquility amidst all of the chaos. And it comes from your breath. You are your breath. Because when breath comes in, automatically breath goes out automatically. And it's this constant interchange, but it's how we handle the breath. If you find yourself anxious, under a lot of stress, having confusion in your life, bewilderment, depression, insecurity, low self-esteem, it only indicates one thing. It means you are breathing too fast. That's all it means. Why? Because the mind follows the pattern of the breath. And when the breath is very short and very shallow, like a smoker's breath, like a person who is constantly running around and rushing, then you are not able to utilize a full breath. Breathing becomes very shallow and mind becomes very active. So that is also one of our points today, is how do we slow the breath down so that we can slow the mind down? Because until you are conscious of your own breath, you will never be conscious of your own mind. And when you are conscious of your breath and you slow the breath down, and you make that to become a natural, habitual pattern in your breathing, and it takes time. It's not something you do once. You'll feel the benefit, but it's something you have to, it's a lifelong process to change how you breathe from breathing unconsciously to consciously. We are looking for our peace. We are looking for our tranquility. We are looking for our happiness. We are looking for just everything in our environment, and you're not going to find it. Yes, you will find great noodles, and you will find great, all these wonderful kinds of food that you can't get here. I know this. I mean, you look in China, God, the food is so incredible. You won't find happiness in your pizza, if you understand that. But what you will find from your inside of you is that breath brings you to a center place. And I'm not here to talk to you philosophy, and I'm not here to talk to you anything other than how do you handle the stress of the times? How do you reimagine yourself prospering, being happy, being peaceful, being healthy, feeling secure, feeling you have courage and you're not afraid within these chaotic times? It comes through your breath. So this is our idea. We're going to share with you today a very simple pranayama. Pranayama in the technology of yoga, which means union, is a science. It's a way that you take your breath and you break your breath into certain patterns. It's not just an inhale and an exhale. This pranayama is to help you find your own joy, to help you create your own vitality from within you, and it will help you to control the emotions of your past. Because all of that interrelates into what you are thinking and how you are thinking. And that affects you in your relationships, in your communication, in your sense of well-being, and everything that is what you consider to be your life. So, get my point? The fact of the matter is, when you are born, you are given X amount of breaths to breathe. If you breathe them short and shallow, your breath shall be short, your life, shall be short and shallow. If you breathe them long and deep, your life will be long and deep. Because it's the benefits of that oxygen interchange. It's the benefits of strengthening your nervous system. It's the benefit of having a strong immune system comes in at the tail end of the breath, which is the full breath. That's what it brings you. It brings you clarity of mind. It brings you health. It brings you the capacity to deal with things in a way that will create an outcome that you want. It is not based on the emotions. It is not based on your mind. It is based on your own self and the power of your own mind. So that is our technique today. And I'm sharing this with you so that you can use this with your families. You can teach your children. You can teach your students. Because the whole world has to realize, and the whole world is coming to realize, that it's this inner sense of well-being commands the quality of your own life. So let us begin. Are you ready? Sit straight. Sit straight with your back straight. If you're sitting in a chair, put your feet flat on the ground. Flat. Let your hands be, and your body be very relaxed, but the hands are in this position. The fingertips are touching, the fingers are spread, the palm is open, and it is located at the level of your heart. Just this simple. Now, where do you put your eyes? This is very uniquely different. You're going to look down at the tip of your nose and take your finger, touch the tip of your nose. Focus there. It seems kind of strange, I know, because you think it might, being cross-eyed, but you're not. You are creating a balance in your endocrine system so that your pituitary gland, which is the master gland of your body, can help to control and balance the rest of the glands in your body. So just touch your tip of your nose. See, like that, simple. Now close your eyes 90%. Your eyes are only open 10%. And drop your hands. That's where you're going to focus. Feels strange at first, I know, but after a while the optic nerve relaxes. Hands are in a position. And now what we're going to do, and we have this beautiful music playing for you so you can breathe with the music. Just sit straight and inhale through the nose, inflating your stomach. Inflate, don't deflate. Inflate the stomach as you inhale. Raise the chest and expand the lungs. So it's, and you see my shoulders have moved. Hands stay in position. So it's going to be a 5-second inhale, a 5-second hold in your chest, maximum capacity without straining yourself. And then you're going to exhale through your nose 5 seconds. Very politely, very beautifully. And that's when your navel point will contract. Okay? Got it? Okay. Spine straight, hands in position, eyes at the tip of the nose, and I will do it with you. Okay? So, eyes at the tip of the nose, and we're going to inhale, inflate, uplift, expand, hold it, 2, 3, 4, and exhale slowly all the way through your nose until your navel point contracts. And then inhale again, inflate, uplift, expand, hold it, and slowly exhale again till all the air is out. And begin again, inflate, inhaling, uplifting, expanding your lungs, holding it, feel it. Exhale until your navel point contracts. Now continue doing it. Do it on your own, okay? This is breath. You know, we can go to the moon and we can bring somebody back to the moon. We can go to the backside of the moon even. But we don't ever even teach the unique quality of your breath, conscious breathing, longevity, and intuitive and intelligent behavior. So keep going. Force yourself. You may want to sleep. Your eyes just want to close, but keep it 10% open. Keep that focus at the tip of the nose. It is beautiful. Once in your life, you are relating to you. Not your fashion you, not your educated you, not your social you, not your political you, not your educated you, just to you. Once in your life, feel you. Keep it going. Keep yourself centered, spine is straight. Hands are in the position so you have that connectivity with the circuitry of the brain through your fingertips. Keep your concentration at the tip of the nose so you can have that master gland create an equilibrium in your hormonal system, your endocrine system. All of the stress that we go through, all of this insecurity that we feel affects our own health. That is why this is about well-being, being well. And the way you can be well is be and honor your breath. So keep going. It takes about 11 minutes in this session. But you can do this up to 31 minutes at home. And it's sweet with this sweet music playing. You can feel it. And it comes from the heart. So as you breathe, breathe with the heart. Don't breathe with the head. The greatest journey is 50 centimeters of anybody's life. And that 50 centimeters is the distance from the head to the heart. So keep the breath going. Expand. You have to expand more. You're not expanding. Expand the diaphragm, the stomach area. Lift the chest. Beautiful. Even more deep, more conscious. Now you're at that point where you're in a rhythm. Enjoy that rhythm and just listen to your breath. Listen to the sound of your life. Listen to yourself. As you inhale, feel yourself expand. As you hold it, feel your strength, your self-assurity. And as you exhale, feel that fire and all that is disturbing you go. It is your choice to consciously make a decision to sit and to meditate on your breath. This we teach everywhere. We teach millions of policemen. We teach millions of people all over the world. Because we have to be able to have something. This is 2020. This is a time when we need to understand who we are, to have the strength to endure, to have the strength to prosper, to have the strength to feel happy, no matter what is going on. This is where you become your own guide. And it is all created with you inside yourself. It is the most beautiful natural resource that you have been given, that we all have been given, which is the breath, which is the life. So keep going a couple more minutes. You know, we teach all over the world, and people all over the world suffer from the same thing. People don't know what to do. They are insecure, they are in doubt, they are confused, they're angry, they're afraid, they have a fear of the future. What's it going to bring? It's going to bring whatever you want it to bring, but it's the best way for it to come to you is when you are centered, because then you know how to handle what you have to handle. This clarity of mind is crucial. We have to reimagine. And now you have to reimagine your own excellence. You have to reimagine that your strength comes from within. You have to reimagine that you and understand that you are your breath. You are not your mind. Mind always lies to you. It never will tell you the truth. Brain is different. Brain is 2 + 2 = 4. That's easy. But mind lies to you. It makes you feel insecure. It makes you all of these different darkness of the mind that you can imagine and you know it. But your breath helps you to cut through all of that, because by breathing consciously, you are able to slow the mind down. And when you slow the mind down, you say the right things, you have the right actions, you're healthier, you're feeling good. It's very simple. I mean, all of this other science, it's all wonderful. God bless it. But I feel that people now, like yourselves, you have to learn, how do I handle my day-to-day? We don't need intellectuality, we need experience. We don't need philosophy, we need experience. And this, having the experience of your breath, will create in you such a strength and an understanding about everything in your life going forward. You know, it's interesting, when you're born, they take the time. Person was born at this time. And when you die, this was when they took their last breath. But nobody even figures about all those breaths in between. So that is the part of having a reimagined life. So you have that creativity within you. So you have that understanding about you. And your life is healthy, and it's happy, and it's holy, and it's prosperous, and it's peaceful. It's living in the eye of the hurricane. So now, listen up. Inhale deeply, complete breath, all the way. Inhale, 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 inhale. Completely inhale more. Hold it. Hold the breath. Lock it. Lock it, hold it, squeeze your body. Squeeze every muscle in your body. Hold it. Hold it. Now exhale through your nose completely out. Exhale, exhale, exhale. Good. Now inhale again. Long, deep, powerful breath. Really powerful. Expand yourself. Hold it. Concentrate at the tip of the nose. Hold it. Squeeze your muscles. Relax. Exhale. Once again, inhale deeply. Inhale, 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 inhale. Inhale más. Inhale more. Hold it. Squeeze it. Tighten it. Concentrate. Relax. Now, let the breath return to normal. Close your eyes and just meditate for a couple of minutes. Let the breath return to normal. Observe yourself. Just relax, spine straight. Just listen to the music. Listen to your breath very naturally flowing in and out. Imagine, not reimagine, imagine you are whole, complete, perfect, secure, fearless, and happy. Peaceful am I. Peace around me. Peace within me. I am peace. 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 Go deep. And inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And relax. Very good. Now move your feet a little, move your hands a little, move your spine a little. Life is not a mystery. All you need to do is remember the most salient facet of your life, and that is your breath. Because when you are conscious with your breath, the whole world is different for you. Your approach to it and its approach to you. Challenges will always come and go, no doubt, obviously. Going through times that are difficult, going through times that are easy. This is all just part of what life is. But if you can take 11 minutes a day, can you not give yourself 11 minutes a day and tune yourself to a refinement that you've never thought possible? Because with that 11 minutes of conscious breathing, everything changes. It's totally different. Your approach to life, your mental clarity alone takes you away from just always being emotional and commotional and repressing our feelings and just all of these things that also will give you the ability to start letting go that which has been bothering you since you were little. And it's a very calm flow with the daily practice. So I'm suggesting to you, what's 11 minutes? Can you not give 11 minutes a day? It's a simple question for yourself. All day long we are outside of ourselves, but for 11 minutes in the morning or 11 minutes at night, you can change everything. And if you do it in the morning and at night, when you do it at night, watch how you sleep. I don't know if you sleep very well or not. A lot of people have difficulty falling asleep because the mind is so active. But imagine putting your head on the pillow and there you are gone. It's a very sweet experience of life. So, thank you so much for your time. May you have a great symposium. And if you want to reach me for any reason, please feel free to contact me. The organizers have my email. You are most willing, you are most welcome to. And if there is anything we can do for you, please let us know. But just remember, you are your breath, you are not your mind. And when you relate to your breath, you relate to everything inside you and outside you. And life becomes very different. Life becomes reimagined. Thank you. Have a good day. My blessings. Sat Nam.
It's really becoming a ritual now that we do this every year.
We're here for a common cause. We're idealists. We're here to change the world, and let's get together and do it. And that is a very powerful bond.
Being a part of the organization of Higher Ground, I really believe that the Montessori approach will change the world. And that's a totally different way of looking at it.
There's a lot of selflessness here, a lot of individuals doing a lot of great work for a lot of great reasons.
That there's just so much talent and so much integrity that it's just a really special group of people.
It's almost destiny at this point. When you get this many good people into a room together, how can we not create something incredible?
I'm changing the world because I'm part of this greater mission.
And when you're around this team, you just know that we're going to make it happen.
This is what's so powerful about doing this work. This is why it's a drug that I can't get enough of. There is nothing more validating about your worldview to see that taking place.
Remember what's really important to us and remind yourself of what it is exactly that we're creating.
Every little thing that you do really affects these children and is just making it better for them.
What was once a small group following a seemingly crazy vision and leader has now become this undeniable force. of this belief, we are able to change the world, and we're already doing it. And we'll continue to do it.
My name is Diana Lassiere, and I'm head of school here at Guidepost Montessori Foothill Ranch, serving families with children from infant through 6th grade. When a family walks into our school, I want them to feel welcomed and just for this environment to feel warm and calm and just to be excited about coming in and having their children start their day with us.
My name is Jasmine Bowler, and I'm the assistant head of school at Guidepost Montessori in Foothill Ranch. What really sets us apart from other schools is the fact that we take a family-centered approach, which means that we're open extra hours, extra days, and year-round. We use many tools to help us communicate with families, including the Transparent Classroom, which is a website parents can log into to see live updates of their child's day, including photos, anecdotes, and even information about their eating and sleeping.
I like working with the other children and just working in general.
The favorite thing about my class is probably the environment we get to work in. Everyone's super kind. Our teachers are very nice.
My favorite work is algebra, balancing equations, addition and subtraction.
If you'd like to learn more information, please feel free to give us a phone call, check out our website, or come in for a tour.
Here at Guidepost Montessori at Las Flores, we offer programs for children aged 6 weeks through 6 years. We offer both English-speaking and Mandarin immersion programs.
In our Mandarin immersion program, our teachers are native Chinese speakers who are also highly trained in the Montessori method.
For us, the heart of the Montessori method is building children's self-esteem through practical life experiences.
We refer to our community here as the Las Flores family because we strongly believe in partnering with families to provide a quality care program.
We combine a traditional, authentic Montessori approach with convenience factors such as early drop-offs, late pickups, and summer and holiday programming.
Our experienced teachers provide a warm and nurturing environment that empowers each child to show their individual strength in their classroom.
Our teachers meet each child at their just right challenge level in both their academic and their personal development. With strong academics, executive functioning, and self-confidence, our students are ready to meet whatever challenges lie ahead.
欢迎你 Come visit us!
This little boy's name is Yang. He was abandoned in a northern city in China because he was born with a complex congenital heart defect. The doctors told the local orphanage where Yang was living that Yang was too tiny to have surgery. However, baby Yang was repeatedly unwell and very fragile due to his heart not functioning properly. Finally, at 4 months of age, Yang was sent to dewdrops. There are many seriously ill abandoned children like baby Yang who have limited access to medical care. Lack of timely treatment often results in further complications. This is why dewdrops exist, to bridge this gap by providing comprehensive care to children in need. Under the leadership of Lily, Dewdrops was started in 2016 and is a registered charity in China. Through partnerships with official state-run orphanages, Dewdrops provides comprehensive care to medically fragile abandoned children, including surgeries, pre-operative and post-operative care, education, emotional care, and of course, a loving home for each child to grow up in. Each child is sent to Beijing for medical treatment, during which the child is accompanied by a trained Dewdrops nanny until he or she is ready to return back to one of Dewdrops' long-term homes for further care. In 2018, a total of 127 abandoned children were provided comprehensive care to. 112 life-saving surgeries were provided, and 448 outpatient examinations were arranged. 17 abandoned children were also adopted and now have their own forever family. At Dewdrops, there is love. Children that were once rejected and abandoned no longer need to live without hope. Their lives are forever changed, all because of love.
Welcome everybody. My name is Terrance and I will be your host today for the Montessori Reimagined 2020 online symposium Together at Home. I'm currently here in sunny San Francisco wishing you a good morning or a good evening wherever you are in the world. So aloha, hi, ni hao, sawadee krap, salut, salam, hola, annyeonghaseyo, ciao, minglaba, xin chao, konnichiwa, privyet, hey, and namaste. My co-host is on the Chinese channel. Her name is Echo, and she's in Shanghai now, so feel free to switch channels whenever you'd like. Remember, you can jump in and out of the English and Chinese channel and log in and just view the sessions that you feel that you can want to see your favorite speakers in. Or you can stay online for the entire 14 hours and we welcome you to do so. But if you need to get up, go to the bathroom, get a drink of water, feel free to just come and go as you please. So first off, I'd like to thank you. Thank you because for joining and tuning in to this global event, we are able to give a majority of the ticket sales to a charity called Dewdrops based in China. Dewdrops provides educational services and medical care for orphan children within China. So thank you for supporting them and supporting us. If you also choose to do so, feel free to scan the QR code during the intermissions to give directly to Dewdrops, or if you'd rather, you could reach out to any of our volunteers at Montessori and More, Montessori Reimagined, and we could also link you up that way. Second, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, and without the sponsors, none of this would have been possible. So I'd like to thank all of the sponsors, and because they've been so important, I'd like to mention them by name. So we, some of the supporters we have are Higher Ground Education, 幼师口袋, Wu Talk, Jing Kids, 赫德 Schools, Guidepost Montessori, 少鱼堂, Catalan Schools, Wiseland, MTPI, Weiming Montessori, The Prepared Montessorian, Eaton Kids Teacher Training Academy, 智雅自然树国际教育, 51 Give, Todd Care Montessori School, 美的在我心 Day by Day, 北根学园 Capital Education Institute, YMCE Group, AMU Montessori 教育研究院, 成都蒙幼 and 雅宁说. So thank you. Without you guys, it would not have been possible. I'd like to also thank all of the Montessori and More volunteers. Your dedication and support and time has been so pivotal in making this event happen. And lastly, the speakers. I'd personally like to thank all of the amazing speakers who volunteered their time, especially during this challenging time that we're in, to come and speak to all of us today, sharing their knowledge, and so everyone can learn something. That is very generous and great of you, so thank you for doing so. And I look forward to working with all of you again for our next symposium. So again, thank you for all of your support. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today. We have Alfie Kohn, Ray Gurn, Elsa Chahin, Bobbie, Holliday, Grace Bai, Vicky Chen, Bill Conway, Christine Harrison. The list goes on and on and on. We have speakers talking about bullying and what we can do to stop it. We have developmental psychologists talking about children's development. We have Montessori veterans who are going to be talking about building a community during these, pivotal times of change. And we also have a bunch of sessions for you parents out there. We have virtual circle times, virtual art lessons, and we have some great sessions on what to do if your baby just won't go to sleep, right? And there's just so much here. We also, before I forget, we also have a session on touring some of the prepared environments around the world, showing how Montessorians set up their classrooms. So there's just so much here, and I know it's a lot to digest. So the next 3 days you'll be free to rewatch any of the sessions, most of the sessions, just by coming back onto this platform. Also, tune into the Montessori and More official account. Go ahead and subscribe. We will be releasing bilingual versions of most of all the sessions over the next few months. So make sure that you click and subscribe to the QR code of Montessori and More. As we begin this symposium, I think it's important for all of us, for all of us to have an open mind and an open heart. Let's listen and learn, and taking what's useful for us and our practices. In the spirit of Dr. Maria Montessori, and she was a scientist and a constant learner, let's continue to observe and understand. For as educators, we never stop learning. I think Dr. Montessori would be right here listening and speaking at this conference if she were here today. And with that, I'd like to share the mission statement of Montessori Reimagined. Montessori Reimagined is a promise to unite and work together with educators and parents to bring inspirational ideas and practice to the world. A promise to work shoulder to shoulder to share Dr. Maria Montessori's principles, catapulting them into our current lives. Montessori Reimagined is committed to offering a platform for voices of contemporary experts, dedicated practitioners, and visionary individuals who join in our quest to support the healthy development of every child. So with that, let's begin Montessori Reimagined together at home, from my home and our home to your home. So grab a coffee, grab a notebook and pen, and kicking off the symposium is our headline speaker and best-selling author, Alfie Kohn. Let's get started.
I'm delighted, honored to be joining you for this event, and we'll hope that the technological gods are with us for the remainder of my presentation and then the question period that will follow this. I'm pleased to be here to talk with you about an issue that I find particularly compelling because it bridges the gap between our concern about children as learners and children as good people. Some of our goals concern the way that we want kids to turn out as human beings, and some of them concern our goals specifically about their intellectual development. This topic, which has to do with giving kids more say about their lives and their learning and the psychology behind that decision, is an example that deals with the academic and the non-academic aspects of raising children. And it also bridges the gap between raising and teaching children, and thus becomes relevant to teachers as well as parents. Now, in ordinary circumstances, there's overlap there because many teachers also have children of their own, and thus for a presentation like this might be listening with two ears, so to speak, as parent and as teacher. But these days, with most of us trapped inside our homes, it becomes even more relevant to think about that overlap, not only because teachers are sometimes home with their own children, but because parents are being asked to function as default teachers at home. So the question of choice and autonomy rings many bells for us here. And I'll be offering examples throughout the next few minutes that I hope deal with what happens in classrooms back when we are ready to resume our role in them, as well as raising children as well. So when I do a presentation like this in person, I often like to begin with an activity that allows the people participating to be active as learners, not merely passively receiving information. And that makes sense because many of us already know that the best teachers do a lot more listening than talking. Or to put it differently, the best and most effective learning consists of actively constructing meaning. So if that's true for children, that they're not merely reservoirs into which we pour information or skills, why would that not be true for adults as well? And thus, I often like to begin by describing research and asking folks then to turn to a partner and discuss why the research might have produced the outcome, the finding that it did. Not trying to search for the right answer, but to make meaning around the surprising results. Today, just because I'm not here with you in person, I won't ask you to turn to a partner, but simply ask you to reflect on what I'm about to describe. So, a study done with preschool age children involved giving them materials for collages and asking them to take these different materials and assemble them in a creative way. Half of the children were given the materials, and the other half were allowed to choose whatever materials they wanted. What made this such a clever experiment is they were able to control for the quality of the material, so that did not lead to the result and complicate the attempt to isolate the variable of choice. And the way they did this is they would take a child and ask her to choose her materials, and then they would use those same materials for another child, but simply give it to that kid. And then they proceeded to the next child and her counterpart, and so on. Until at the end, they had a whole bunch of kids who had picked the materials and a whole bunch of other kids who had used exactly the same materials, but had no choice. And when they collected all of the collages and distributed them to a panel of professional artists who didn't even know what the experiment was about, and asked them to evaluate the creativity, what they found was that the children who had the opportunity to choose their own materials did far more creative collages, more spontaneous, more complex, more varied, more innovative. And it was such a clever experiment because it was clear that that difference in outcome must have been due just to the fact of having chosen. The kids were the same age, they were otherwise randomly assigned to the two conditions. Now, there are other similar studies with children, some of them older, about different aspects of choice, all the way up to another study I like that was done with high school age students learning chemistry, who had the opportunity to make decisions about how to design their experiments, as opposed to being told exactly how to do them. But no matter whether you're looking at a particular culture, at boys versus girls, and for that matter, adults versus children, the studies all point in the direction of showing a much more positive result when people have say about what it is that they're doing. Why might that be the case? This is the question I would have asked you to talk with a partner about to see if you can generate some interesting ideas, not just accepting on faith that it's true, but speculating about the reasons. Why would it be the case that children would be more creative in their collages just by virtue of having some decision-making authority about the materials they used for the collage? I don't think that there is a straightforward answer, but the more we probe a question like that, the more insight we might gain into the reality of the finding, as well as the potential explanations for it. One way to come at this question is sort of to take a step backward and think about the question of control. When people control other people, we tend to find dismaying results along a continuum, showing a wide variety of different outcomes. I think of a time some years ago when I was on an airplane going to a lecture, back when that was permitted. And when we landed and were pulled into the gate, and the little ding signal that we were now free to collect our furniture and pianos and other things that people tend to stuff in the overhead compartment. And while people were gathering their things to get ready to leave the plane, the man who was sitting next to me leaned into the row ahead of us, where a man was traveling with his son, and said to the other man, "Your boy was so good on this flight." And I had a little ding moment of my own then, as I thought about that compliment. I'd heard things like that said to parents and children for many years, but I certainly had this little epiphany or this realization about what the word good meant in that context. If I were to say to you as another adult that I thought you were a good person, the word good probably would signify that you were honorable, ethical, decent, compassionate perhaps. But when we use good to describe a child, we basically mean that child is not a pain in the butt to me. That child is not inconveniencing me. That child does what he or she is told. And thus, this encouraged me to reflect not just on the use of that particular word, but on what our goals are for our own children if we're parents, and our students, our pupils if we are teachers. What is it we're looking for? And the vast majority of books and articles and lectures, workshops, seminars on parenting, but also on classroom management, are premised on the idea that what we want, what it means to have a good classroom, for example, or a good child, is mindless obedience. And that is not consistent with what most people will say if you ask them what their long-term goals are for their kids, their own children or the children they teach. I have begun many lectures all over the world by asking people exactly that question. What are your long-term goals for your children? How would you like them to turn out years from now? And wherever I go, I get very, very similar answers. First of all, it's interesting that even teachers give answers about the kind of people that children will be, not just the kind of learners, just as parents do. And then people tend to say other things as well that overlap. Folks say, I would like my child to be caring and compassionate, but also independent and self-reliant. I want my kids to be happy, to be ethical, to be critical thinkers, curious, lifelong learners, things like that. Almost never do you have people say, I want my child to grow up and do exactly what he is told by people in authority. So the question then is why there's a disconnect between what most people say they want for their children and the way they are teaching or parenting that seems designed to produce control rather than that rainbow of other, more ambitious possibilities. And so in the years I've been speaking and writing, not just about this, but about related issues having to do with teaching and parenting, one of my most powerful realizations is that we need to give up some control if we have any hope of producing kids who are happy and ethical, sensitive, independent, good people, good learners, and so on. And it is our need to stay in control, to stay on top, not to lose our battles with them. It's our fear of losing control, our fear of changing our mind, or what would happen if we apologize to children for something we said yesterday, that gets in the way of reaching our long-term goals, because we act as if it was all about needing to control kids, as if it was mostly about compliance. In so many classrooms, when children resist being controlled, understandably from a psychological perspective, that healthy, understandable resistance is classified as misbehavior, as disrespect. And when kids resist doing what they're told in terms of a curriculum, we call them unmotivated and talk about how we can motivate our students, when the problem all along in many instances was not a lack of motivation, The problem was our demand for compliance. We rationalize forcing them to do something without thinking that it's really about our need to be in control of them. We rationalize them by saying it's for their own good, or they're going to need this later, even if it's something unpleasant. I call this biguti in English. That's an acronym, BGUTI, which stands for better get used to it. This may be pointless or even painful, but when you're a few years older, your teachers or our society will demand you do pointless and painful things. So in order to get you accustomed to it, we better start making your life miserable while you're small. Nobody puts it quite that way, but it is astonishing how many teachers and parents sound almost like that without being aware of how appalling and ludicrous this rationale is for what we force children to do. Children do not get better at coping with an unpleasant environment by having their environment when they're younger being drained of pleasantness and joy. Children do not get better at coping with difficulty by our gratuitously making their lives difficult. Exactly the opposite is true. Children are better able to cope with difficult situations, dysfunctional institutions, unpleasant people, if we have met their needs when they're younger, if we have helped them to feel good about themselves, to be joyful, to have some sense of control over their own lives. That gives them the wherewithal to be able to deal with things that are difficult later. And in fact, it also gives them the possibility of looking at an unpleasant environment, a difficult institution, something that is far from optimal, and say, this is terrible, this needs to change, if they have been helped to feel that they're in control of things, that they have some say about their lives, and that they are cared about by the adults in their lives. The more we meet their needs, the better able they are to deal with difficulty and to change things that should be changed. We help that way to create reflective rebels instead of people who grow up having been led to think that's just life. That's just the way schools work. That's just the way life is, when they see something that is frankly terrible. Because I want kids not only to be good at coping with life, I want them to question the way things are and organize to make change when necessary. The whole biguti phenomenon, well, like it or not, that's the way things are, and you better learn that when you're young, is a profoundly conservative postulate that serves the interest of those who are in power in any kind of organization. When my daughter, Abigail, was 2 years old, her mother and I decided that it was time for preschool, if we could find one that was worthy of her and other children. And I visited a preschool that was a little farther away from home than I liked, and it also didn't have exactly the same schedule we're looking for. So I was a little skeptical to begin with. I thought, they're going to have to really blow me away for us to choose this preschool. And I met the director of the preschool, who gave me a tour. And she said, you know, we can get these kids to do almost anything we want. And that's the last thing we want to do. She said it exactly like that. We as adults who are much louder and taller and stronger have the capacity to get kids to comply. And our job as teachers is to resist that temptation and instead follow behind the kids to see where their interests lie and to provide support. Well, that's where my daughter and later her younger brother went to preschool. It was worth the drive to have somebody who understood that giving up control over children is what meets their needs and helps them to become good learners and good people. Now, the problem with the advice that so many parents and teachers are getting is not just the disproportionate focus on compliance and control. The problem with it is that when we object to it, we tend to focus on the method rather than on the goal. For example, in that classroom, they're so harsh at getting obedience from the children. Let's find a place where they are gentle in getting obedience, where the harshness or gentleness just distracts us from the real problem, which is the objective of primarily getting obedience. So if you realize that compliance and control should not be the goal, then it doesn't matter if you're getting that compliance using punishments, as in, you better do this, or here's what I'm gonna do to you, or with rewards. If you do this, here's what I'll give you. Whether it's a threat or a bribe, a stick or a carrot, a reward or a punishment doesn't really matter, because those in each of those pairs, the two options are just two sides of the same coin. They're both about doing things to children as opposed to working with children. They're both about getting compliance, not about meeting those more ambitious long-term goals. It doesn't matter if you're controlling children physically by putting them in a place, sit here, or we're using psychological control, like making them feel guilty and bad about themselves when they don't do what we want. It doesn't matter if we're controlling them by giving them a sticker or a toy or some food they enjoy, a tangible reward, or we're controlling them with a verbal reward, as in, good job. I really like the way you sat down so quickly and got down to playing. Those are still about manipulation, even though it's psychological versus physical control, tangible versus verbal rewards, rewards versus punishment. It doesn't matter if I control a child by being harsh or by very subtly implying that I will love a child and care about him and give him approval and attention when he does what I want, and only then. The latter is an example of conditional care, care with strings attached, and that is not what helps kids to become loving, ethical, happy, independent, compassionate people. It's what leads them to feel always in doubt about whether they are good people, always tenuous, always precarious, always feeling like I'm a good person only when I am obedient, smart, funny, pretty, attractive, whatever the condition is. The best kind of teaching and parenting is to provide kids with unconditional care. So they never feel, children should never have to feel they have to earn our approval and attention. They have to jump through hoops to get it. They need to know that we care about them for who they are, not just for what they do. Once you realize that unconditional support is what's critical, then you begin to realize that you're free to look at the long-term goals and not rely on control to get kids to achieve those other things, like showing up and sitting down and shutting up and pleasing us or impressing us. Some parents use these manipulation tools like guilt and praise, positive reinforcement, in order to get kids to be impressive, so they can brag about their children to their friends. And some use these tools to get kids to be obedient and well-behaved, which basically means mindlessly obedient. Either way, we are constricting and restricting children. Either way, the objective is the problem, not just the method that we used. One interesting example here from the research has to do with food. You know, children when they're young don't always choose the healthiest foods, but in terms of caloric intake, children typically have a kind of gyroscope of self-regulation, as one researcher put it. Maybe you've seen this with your own children, that they may go for quite a while not eating very much at all, to the point that you're getting a little worried about them. And then the next day they eat enough for the whole neighborhood. You know, there tends to be some kind of balance here, except if children are over-controlled. They lose that gyroscope. So an interesting study with 2 to 4-year-olds done by a professor in the United States who just died named Leon Birch. She took 77 young children and noticed that some parents were constantly controlling everything about these kids eating. They insisted that the kids eat only during meal times, not when they were hungry. Wait till dinner. And when it was mealtime, they might insist that their children clean their plates so that they had to eat even when they were no longer hungry. Or they used a food like dessert that the children liked to manipulate the children into eating a food that they thought was better for their child, like a vegetable. You know, and sometimes it was sit up straight, use your fork, you're a big boy, and so on. And these children who were over-controlled by their parents lost their ability to self-regulate and even know when they were hungry. Some of the parents had their own issues around food, which they were now busily passing on to their kids. So the kids came to stop trusting their body's cues. And some of them were overweight, not because of too much dessert, but because of too much control. Now, set the food example aside and look at a different group of experiments done by psychologists who looked at interest and skills in figuring stuff out, in solving problems. Children's interest in solving problems declines when they are over-regulated. So another professor named Wendy Grolnick did a series of studies where she brought parents and their young children into a laboratory that was set up to look very homey, like a comfortable living room with a bunch of toys, and watched to see how the mothers reacted with the children with a particular toy that the children were invited to play with. Some of the mothers were very controlling about the right way to play with a toy. You know, no, don't put it in there. It goes there, honey. And sometimes they would literally take the child's hand. And other parents did not do that. What they found was that when the parents were then escorted out of the room and the child could play with toys on their own, on his or her own, the children who had been overly controlled by the parents were much less interested in exploring unfamiliar toys. And here's an interesting little addition to this that they learned. When parents were told in advance that their children would be evaluated in terms of how successful they were with a toy, the parent, fearing that she would be evaluated, became more controlling of the child. Other researchers found exactly the same thing with teachers. If the teacher feared that he or she was going to be evaluated about raising standards in the classroom, having administrators come in and look to see if they did a good job as teaching, those teachers became much more controlling of the children, and that control ended up being destructive. What was true at home is true at school. Control undermines the goals we're hoping that our children will reach. But at this point, I would now like to shift to take another step forward in this, to realizing that our goal as teachers and parents should not just be to minimize over control and rethink control or compliance as a goal. We can be more effective if we don't just avoid the bad stuff, but we affirmatively attempt the good stuff. And the good stuff here isn't just avoiding over control. It is proactively giving children more say about what they're doing. Psychologists refer to this as autonomy support. In particular, this is an outgrowth of a foundation, an approach in psychology that is known as self-determination theory. And there are hundreds of researchers, psychologists all over the world who have made a study of autonomy support, not only of children, but of adults. How this plays out in families and schools, but also in workplaces, its impact on sports and religion and any number of things having to do with organizational arrangements, healthcare, and have found consistently that there are three fundamental needs that all human beings have. I have changed one of the words to make this a little more memorable. I call it the ABCs of human needs. The A stands for autonomy, and that's the one I'm going to come back to and focus on. The B stands for belongingness. Originally, they called it relatedness, which means that all humans have a need to connect with other people. And the C stands for competence. All humans have a need to pursue questions they find meaningful and to acquire a growing sense of proficiency at being able to do things that matter to them. Not memorizing facts for an exam. That doesn't mean meaningful competence necessarily. But when people feel these needs are met, they become capable of fully flourishing as humans and become more capable of reaching out to others and not just surviving, but having a vigorous and active and full life. But when people are not able to have those needs met, they react in various ways that turn out to be pathological. So autonomy is one of those three needs. And I want to say a few things about what autonomy support means, especially for a parent or teacher of a young child. The first thing I want to point out is it's a psychological concept, not just a pedagogical one. By virtue of meeting a basic need, it means that it's not just a matter of giving kids the chance to choose this versus that. It's something more holistic, something deeper about helping kids to feel as if they are, as one researcher put it, origins in their lives rather than pawns. The second thing I want to say about this need for autonomy is that it is a universal need, and this has been shown in experiments all over the world, in China and Japan and other Eastern countries, as well as in the United States, Canada, and Western Europe. That only seems surprising if autonomy is misunderstood and thought to be the same as self-sufficiency or individualism. And that's not the case. That's not what autonomy means here. And in fact, it is possible to be autonomous and fully functioning, but not all that self-sufficient. To value interdependence and be closely connected to family members or friends or others in a more collective community, just as you can be autonomous in a more individualistic society like the United States. Conversely, you can be very individualistic and self-sufficient and by yourself, and I don't want to be with other people, and not feel autonomous in that deeper psychological sense of the term. So once you tease apart those concepts of autonomy and self-sufficiency, you begin to realize that autonomy is something you need and value in other countries more like China than like the United States. And that's critical to realize. In fact, the correlation between feeling supported in your need for autonomy and feeling happy is just as strong in Eastern societies as it is in Western society. And that means, and that's the third thing I want to point out about autonomy support, is particularly in the classroom, is we can support children's autonomy together, not just each individual child's alone. It can be about what Maria Montessori called the society of children, that lovely phrase. So if you combine autonomy and community, you have democracy, which is a powerful concept that often is hard to find even in societies that boast about their commitment to democracy in the abstract, but where people have very little to say about their lives on a daily basis at work or at school, for example. A couple of researchers in this field wrote a sentence that I think about a lot. They said, autonomy supportive teachers seek a student's initiative, whereas controlling teachers seek a student's compliance. So the implication of this is that it's not enough to just let children choose, would you like to work at the sand table or the water table now? Would you like to play with the beads or read a story now? Which activity center do you prefer? Which juice do you want today, apple juice or orange juice? This is better than not having any choice, but this is not really full-bodied autonomy support. Autonomy support requires that children be allowed to generate possibilities, not merely select from among possibilities that the adult has generated. More generally, autonomy support is about constructing meaning, not just about choosing what to do when. It means that the whole model of learning is about construction, not absorption. Remember, as I said before, children, like adults, are not empty receptacles into which knowledge or skills are poured. So the teacher role is not therefore mostly to correct children who've made an error, even if they do it gently, but to support the possibility for active meaning making, for decisions, for having the possibility to create possibilities that didn't exist. Or, if I may choose a weighted, sort of loaded possibility, it's certainly nice to prepare a rich learning environment for children. But how much better it would be for their development if children helped to prepare the environment rather than coming up with something prefabricated. That model might foreclose or preclude some aspects of autonomy support that children need. Why is it so critical to offer choices and beyond that autonomy support? Well, I'll give you a few reasons if you need to be persuaded. First is general well-being. Research finds not only in the abstract that autonomy along with belongingness and competence is something all human beings need, but many studies have found that when people have more say about what they're doing, what happens in their lives, they do better in so many ways. Their psychological health, their subjective well-being, which is a fancy term for happiness, is much higher. It's true for infants who get to play with toys that they can control rather than just sitting back and watching a toy that does something by itself. And at the other end of the age continuum, 2 or 3 early studies in nursing homes where older people live found that when the older people were given a chance to help design their schedules and their physical environment, they not only were happier, they lived longer. And that's not an outcome you find in every social psychological experiment. Longer life. Bolstering a sense of self-determination leads to higher self-esteem and for students, academic self-confidence and competence. So the first reason to do it is general well-being. The second reason to give kids more say is academic achievement. Studies galore have found that when students feel that autonomy support and have more say about what they're learning and when and how and with whom and why, that students end up with better conceptual understanding, more creativity, better engagement with the learning, they persist at it longer, and perhaps most significantly, they enjoy it more. They have more intrinsic motivation, more disposition to learn, which I think is not only an important thing in its own right, but is a predictor to those other markers of academic achievement. For example, one study in 2006 done with more than 5,000 preschoolers found that those who had more choice about every aspect of their preschool, as opposed to those in a more teacher-directed, top-down, traditional preschool, not only were thriving in preschool, but at age 7, they were doing better on measures of language proficiency. So that's the second reason, better academic outcomes. The third reason to give kids more say is they tend to act more decently, more generously, to be ethically more sophisticated and have better values. I mean, giving kids more say even helps them to comply when you really need them to do what they're told. But if your goals are more ambitious than mere compliance, it's really important. If you want kids to take responsibility for their own behavior, you have to give them responsibilities, and plenty of them. Or as I love to say, and I wrote in the description of this workshop, kids learn to make good decisions by making decisions, not by following directions. The fourth reason to do it is because it can be better for the teachers. There was one elementary school teacher who said something that I thought was quotable. He said, "I've been teaching for more than 30 years, and I would have been burned out long ago, except for the fact that I involve my kids in designing the curriculum. I'll say to them, what's the most exciting way we could study this next unit? And if we decide their first suggestion isn't feasible, I'll say, okay, what's the next most exciting way we could study this? They always come up with good proposals. They're motivated because I'm using their ideas, and I never do the unit the same way twice." In other words, it's not only helping the kids, but it helps us teachers feel energized instead of enervated when we're never quite sure what things are going to look like. It's more like a jazz improvisation than like, just playing the same piece of music already written over and over. And the fifth reason for doing this that I would propose today, you might be able to come up with a lot more, is a value judgment. And what I'm about to say cannot be proved or disproved with research. I believe, and I invite you to think about whether you believe, that there is intrinsic value in giving human beings of all ages some say about what happens to them. Everyone, this should be the default. People should get to decide what happens to them unless there's a very good reason why they should be deprived of that. Now, there will be examples, especially with young children, when they do not have the wisdom and experience to decide everything about their lives. I'm not advocating a permissive, a laissez-faire, a hands-off approach where children can do exactly what they want all the time. Our job is tougher than that. By the way, it's easy to do nothing and let kids do whatever the heck they want. And on the other hand, it's easy to tell kids what to do all the time. The harder job for teachers and parents is to be actively involved in supporting their autonomy. That requires a lot more talent and time and effort and care and courage on our part. Courage because we have to consistently question what we're doing and whether we could have done it better. But in general, I think we should assume let the child or the children decide this unless there's a reason why we have to step in and constrain or modify or limit their choices. And there will be those occasions, especially again with young children. But don't assume the default situation is I decide for them, except on those piddly little decisions that don't matter when I'm feeling generous, and let them pick. Flip it. Another way to put this is if you're a teacher, you probably would like to have some autonomy in deciding what happens in your classroom and probably resent it if your boss tells you how you have to teach. Treat your children the way you want to be treated, with the respect for your need for autonomy. Now, if you find even one, let alone all 5 of those reasons for not only limiting control, but actively supporting autonomy, to be persuasive, at least to some degree, the question then becomes, how do I do it? And I can only offer a few suggestions here, particularly since I know I'm talking to teachers and parents. And these will generally be general. It's up to you, not only alone, but with your colleagues, to generate possibilities for how to support autonomy and maximize choice. So a few thoughts. First, and here's a couple that apply, I think, both to teachers and parents, is talk less, ask more. 4 simple words that can make you a much better teacher or parent, and incidentally, will make you a better manager, lover, spouse, friend as well. Talk less, ask more. Do more eliciting, follow the kids as my children's preschool director did, to learn what excites them, what questions they have, what fears they have as well. Second, make sure that you're always offering meaningful choices to kids, not just, which placemat, the one with the whale on it or the dinosaur on it, do you want under your snack? Or do you feel like graham crackers today or goldfish cookies? If you're not gulping a little bit at the possibility of what they will decide, you're not really giving them a meaningful chance to decide. And don't take away their possibility of choosing when they make the wrong choice. Otherwise, it's pseudo choice. It wasn't really a meaningful choice to begin with. If there's some things where you don't think they should have the right to choose because they wouldn't be safe, don't pretend that they have a choice to begin with. Just be honest with them about, this is why I'm going to decide. Here's the reason for that. But if you give them a choice, make sure that it's a real one. Next point that applies to teachers and parents together is, it's not all or nothing. You don't choose between being permissive, let them do whatever they want, or punitive. You don't choose between being an autocratic teacher and an anything goes teacher. You don't have to choose between merely observing children and controlling them. There are other possibilities here for autonomy support that don't fit neatly into those either-ors. And I would also suggest constantly asking yourself after the fact, whether you're a parent or a teacher, why did I decide that when I could have let the child or the children decide? Or beforehand, ask yourself, wait, stop. Is this a decision I have to make, or can I turn it over to the kids? Always be second guessing yourself in that way. And, when there are those situations where, you feel like I have no choice about what happens, so the children have no choice, even short of being traditional, when there are different ways to limit children's capacity for choosing, short of taking their choice away completely. One is, you can take turns deciding. You decided last time, I'm going to decide this time. Or you could negotiate it together. Figure out, let's talk about it and see if we can come up with a possibility. Or you could advise them, but give them the last word. I would suggest this, and here's the reason, but I'm going to leave it up to you. Or if you don't want to give up the last word, you could give them the first word by saying, what do you think would be a good way to do this? Even if all possibilities are not acceptable. And you can also sometimes intervene, not to limit their choice, but to expand it. For example, if you ask children in elementary school age, how should we solve this problem in our class? Some of them will suggest punishing children who make mistakes, who do things badly. Your goal is to help them see that punishment might not be a good idea, that they wouldn't learn from it if they were punished, so why should we ever punish someone else? Because if children say you should punish, it's not because punishment makes sense. It's because that's what they've heard from other adults. Your goal is to widen their possibilities, not to constrict them. Now, a couple of possibilities in a school setting in particular. When you have something like group time or circle time with kids, which I hope you do on a regular basis, that isn't just to build community and share news, though it can certainly be for those possibilities. Circle time can also be to solve problems and make decisions. So if you do a circle time, I would invite you to ask, am I using this arrangement fully to really allow children to have more say about their day? You know, because the point is to teach. It's not to make conflicts go away, to eradicate them, to separate kids who are fighting with each other. Just like, as one mentor of mine in early childhood education put it, the point of cleanup is not to get the room clean. You can get the room cleaner by yourself, then 3 or 4-year-olds can get it. It's about a teaching opportunity, and the same is true for conflict resolution. Let me tell you a quick story about a kindergarten classroom I visited once. In this kindergarten classroom, the light switch on the wall, blink, flip, 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 was used to get everybody's attention. Now that's done in many classrooms, but in this kindergarten classroom, there was something different. Every person in the room had the authority to flip the lights on and off if there was something that he or she had to say that everybody should listen to, not just the teacher. And I have to tell you that when I learned this was true, I was not proud of my first reaction, which was, oh my heavens, this place must look like a lightning storm. Kids doing this all the time, but they didn't. What the teacher had presumably done early in the year was to introduce this idea of getting everyone's attention with the light switch and then waiting for a child to say, but if we're always doing that, nobody will even notice the lights going on or off. And the teacher's response to that was not, you know, you're right. Only I should be able to control the light switch. Instead, the teacher said, that's an interesting problem. What do you think we can do to make sure that doesn't happen? And I don't even know what they came up with. But I know that what they came up with worked. And I know that as a result of that class meeting they had to decide what to do with the light switch, the children grew socially, morally, and intellectually. And none of that growth would have occurred if the teacher had reserved to herself the sole power to decide when the lights go on and off. In classrooms, children learn more when you're able to bring them in on making decisions about that, all aspects of classroom life. How should the furniture be set up in the room? If we're going to take a field trip and go together somewhere outside the school, where? Why? When? Let's decide together. Where do you want to sit during story time? What should go on the walls of our classroom? How should it be decorated? With each of these issues, your maxim, your motto should be, bring the kids in on it. Also, this is true in bringing the kids in on it in terms of autonomy support for the intellectual learning that goes on. Most of the learning in preschool should not be about discrete skills like learning your colors, you know, your numbers, your letters, or ideograms. It should be about projects, questions they have about the world, projects that start with kids' curiosity and talking about trucks and buses, about the weather, about people who get sick, and about hospitals, each of which can be the basis for a month-long project that involves stories and drawing and talking, dressing up and role-playing. The best book on this topic I recommend is one called Engaging Children's Minds by Lillian Katz, K-A-T-Z, and Sylvia Chard. Lillian Katz has this wonderful distinction she makes between mere academic learning and intellectual learning. And she says that early childhood education is often much too academic in a way that's developmentally inappropriate, but not nearly intellectual enough. Or as she puts it, orange is not a theme. Just saying, let's all find something of the same color really doesn't take advantage of what children are able to do even at age 3. Another model for a more choice-based approach that many preschool teachers are aware of is the Reggio Emilia model based in northern Italy, where they use a metaphor of tossing a ball back and forth between children and the teacher. The children think of a question and the adult puts a spin on the question, you know, asks it in a different way and sort of bounces the ball back to the kids, who then ask something different, and it goes back and forth, becoming increasingly more sophisticated as they think of how they're going to do their project. Now I want to tell one story as I begin to think about what gets in the way of choice, which I'll deal with very briefly because I'm about to run out of time here and we want to move on to your questions about this. But I want to tell you a story about my daughter again, Abigail, the one whose preschool I had mentioned earlier. And this is a story now for parents, not for teachers. When Abby was preschool age, she took a lot of time in the morning to get ready. She went through everything with agonizing slowness, and I kept having to nag her. Come on, let's go. We're going to be late. Let's go. And I got tired of hearing this, and she didn't like hearing me. And I tried to think about how I could solve the problem here. I could have threatened her with a punishment. If you are not ready by 7:30, you know, you can forget about that trip that we talked about to the zoo. Or I could have bribed her with a reward. If you're ready on time every day for the next 5 days, I'll buy you that giant stuffed animal you saw in the toy store window. But I didn't punish her or reward her because I was raising a child, not training a puppy. You know? And here's what I thought to do. I couldn't solve the problem when we were rushed in the morning, but one evening before bath time, when everyone was in a good mood, I sat her down and said, you know, we're rushing a lot in the morning and I keep nagging you to get ready. And then I said, what do I sound like in the morning? And she did a frighteningly accurate impersonation of me, which made me wonder if this was such a good idea, but it broke the ice and it was funny. And then I simply said to her, what do you think we can do so that I'm not nagging you and you're ready on time? And I let her brainstorm for a possibility, and she said, well, I take a lot of time to get dressed, so maybe I should just wear my clothes to sleep. And I couldn't think of any reason why not to do that. And that's exactly what she did. In fact, for the next 7 years or so, you know, she didn't wear the kind of clothes that were in danger of being wrinkled. And even if so, who cares? It didn't solve the problem completely, but it went a long way to solving it. And more importantly, she took some responsibility for solving the problem rather than my or her mother coming up with a solution unilaterally. And I communicated to her my trust in her ability to think of something, my respect for her. If she had come up with something that was ridiculous and I knew wouldn't work, but it wouldn't hurt anyone, I would have said, all right, let's try it. And then let's talk in a couple of days and see how it's going. So you see, the point of the story is not throw away your pajamas. The point is, with our children at school and at home, work with them, don't do to them. Give them more say about their lives. What gets in the way of this? Our beliefs that human nature is not capable of this, our lack of trust, our cynicism about children. You know, a lot of teachers who go around praising children. Good job. I like the way you shared your snack with Diane. Basically reveals a deep cynicism about children and perhaps human nature. It assumes that children must be given an artificial inducement, namely my patronizing pat on the head, to share, otherwise they would always be selfish. Fortunately, that's not true. But the squeaky, high-pitched praise some people give to young children reflects a very dark view of children. And so when we begin to confront our pessimistic views about them, we begin to realize that those negative assumptions are not only inaccurate, but that we set up a vicious circle. the less we trust children and feel we have to control them, the more they live down to those low expectations and act in a way that then confirms our view. And we say, see? But the converse is also true. Kids live up to our higher expectations of them, in many cases, our trust for them. So one thing that gets in the way of autonomy support is our false negative beliefs about that child, about children in general, and about human nature. A second thing that gets in the way is our need personally to control them, maybe from our being raised and taught that way, and maybe from our feeling powerless in our own lives. So at least we can make these children look at us and listen to us and do what we tell them. The more we feel the need to be in control, which we may not feel in other parts of our lives, we take it out on the children because they have to obey. The more we get in the way of doing what's best for the children, since unconsciously we're doing it for ourselves. And then, of course, there are structures set in place in many schools and in society, like rewards and punishment, and like the worst version of what's even worse than a reward is an award. You see the difference? An award is a reward that has been made artificially scarce. So if I get one, other people can't. Anytime we set children against each other so that one can be successful only when the others fail, so that it's not about learning or caring, it's about winning, we end up undermining unconditional self-esteem, relationships, and intrinsic motivation to learn and to care. The best classrooms and families and workplaces are about collaboration, never about competition. When we see these structural and attitudinal barriers like rewards, punishments, over-control, and competition, we understand the need to move beyond them by changing those structures as well as questioning our own attitudes. Step one, once we've done that, is to minimize our control over children. And step two is to actively provide them with opportunities to make decisions individually and collectively in a classroom, but ultimately at home and at school, to help children meet that fundamental need to be able to make decisions and see themselves as decision makers. So at this point, I think I have said enough, arguably more than enough, and we'll open it up now. I understand there's a way where we can have a conversation, or at least your questions you've come up with can be relayed to me so I can try to give brief answers to them. And I look forward now to your questions. So let's do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Kohn, for your amazing talk this morning. I know that our back-end channels have been very hot with lots and lots of people sending in questions and sending in comments about your talk. So we have a number of questions. I'm not sure if we'll have time to get through all of them, but I will start off by asking you. So we have Estella from Shanghai, and her question is, while many young parents, especially here in China, are becoming conscious of not pushing, punishing, manipulating, or rewarding children, the grandparents don't tend to listen or change. And it may be really hard for those in their 50s, 60s, or 70s to change their mind. And many of her friends, including herself, meet with this generation gap and between the parents and the grandparents, and we find it really hard to educate the grandparents, much harder than actually educating the child. Would there be any good advice from you on how to speak to the older generation?
Well, this depends largely on the kind of relationship one has with one's parents or in-laws. In some cases, it would cause more conflict, and in other cases, a simple single request may be sufficient. I would hope that the grandparents would defer to the parents if a respectful request was offered, saying, I appreciate all the help and counsel that you offer, but ultimately this is my child, and let me invite you to read a book, an article, watch a video to learn how I have begun to rethink my views of parenting. This, of course, has to be handled delicately because the implication may be I am choosing to raise my child in a different way than the way you raised me. And one does not want to evoke defensiveness here. Ultimately, though, we can invite our parents to say, to think with us about our long-term goals for our children/grandchildren, and then invite them to realize that traditional approaches may actually get in the way of meeting our joint, our shared goals for these children.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have another question from Maggie, and she's talking, I think, from a teacher's perspective. And what if a parent that she meets with is more of the controlling type? And how can we communicate with them? And what recommendations do you have? It's quite similar, I think, to the grandparents' situation.
Yes.
But, yeah.
And at least one aspect of the answer is similar as well. We begin by looking for common ground with respect to our long-term shared goals for the children, and then invite them to reflect with us about how we may need different approaches in order to meet those goals. But even if there remains an inconsistency between home and school, it is better to be inconsistent than to be consistently punitive or manipulative, because whenever we are able to offer children something that is better, that is more respectful and constructive, more about working with than about doing to, then when children are in an environment that is more top-down, more controlling, more about rewards and punishments, we have given children a gift that can never be taken away, which is the gift of knowing it could be otherwise. This is not the way life has to work.
Yeah, thank you. So Ifany, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, says that thank you so much for your sharing, that she loves it very much. And you talked about children showing behavioral issues because their needs are not being met. What are your suggestions to get to know what exactly the child's needs are?
Well, there's two kinds of needs here. One is the needs that all human beings share, which include the needs that I described very briefly in my talk just now about for autonomy, to be consulted, to have some say over what's going on, to be connected and feel a sense of belongingness, and to feel a sense of competence. So if a child is in an environment that clearly is over-controlling them, over-regulating them, or is, for example, isolating them or setting them against other children in a race to be the best, you can infer that basic human needs are not being met there, regardless of the child. And that is something that needs to be addressed at the structural level, at the level of the whole classroom, family, school, or ultimately society. The second kind of need is the need that an individual child may have based on his or her experiences. And there, what I'm about to say will not be surprising to anyone, but there, the best way to learn what this child needs is simply to be a detective, is to watch and listen closely, to let our conversations be more about eliciting from them than imposing on them. To get a sense, if a child has reached a certain age, she may be able to tell us in words what's making her happy or unhappy. But children who are very quiet, who are a little suspicious, who are not trusting, or who simply are not yet of an age where they can express themselves and even know why they're unhappy, are giving us a trail of clues to follow, to notice when things go wrong, whether the problems occur when they're with other children or alone, early in the morning or late in the day, after something else has happened with a sibling perhaps, and we piece it together to figure out what can be done in the environment and in our relationship with them in order to meet their specific needs, as well as meeting the needs that all children and human beings share.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a question here from Elizabeth, and she's saying that she totally agrees that children need more autonomy and also unconditional love and care. As children learn, they may make some decisions or reactions based on emotions and hurt another child. What are your thoughts on how we can accompany them and help them to realize the impact of their actions without controlling them?
We want children to experience the consequences of their action to other people. So often when the word consequences is used, it turns out to just be a euphemism for punishment. And if you look carefully, it refers to what's the consequence to me if I'm caught doing something that the person with the power disapproves of. We want to sensitize children to the consequences of their action to others. And so we might say, for example, remember when you were running very fast up the stairs a few weeks ago and you fell and you hurt your knee and you were crying and you were very sad? You know, I think that may be the way you've just made this other child feel, even though that's not what you wanted to happen. So you've made the connection between the child's own experience and the other child. And then I would end that question with something like, how do you think you can make him feel better now? So that gives the child some responsibility for making amends and some opportunity to feel empowered in the process. Conversely, if you see a child doing something to help another child that makes her feel good, I would not use verbal or other rewards, that pat on the head that says, I approve of what you did, which leads children to try to please us. But rather, when it seems necessary, which will not be every time, to say, you know, I'm looking at Jin Yen's face and she's smiling a lot. It looks like when you shared your cake with her, you made her happy. Why did you decide to do that? Because I know you like cake too. Obviously, the examples are for a certain age level. You would have to adjust for a child younger or older. But in this case, the point is not, I approve of what you did. It's more, let me gently guide you, induce you to reflect on the impact of your actions to others. So the nice thing about this approach is that it works both when kids do something that seems to us impressive, morally and socially speaking, and when they've done something that's a problem, such as this questioner has posed about hitting another child. We do not merely stand back and watch this happen and assume it will all be resolved by itself, but neither do we overwhelm the child with the weight of our authority and power by simply saying, I don't approve of this and I will be mad at you if you do it again. It's more, what's the impact on the other child? Let me guide you, and it may take more than one occasion before the message gets across, to reflect on how we want to make other people feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think building those connections and helping to construct that empathic brain. Now we have a question from Heather, and she says that she thinks it's the instinct for parents to love their children unconditionally. Supporting their development is the goal of all parents, but how not to control and preach less and teach children about limited resources, respect for others, and adaptation to the rules of society. Do you have any examples? And in particular, in this current time where we have the epidemic, parents have been with their children 24/7 for several months. How can you support parents to keep a good state of mind in this time?
Well, that's about 5 or 6 questions bundled together there, any one of which could take a fair amount of time. Beginning with the premise of the question, which is that all parents do love their children unconditionally. And while almost all parents may say that's true, all I care about is how the child experiences the parent's actions and words. And a great many children do not experience that unconditionality. They experience their mother or father being a lot more pleased and excited about them when they adapt to the rules of society or the household, when they are impressive or compliant. And so the first step here would be for us as parents not to take that for granted and always to imagine how their actions and words seen from the child's point of view. I have no separate and unique recommendations during this time when we're locked down with our children a lot of the time. It's just more of the same that's more difficult because of the stresses, because of the pressures involved, because of the lack of opportunity to take a step away from each other and get a break. But rewards and punishments still don't make sense. Unconditional acceptance does make sense. Working with is still better than doing to. It's just that we need to somehow find the patience to respond that way. Or as I like to say, when we have when we're at the end of our rope, we need to somehow manufacture more rope. Easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have a question here. I'm not too sure who this question comes from, but the question is that the person is at a Montessori elementary level, teaching at a Montessori elementary level with high level of diversity. And she finds that many of the children are used to blindly listening and following adults at home. What are your suggestions to break in the barriers and encourage them to come up with ideas and solutions of their own?
The goal is the same. The fundamental method of asking, often not just telling, is the same. It's just that we may have to adjust the timeline and our expectations for how quickly kids can become accustomed to being asked, being consulted, being included. If this is a new experience to them, that can be somewhat jarring. It can be unsettling when they think, well, that's your job to decide. You're the big person. You decide what goes on the walls. You decide when we start snack time. You decide what I play with, right? And gradually, this amazing message can begin to sink in that my job is actually not to boss you around. My job is to figure out what you need and what gives you pleasure and how I can help. And that's something that I think a lot of great teachers as well as parents are in the habit of saying when they come across a child who is struggling, and I don't just mean struggling to figure out how to work a toy or solve a puzzle, but I mean struggling with how do I deal with my temper or my impatience, my difficulty with transitions or with taking turns. And the great adult's response is to ask, in effect, how can I help? You know, or another comment that's or question that I think is often useful is for the adult to say, what do you notice here? To just in a non-judgmental way invite the child to make sense of things. And also with respect to this question that you've passed along, it may make sense not only to expand our timeline, but also to begin with smaller choices, less significant matters. Would you like the blue one or the yellow one? Do you want to do this now or 5 minutes from now? Which is a less fundamentally open-ended kind of choice. And then little by little to make the choices more significant, more meaningful, and then ultimately more open-ended. I said in my remarks a few minutes ago that just picking off options from a menu is not autonomy support. And ultimately, kids need to be doing more generating and constructing than merely selecting. But if kids are coming from an environment where they're not used to it, don't start with, what do you want to do today? Start with this or that, but scaffold them so that you are moving them in the direction of having more say over their lives.
Yeah, thank you. We have a question here from Murphy, who's in Shanghai, and she's asking, can you model how you would speak to a child when the choice that he or she has made is dangerous, destructive, or detrimental to himself or others? So,
again, it depends on how destructive in what way, and it depends on the age and capacity of the child to understand. I would do some variation of what I did just a minute ago in pointing the child's attention in the direction of the child who may have suffered from his actions, rather than just saying, you know, that's not a good thing, or remember what we talked about, you know, that we keep our hands and feet to ourselves, particularly if we didn't talk about it. You, the big person, talked at me and all of us about it. It's a little disingenuous. But to do it in a way where you make it clear that it is unacceptable to hurt. This is not just, you know, you like chocolate and I like vanilla. This is a case where it is unacceptable. But this is the key point we have to get in mind, and I'll leave it to you to adapt this for a 2-year-old versus a 5-year-old, and a child who's never done this problem before and one who does it a lot, and so on. But the basic point is it's not enough to get across the message that we don't hurt other people. What matters is why we don't hurt other people. And if you do not help the child to begin to construct a reason for it, namely, we want other people to be happy, just as we want ourselves to be happy. If you just say, we do not hurt other people, then the default reason for that is self-interest. Because if I do what you tell me, I will be rewarded with your praise and attention, and if I don't do what you tell me and continue to hurt, I will be made miserable, which we call punishment or consequences. That's why it's critical that even for the youngest child, the reason for not hurting has to do with the impact on other people, not merely about the adult's power or mindless obedience to authority. We do not want that psychologically. We do not want this politically. We want children to think for themselves in a sophisticated, moral way. It doesn't mean it's only about independent thought for self-interest. It means it's critical thinking that is both empathic and also analytical for everyone's benefit. And that's what great teachers and parents do step by step. They help children to create a moral sense, to construct reasons as well as feelings, the heart and the head, to create a moral person. And that's what all rewards and punishments get in the way of. And that's what gradually allowing children to have more say about their environment allows them to construct more effectively.
Thank you so much. We're out of time for questions. We have a lot more questions that have just been shot through, but unfortunately we don't have time today. But we really look forward to inviting you back next time, Mr. Kohn, and thank you so much. We hope that you'll stay with us for the rest of the day until it's a little bit too late for you over there. And please enjoy the rest of the sessions, and we look forward to speaking with you again soon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Joel Mendes, and I am the Executive Director of the Prepared Montessorian Institute, which is a fully accredited teacher education program specifically designed to help people become Montessori educators, a Montessori training center here in the United States. And I myself am a trained Montessori educator. I have formal training in ages to help children ages 3 to 6. Prior to that, I was actually a high school teacher, a middle school teacher, and a college instructor as well. So I've worked with children of all ages, and I also happen to have 3 children of my own. You can actually see their photos behind me. And so I am fully equipped, you would think, to respond to the new normal, the new, at least temporary state, that may be a longer term state of working with children more proactively in your home as both being a parent and an educator. I fit the profile of who should be able to do this really smoothly. And yet it wasn't super smooth when I first started. So even somebody who's fully educated in the Montessori approach, fully educated in the approaches to pedagogy more at large, and somebody who's been a parent of 3 children for my oldest is 9 years, I should have had this figured out, and I didn't. And it's because I think it's totally new. Even as an educator, my idea was I play the role of a parent for my child, and my child's teacher plays the role of an educator. And there's definitely some overlap always. Of course, when there's a learning experience, I want to provide that as a parent, as a father to my children. But my main goal is safety, security, protection, love, learning experiences about life, learning experiences about academics, learning experiences about everything at large. And my children's teacher's main goal is the development of their self, the development of their mind, development of their awareness, development of their approach to their work. And of course, there's a lot of overlap here, but there is still a division of labor. And when the pandemic hit the different areas of our world and schools shut down and people now were for the first time really playing both of those roles, it became clear that there is a distinction. And it became clear that I myself, as a father who professionally is an educator, needed to bridge those 2 worlds for myself. And like I said, I should be more equipped than most to be able to do this. So as I was figuring out what is this like for my own family, I also happened to be figuring out with our team, how does this work for the families where parents are engineers or doctors or attorneys or bus drivers or servers at restaurants who don't have the educational expertise that we do, but who are going to struggle tenfold more. And I do think the first instinct that I had when my children were moving from an in-school environment to an in-home environment was, how can I keep this as much the same for my children as possible? And that instinct still holds true. But the way I've understood what keeps it the same has adjusted over the past few months. Initially, when I thought, how do I keep this as much the same as possible for my children, my instinct was, how can we get them connected to the same people that they know already? How do we get them connected to their same guide, their same teacher? How do we get them connected to the same children that are in their classroom? And how do we make sure that that group of people is still learning together? And immediately, this is what schools have done all over the world, is move to virtual learning. Virtual learning through a computer, through a screen, through cameras, through experiences shared together but at a distance is incredibly valuable for maintaining that social connection and maintaining the same trajectory of learning, or at least as close to the same trajectory of learning as possible that they were experiencing in their own school. You can see exactly how this works for people at the adult level, university level, even high school level. It's going pretty well in many circumstances, at least where there is access and where the students have the ability to engage online in a similar way that they had before. It's very high touch still, so we need to have very live interactions. We've noticed are much better than recorded interactions between children and adults. But as you get younger with the age of child, the virtual experience becomes way less significant. And that's obvious, right? A 2-year-old is not going to engage through the screen in the same way that somebody who's aware of what's going on and why they're doing it through the screen and thinking about concepts more abstractly, that translates more easily through the screen and through the virtual learning. But the younger the child, the less of a valuable experience it is. And the reality is the less amount of time throughout the day will be valuable in this engagement period. If you think about it from a Montessori perspective, we actually spend our whole time while schools are open, all of our interactions with children are intended to give them a tangible, concrete experience. There are Montessori materials that children touch and feel the weight, feel the shape, move around, manipulate. They're walking around the classroom constantly. They're doing activities that require movement and coordination. And now we're saying, put them in front of a screen and they will learn just as much. And it's obvious to any educator that is just not true. And particularly when you go younger, that's just not true. So the temptation as a parent always has been, and was for me, is how can we maximize the amount of benefit in these virtual experiences? And that's still a question in my mind. But what surmounted that as my priority was not how do we make the most out of the only thing we can do, which is creating a virtual classroom. And it was to think of the virtual classroom as one potential opportunity in a child's entire experience of their waking hours through the day to engage them in concentrated, purposeful work. Only one. And the real key is how do we create more opportunities for the children who are in the circumstances where their parents are now their educator and where they're free to move around their house, particularly if the parent needs to have some time to do parent things like maybe work or clean the house or take care of the adult things that need to go on. How can we get the children to be engaged in purposeful work outside of that virtual time? And that's where we've thought through a whole framework. We actually call it the family framework approach, which brings together virtual learning plus equipping the parent with the type of tools and the type of mindset that a Montessori educator has to set up their structure of their home environment and their structure of their intangible preparation, meaning the way they've set up their schedule, the way that they've set up their lessons, the way that they're designing activity ideas for their children. The real key to serving families in this case is equipping parents to be able to create as close to a Montessori experience as they possibly can at home. In thinking through this, again, my mind went through temptations and then brought back to sort of a reality of how well that temptation will actually play out in real life. My first temptation was let's maximum the amount of time we're doing in virtual learning. And that has shifted to let's maximize the amount of connection that virtual learning allows for between the child's interaction on the screen and their physical, tangible environment. What I mean by that is the best virtual lessons are lessons that inspire a child to do something real in their life after that lesson ends, or even during that lesson. So, for example, there's a big difference between saying, let me show you the different shapes of leaves, and we can learn and see pictures of trees that have these leaves. We can see local leaves, local trees, local flowers and plants around their area, and we're raising a child's awareness that there's beauty in nature and that the beauty in nature has a purpose for the trees. Why do trees have different shaped leaves? Because they need to absorb the sun in different ways, or they need to protect themselves from animals or other things eating or destroying them. So there's a real reason for understanding the way that science works, and for young children, leaves and leaf study in plants is particularly poignant. So we can show them photos, we can show them the photos of close-up leaves and the types of plants that they live on, and we can bring that lesson even more home if at the very end of it we say, you know what, why don't you see if your parents can take you on a walk and see if you can spot or collect some leaves later on this afternoon, or something like that, where we're taking a lesson, we're taking new learning, we're taking an experience that happens during the screen time and inspiring something to happen afterwards, inspiring the children to do something more with this. That's a good example, but still does involve some parent involvement afterwards. So there are other examples where, let me show you how you can rearrange you can sort things by color, for example, for younger children. We can do color lessons where we share with them different colors and say, why don't you go find something in your house that is this shade of purple? And we show them a shade of purple, and we allow the children to go run off and find something and bring it back into the screen. So we're getting their big movement going. We're getting their ability to connect the abstract idea of a color to the tangible world. Oh, things take on this color, and bringing that back. And so in the moment of this virtual lesson, we are creating an experience that's very similar to what happens in a classroom, where the children are learning a new mental concept and carrying out that concept physically, which allows it to solidify in their mind. They're going off and they're getting something and bringing it back. So there's physical engagement. This is something that's going to captivate a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a young 4-year-old, way more than just saying, what is this color? It's purple. Can you point to purple on the screen? Yeah, they can point to purple on the screen, but can they go find something? That's where it's going to add up to a little more learning. That inspires movement and engagement in their real experience in real time as this lesson is happening. And at the end of that lesson, we can also say, tomorrow, I want you to find 3 things that are purple and bring them back to our classroom. So now you're challenging them to think about this after the class ends. Or you can say, if you've got several different shirts in your closet, can you arrange them with all the purples together and all the reds together and all the whites together, and see if they can count how many of each color that they know, how many shirts do they have? Again, another challenge, you can think of a million examples of these. How can you interact with the children both through the screen to inspire them to do something tangible in that moment and to do something tangible later in the day? This is the greatest value of a virtual lesson. It's not, can I keep them entertained for 20 minutes, 30 minutes? It's, can I engage them in some work? Can I engage them in something that's happening in front of them? And that principle underneath it, can I get them to think about something, make a connection, and concentrate, both now and in the future? That is actually what's at the heart of the Montessori approach always. That's what's at the heart of the Montessori approach inside the classroom as well. That's all we're doing in a lesson. When a Montessori teacher sits down with a child to give a lesson with them, they are hoping to engage them in a tangible activity in that moment, and they're equipping them to do this again in the future and to make connections to other ways they can apply that learning. Again, that's what we're trying to recreate at home. We're trying to recreate an experience where children can have a tangible interaction with something physical and make a connection and draw more awareness to the outside world or to themselves through that tangible interaction. This understanding of the principle that's underneath the virtual lessons also informs us as to what are the principles underneath the rest of their experience throughout the day, and how do we equip parents to best set up their children to have this cycle of physical interaction and connection with things that they can be doing again in the future, more than just through the virtual lessons. And I think the key is setting up opportunities for focused, concentrated work. How can we get the parents to set up opportunities for focused, concentrated work after those virtual lessons, unrelated to those virtual lessons? Because like I said, even when they're successful, they're just going to capture a portion of the day. So some quick tips here. One, it's all about a schedule, a routine, and awareness in the child's mind that what am I doing today? I'm doing work. What is mom doing today? What is dad doing today? They're also doing work. Today is a work day, even though we're at home. And given that it's a work day, the children need to understand how that is going to be different than maybe their weekend day where they're taking a pause from their work. How are they going to know it's different? Is that we talk to them about it. We set up a schedule with them. No matter how young they are, they're actually aware and feel at ease when they know what's coming up later in their day. When they, not too far out in the whole day, but when they know that something is coming up later. You've probably seen this in your interaction with children. If you're ever with children and they're playing with something, or they're at a park or something like that, and it's time to go home. If you say, oh, it's time to go, stop playing now, let's go, without any sort of pre-warning, that's usually when you're going to see a tantrum or not listening, or they're just going to keep interacting with the play that they're doing. However, if 5 minutes earlier you said, okay, we're going to go home in 5 minutes, then when those 5 minutes traverse, you're at the end of it and you say, okay, now it's time to go. Children more often than not are like, okay, great, because they've mentally prepared just with a little bit of advance notice that this is ending soon, and they can wrap up their sort of fun, their play at that moment. That same concept applies all the time with children. If they know you're working on this now and in 5 minutes we're going to have a snack, then when it becomes snack time, they're going to be ready for snack. If they know that mommy is going to have a meeting now, and so she's not going to be available for the next 15 minutes, the next hour, it helps them bring more ease. Now, they might not know what 15 minutes is or what an hour is, and that's not important. What's important is that they're getting the signal that we are entering a new phase soon. And you're in a phase now, and there will be a different phase in the future in your experience. So our goal is to include them as much as possible in the awareness of these phases throughout the day. What are the phases throughout the day? They're just the normal routines, right? What do you do when you wake up in the morning? That's a phase in the day. You've got to wash your face, you've got to brush your teeth, you've got to get dressed, you've got to comb your hair, you've got to eat breakfast, whatever else you do as a family. If you capture this is morning routine experience, and here's what we do during morning routine, and you can talk to the children about that ahead of their day, maybe the night before. You talk about how this is what we're going to be doing in the morning, and then in the morning you do it. Their mental connections will say, okay, we said we were going to do it, and guess what? We are doing it. We're doing it now. Okay, so this is morning routine period. What happens in your family after the morning routine period? Maybe it's after the morning routine period, we're going to go on a family walk. Every day we're going to go on a family walk at this time. Short walk around the block, 10, 15 minutes. You come back. What happens after the morning walk? After the morning walk is when work time begins. So that's when mommy's going to go and she's going to do her work. Daddy's going to go and he's going to set you up with your work. Then you're going to do your work and daddy's going to step away. During that work time, here are the things you can do. You talk to the children, you show them. This is a pouring activity that you can do. Here are the Legos that are out that you can do. Here is a snack. You can serve yourself snack when you're ready for snack. You set up, here's what you can do. Here are the activities that are available to you during this time. And then after that time, what we're going to do is dad's going to come down and play with you for this half an hour during the day. Then it's going to be another work period. Then we're going to have lunch. Then it's going to be your nap time. When you wake up from nap time, we'll go on another walk. Whatever it is for your family, you can set out and talk to them about the different segments in the day. It's going to be too complicated. I'm not saying you're talking to them the night before and they're going to remember all of the parts of the day. But as you're entering a new part of the day, you remind them, oh, now we're going to be doing our family walk. Remember, after our walk, we're going to come back and do work. Then while you're doing work, when you're setting them up for work, you say, okay, we're going to be doing these activities now. And remember, at any point, you can stop to have your snack. And here's how you can serve yourself your snack. Whatever is happening and whatever's coming next, if there's some sort of awareness brought through the verbal interaction you're having with your child, they're more likely to feel at ease. Remember I said, what's the goal? The goal is to find opportunities for them to have purposeful, concentrated work. What do you need to do purposeful, concentrated work? You need to be at ease. You need to be aware, what am I expected to do and how do I do it? So that is what we're providing for children with this routine. Embedded in that routine is something I glossed over, which is how would a parent who is not an educator, A, understand how to set up that whole routine, and B, understand, okay, what do I do during that work period? Like what are some good activities? What's going to be right for my child at his or her age that's going to stimulate them enough to where they're going to do some concentrated work? What if they don't like it? What if I'm giving them something too easy? What if I'm giving them something too hard? And these are all really good questions to ask. So as we, as an organization, understood what does it mean to bring Montessori home, it means equipping parents to have the same type of judgment and thought that our teachers have in the classroom. Because these are the same questions that Montessori teachers ask themselves about the children that are in their class. They have to ask things like, what's right for this child based on her path of development? How do I give her what she needs to take her knowledge, bring it one step further, solidify her awareness of herself, solidify her awareness of the world around her and how it works? These are the questions that we ask, and through a prepared Montessorian, they can go look at the child development that they have studied and understand how to spot signs of readiness for certain activities. And they also have an arsenal of these activities that they can utilize at the right moment based on that child's development. There's a lot of knowledge that goes underneath that. And now what we're saying is, as a parent, you should be aware enough in your child's development to give them the next lesson that they're going to need at the right moment. And yet you don't know how to spot that, and you don't know what these lessons are or what other activities could be. So what we've decided is the best tool we can give parents is a massive activity bank of ideas for how they can take things that are probably already in their home, maybe they need a little bit of preparation, and turn them into Montessori activities. We also feel like what they need is somebody to talk to. Somebody who understands child development, who can recognize the signs that a child is ready for something else or that a child is off base, they're off kilter. Maybe, remember, this is something that was not easy for any of us to make a new switch to working at home, parents nor children. So we have to be very sensitive to the fact that children might have regressed in a certain way. They might be somebody who can concentrate really well in the school environment. They're learning, they're great, they're a perfect Montessori child, and they come home and they're yelling and interrupting their parents anytime their parents need anything, or they've become physical. They start hitting their parents, or they just won't engage in purposeful work at all. And no matter what we set up for them, they're just not interested. All of these behaviors, Montessori educators can recognize as a sign that they're communicating something to us, and we need to respond to what they're communicating through their behavior, which they don't always use. They don't use words to describe what they're feeling, but they're feeling something, and it's our job as educators to find out what are they feeling and how do we remove the obstacle that's in the way of them concentrating in purposeful work. These are higher level things that professional educators understand that parents don't necessarily understand themselves. So our approach was, how do we give parents all of the resources necessary for them to do it on their own? And when it becomes a little bit too much for them to do on their own, how can we also be there for them to help do it for them, or just be right by their side? So the keys for success in educating your children at your home are, how do we create virtual experiences that others can inspire my child to do something purposeful in their time, both during that virtual lesson and afterwards, as one factor. And another factor is, how can I as a parent understand what my child needs and have activities to give them that match what they need and respond to them when there's sort of classroom management needs or behavioral issues or just personal issues that come up. Because remember, I'm not just saying now as my child, I'm no longer my children's father, now I'm just their educator. The real trick here is that now I'm both. And kids have a hard time with that, of course. We all have a hard time with that. When we have to have a relationship that plays multiple roles in our lives, it's more complicated. And so we've equipped families with virtual experiences, but more than that, we've equipped parents with the opportunity to access a bunch of resources, all sorts. We have hundreds of activity ideas for them to do. We have lesson plan templates for them. We have routine schedules that are organized for them that they can just print out and implement for their own family, or they can completely customize it if it doesn't make sense for their own family. And we've actually set up a team of parent concierges, educational consultants really, that are at the ready to meet with parents, because there's nothing better than feeling like I have somebody that I can talk to. As a parent who has no idea what I'm doing, can I just bounce my ideas off somebody who does know what she's doing? Can I pick an educator's brain? Can I tell them the circumstances? Can they do some of this for me? And in a moment of stress and in a moment of need, sometimes that's all we need, is somebody else who knows a little bit more than we do, who can help support us. And all of that together has added up to the type of intangible support that a parent needs. But then there's also the point that in Montessori education, the materials and the environment are key. So we're thinking of ways to also support our parents, and how do you transform your home, or at least a portion of your home, to make it equipped for child's independence and child's concentration, their learning. There are all sorts of things we do as a Montessori educator. Simple tips like, if your child is going to do an activity with Play-Doh and they don't have the strength to open a Play-Doh container, then as a Montessori educator, we would say, well, is there a container that we can put the Play-Doh in that they can open? And if not, can I put the Play-Doh out for them in the morning, not too early so it doesn't dry out, but can I put that Play-Doh out in the morning so that when the child is inspired to use it, they don't need to come find me to help them open up the container. This is the kind of thing that we think about all the time in a Montessori classroom, is how can we set it up so the child can do things without needing my help in order to do it. Setting out everything on a tray that they can carry, that everything is all included for whatever the activity is. This is a tip that, for me as a Montessori educator, if I'm being entirely honest, is second nature. I don't think about how I need to do this anymore. It just becomes something that I do. But if I were a parent who doesn't understand the Montessori approach, or who sends their child to a Montessori school and knows that some great things are happening but doesn't quite know how, that might be a game-changing tip for them. That might be something they've never thought of before. And that's the key to getting their child inspired in the work, because now they can choose it when the child can choose it when the child wants to, when the child's inspired, and they don't need support to do it. So there's nothing in the way of them engaging in this activity. So our full approach was set up some virtual experiences that inspire tangible experiences in their home, set up the parents to set the framework for their day and to give them activity ideas, and help them either through our direct interaction with them as parent concierges and educational consultants, or through just giving them the principles of how do you set up your physical environment to best suit the needs of the child at home. And if you miss one of those components, you miss the virtual experiences, you miss the other experiences that create concentrated work in your home, you miss the tangible preparation of the physical environment in your home, or you miss the know-how of setting up the whole framework, then the other parts of that, the other components, are less effective. It's really all of these coming together that is the approach for serving children, that is the Montessori approach. So when I think about Montessori Reimagined, I think about how we often believe that what the Montessori educational approach is a prepared educator with Montessori materials in a Montessori classroom. And I'm not saying that that's not Montessori. That is the Montessori educational approach on the surface. But what's underneath that surface is why? Why does it take preparation in the educator? And it's because the educator needs to understand, like I was saying earlier, where is this child in his or her own development, and what does this child need in order to succeed in a new learning experience after this? That's what the prepared educator does in the classroom. And then the materials are, how can we create a concrete physical experience that gives them new awareness of something, that gives them a new piece of knowledge that they can connect to understand themselves better or understand the world around them better. That's what the prepared educator and the prepared environment do. So when I think about Montessori Reimagined, it's how do we take that exact same principle and bring it home? And the answers are prepare the educator and create a physical environment that will be conducive to this. The same answer that happens in the classroom. It's just now we need to equip the parents and we need to make do with the materials that are right for the child, that are accessible for them in their home. As a final point, I'll say the home is actually, in some ways, a better environment than a school for helping with a child's development. And I'll leave with this tidbit. Practical life is an area of the classroom in Montessori schools where a child does activities that mimic the practical life activities that we actually do as adults. So they will do things like dishwashing. They will do things like washing clothes, laundry. They will do things like sweeping and mopping. And sometimes we sort of capitalize on a minor need that has to be done. So for example, we need to wash cloths, but we actually have laundry, like real laundry services to wash the cloths in our classroom. Yet we have the opportunity for children to use a washboard, soap, water, and physically wash the cloths. Not because we need the children to wash those cloths, otherwise there's no other way that they're going to get clean, but because this activity of physically contributing to their environment is really satisfying for children. And we sort of make the circumstances in a classroom where they can do these practical life activities so that they can have that experience. Well, in the home, guess what? There's actual laundry we need to do. They actually can contribute to our home. And the fact that they're helping me when I'm doing my laundry in my house, or my wife is doing the laundry in our house, our children are with us when we're doing it. They don't just feel like they're doing an activity that's similar to the activity our parents are doing. They're now actually doing the activities with us, and they're contributing to the household. And so the opportunity for practical life engagement is huge. And this upholds the concept that I'm talking about, which is children like to have tangible experiences where they're contributing to a household, and we can provide them that opportunity even better sometimes at home than they can do in school. Now, I think the other benefits of going to school are incredibly compelling and incredibly strong. So I'm not saying we should just do this for the rest of life, because it's actually better to have them at home. But I'm saying we can look at the parts of this that are better at home and make the best of it. Montessori Reimagined is connecting children with ways that they can concentrate and contribute. And that is doable in the home when you piece together all of these different components and you use them as one family framework approach. Thanks, I hope you found this helpful. I'm excited for all the other topics that we're going through today, and what an experience to be able to think about children in a brand new way and bring them learning, even when the world around them has caused us to shift and innovate in different ways. Thank you so much, and hope you enjoy all the rest.
Hello, I'm Michael Strong, the author of The Habit of Thought, From Socratic Seminars to Socratic Practice. There's a copy of my book. Kind of a used copy, I use it a lot. I am also the founder of the Academy of Thought and Industry, the high school model that Higher Ground Education is using as their high school model for Montessori secondary. So in this talk, I'm going to first give you a bit of a history about how I became an educator committed to Socratic education. Then I'll go a bit more deeply into exactly what I mean by Socratic education. And finally, I'll go into how to do Socratic education with young children. I think the last might be a bit surprising because very often people think that Socratic education is appropriate for a university, perhaps for advanced high school students. And so it is a little bit unusual to think of taking this mode of education all the way down to young children. So bear with me as I talk rather advanced concepts, so to speak, and then eventually I'll land the plane and show how, in fact, this kind of education can be used for young children. So before doing a deep dive into exactly what I mean by Socratic and the history of Socrates in Western culture, I want to start by giving you a little bit of a sense for how I got into this and what my own personal experience was. First, while I was in high school in Aspen, Colorado, I had a class as a junior where the teachers simply would have a conversation in class about books that we had read. We would read Plato, Martin Buber, Confucius, Nietzsche, all sorts of complex philosophical texts, and we would talk about the ideas in those texts. She would ask questions, and we would think about the questions she'd asked and respond and dispute them. I loved this. For me, it was by far the most vibrant and alive form of education I had ever had. So when I was looking at colleges, there's a college known as St. John's College with campuses in Santa Fe, New Mexico and Annapolis, Maryland, often known as a Great Books Campus College because for 4 years one reads the classic texts of Western civilization, starting with Homer and Plato and going all the way to the 20th century, ending about 1920s with James Joyce and the Quantum Revolution. We read not only philosophy, literature, history, we also explore music and also science and mathematics. So we also do a Socratic version of science and mathematics. All the classes at St. John's are Socratic. For 4 years, there are no lectures. I visited as a junior. I loved it. I was going to leave for my senior year and go there. Instead, I had great test scores, and so I ended up getting into Harvard, going there. Although Harvard was an impressive place in many ways, I loved the Socratic dialogue. So I ended up going back to St. John's, spent there 4 years there, went from there to the University of Chicago, which has some Socratic elements as well. And while at Chicago, I began going into public school classrooms in Chicago and leading Socratic discussions. I'll give you a first example of a classroom Socratic discussion. The basic format, as in my high school class, is very simple. The students have typically read something, maybe not with young children, we'll get back to that, but with older children or adults, one reads a text together. Then in a circle of, say, 15 to 20 students, the leader's job is simply to ask questions and get a conversation going. What is truth? What is justice? Why did the author open the text in this way? Why did the author use this tone? Why did the author use this sentence? Why did the author connect this to these particular ideas? Always, the Socratic leader is simply asking questions, and the students come up with ideas. The one rule, again, in older children and with adults, is that the ideas in the text must always, or the arguments presented by the students must always be defended by evidence in the text. So if I think that Plato's Socrates, a character in Plato, was being manipulative, and you don't think that the character Socrates in Plato was being manipulative, we would each have to cite evidence from the text, either show that he was being manipulative or he wasn't. And this is a great equalizer. It gets us to focus on the use of reason and evidence. So for me, my entire experience at St. John's and in similar classes at the University of Chicago was that we were entirely focused on using reason and evidence. So when I began going into public school classrooms in Chicago, later in Alaska, later I went to a Montessori school in San Antonio where I developed a Socratic program there from age 3 all the way through grade 8. I later did a school for highly gifted children in South Florida with Winston Ling, a Chinese-Brazilian entrepreneur. There we had students taking and passing advanced placement courses in middle school. I then did a Socratic program for Montessori middle schools in the San Francisco Bay Area. I then created a high school based on Socratic principles in Angel Fire, New Mexico, ranked the 36th best public high school in the US. And throughout this long experience of creating schools, always we were using texts and reason and evidence to derive conclusions. And this experience was I would say, the intellectual, social, and emotional driver at all of my schools. More recently, to connect this to the current goal with Higher Ground, Higher Ground, I later created a school called Co-School in Austin, Texas, and Higher Ground hired me to create the original model for their high school with, on the one hand, a Socratic element, and on the other hand, a strong element for entrepreneurial and creative projects. For a while, just to talk about the entrepreneurial and creative projects, I had created a nonprofit to promote entrepreneurial solutions to world problems. I have another book called Be the Solution, How Entrepreneurs and Conscious Capitalists Can Solve All the World's Problems. I created this nonprofit with John Mackey, the founder and CEO of Whole Foods Market, a well-known grocery chain in the US known for its natural and healthy foods. And that sort of orientation towards entrepreneurial projects I saw as complementing the Socratic piece. In addition, of course, we would have math and history and other sorts of courses, but my main personal focus has been the Socratic element and then also the entrepreneurial and creative projects. So that's a brief background. Now I want to go a little bit more deeply into what Socratic is. So, of course, Socrates is well known as a Greek philosopher, he is described as, living in Periclean Athens. He was immortalized in the works of Plato. There are other Periclean authors who wrote about him as well. Xenophon wrote about Socrates, Aristophanes wrote about Socrates, and so we can see a real human being of Socrates, even though he did not actually write anything. Socrates was known for walking through the streets of Athens, especially the Agora, the marketplace, and having conversations with people about topics such as what is justice, what is truth, what do we know about the world, how do we know what we know. He's often described as the father of Western philosophy because this question, this habit of asking questions, is in many respects ground zero of a fundamental methodology that has driven Western civilization. Well, there were philosophers prior to Socrates. The mathematician Alfred North Whitehead, who was also a philosopher, once said that all of Western civilization may be seen as a series of footnotes to Plato. And that really is in recognition of the power of Socratic questioning. So, again, to go more deeply, we can ask what is justice, we can ask what is truth. What makes a conversation Socratic? Well, earlier I had talked about whether or not a question was manipulative or not. There are people that believe Socrates is in many ways harassing his interlocutors, the people with whom he is having a conversation. Eventually he was sentenced to death by the citizens of Athens for corrupting the young and not believing in the gods of the state. That serious charge, and he took hemlock as part of his sentence and died in his 80s. Part of the reason why he generated such opposition is that very often he and then his young followers would ask questions that would embarrass the powerful people in Athenian society. They couldn't come up with coherent answers to what is justice. They couldn't come up with coherent answers to what is truth. The reason or at least the way I would say what the reason is that it's very, very difficult to come up with a coherent, consistent interpretation of what is truth, what is justice, what is beauty, what is nobility, what is any major human category, what is betrayal. All of these things, we may have an intuitive notion, but when one starts to think about contradictory cases, it becomes harder and harder to figure out exactly how one can reconcile all the different ways we use a term with the actual kind of core essence. People talk about Platonic essences. So that's a little bit long-winded, but you can perhaps see from that why that pattern of questioning and ultimately the search for clear, coherent, consistent definitions of basic terms led to basically all of Western philosophy. Western philosophy to this day is, for the most part, striving to come up with consistent, coherent understandings of our reality. And whatever one thinks of philosophy, it certainly has been a powerful force in, I would say, developing original thinking in the Western intellectual tradition. Now I want to twist to a little different piece, connecting it more to pedagogy. I wanted first to give you kind of a big picture on Socratic. Now I'm going to turn to a quotation by Scott Buchanan, who was the founder of the St. John's program based on the Socratic inquiry. I see it, the reflections make my eyes look weird, so I'm not using glasses, but for this I'll have to. So I'm going to show you a page in my book where, try to get this flat, this is an expression by Scott Buchanan in which he says, see if I can read it backward, intellectual freedom begins when one says, with Socrates, that one knows nothing, and then goes on to add, I know what it is that I don't know. My question then is, do you know what you don't know and therefore what you should know? If your answer is affirmative and humble, then you are your own teacher and you are making your own assignment and you will be your own best critic. So that is for me a fundamental statement of how I see education. Take the glasses back off so you don't, not caught by the reflections. I see education as getting students to question how they know what they know. And it's not, the goal is not to create a kind of nihilism that one doesn't know anything. It's rather to get one's mind thinking, how do I know that the sun will rise every morning? How do I know that the ice will freeze when it gets to a certain temperature? How do I know that that action was fair and that action was not fair? How do I know what my goals in life are? That is, as one begins to think, what are the foundations? What are the foundational grounds for every thing we believe to be true? As one begins to question the foundational grounds for whatever we believe to be good, as we begin to question the foundational grounds for what one believes to be noble, the result for most of us is not to give up, but to realize that we have very strong beliefs for some things, very strong grounds for believing some things, and weaker grounds for believing other things. Again, that sounds fantastically highfalutin, fancy, difficult, elaborate, sophisticated. But soon I'll shift to how we do this with younger children, because remarkably, even young children have the capacity to begin thinking for themselves, asking themselves questions, working with us to develop new ways to understand the world. Before I shift to the young children and how to do this with young children, I first want to make a couple of other connections regarding Socratic questioning and Socratic thinking. Scott Buchanan's emphasis, in essence, is the foundation for autodidacticism, how to be a learner, somebody who learns on one's own. And there are a couple of directions that goes. For me, I'm very much an autodidact. I've learned a lot of material very quickly on my own. And part of it is, if you look at contemporary psychological research, contemporary cognitive research on learning, the cognitive researchers will talk a lot about metacognition. Metacognition means knowing what we know, knowing how we know it, being aware of our own thought processes. It turns out that, for instance, when one is trying to solve a difficult problem, whether it's a difficult problem in math or science or mechanics or anything, One technique one should use is to figure out what one is very confident of, what one is less confident of, how one knows the grounds for one's confidence on this element of the problem, why one is less certain of the grounds for confidence on this part of the problem. That is, in a sense, to become a great problem solver, one learns to need to do mental reviews of what parts does one really understand, what parts does one not quite understand. That same metacognitive approach is extremely useful in helping students learn how to read difficult texts. I've done a lot of SAT verbal prep, in some cases with Chinese students, and one of the things that I train them to do, the SAT verbal largely consists of very sophisticated verbal passages, along with nuanced questions about the meaning of those passages. And so in order to get better at understanding the nuanced meaning that the SAT verbal is trying to evaluate, not only does one need an exceptional English vocabulary, which one does need, but also one needs to learn shades of meaning and shades of nuance. There are questions about inference. And so I train students, whether it's in a Socratic class at high school or college, or a SAT verbal prep, I train students how to look at, okay, I'm certain I know the meaning of that word. I'm less certain I know why the author made that conclusion. Based on that, in order to become more confident in my understanding, I need to focus in on this particular clause in the paragraph. That's the kind of thing, just as with a difficult math or science problem, constantly, metacognition is constantly going back. At some point, I make it sound slow and elaborate, but it becomes a habit. If I may point out, the habit of thought. Not an accident why I titled the book that. One develops the habit of evaluating how one is processing everything all the time. And it turns out to be an extremely powerful way for learning new material, new, difficult, unfamiliar material without a teacher. So that metacognitive piece is one part of why this is an important pedagogical tool. Another part, going off another side of Scott Buchanan's notion, is it tells one what domains one needs to know. So not just how to solve a particular problem or evaluate a particular text, but for instance, if one is wondering, and going back to a child example, why ice freezes, the child has some sense, I don't know. How would I know? Do I need to ask an adult? Do I need to read a book? Do I need to do an experiment? Even with children, as you begin asking them things, they become aware of what they know and what they don't know, and that can stimulate, that can motivate them to go and search for new information. Even a child wants to understand the world. So for me, fundamental to Socratic education is not teaching them something as a didact. Instead, it's getting them to realize there is so much to learn. There's so many things we don't understand. Ultimately, I want my students to crave a better understanding of the world. How are there so many things that I haven't figured out yet? How can I make sense of the world? And again, do it one more time, the habit of thought, they develop the habit of wondering about not just how well do I know a particular phrase in a sentence, but how well do I understand reality? Do I understand what is just? Do I understand how the world works? Do I understand the causation of things? Again, the effort to understand the causes of things was fundamental to the development of Western science. You can look at Galileo and Newton and so forth, is always wondering, how does all of this work? It's the foundation of intellectual curiosity. It fundamentally is intellectual curiosity. How do things work? So, with that, I'll finally shift to how does this fancy stuff work with children? And again, many people, okay, when you're in graduate school, you do this, maybe in college, maybe in high school, in advanced classes, but little kids can't do this, can they? Well, they can. One thing, if you want more, I actually have a YouTube channel, Michael Strong. Google or do a search on YouTube, Michael Strong, Socratic Educator. I'll just show you a little bit of one with a young child. I've been working with Alana since she's 4.
2 o'clock in things like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so time, the clock time, I would call that clock time because, you know, those are clock numbers. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
We're getting a little bit of sound. Is there noise on your side?
Yeah, there's an airplane.
Okay, sounded like it. So how about something like, we can talk about something took a long time or not very long? Is that right?
Yeah.
A short time or a long time?
Yeah.
What's the difference between a short... would you say that some things take a very long time?
Yeah, I would say some things.
Well, we'll pause there. I just wanted to give you a sense of the style. So there I'm talking to her about time. She began in the beginning I asked her, what is time? And her first thought was, it's what a clock tells us. And at least for me, I don't believe time is what a clock tells us. A clock is a tool we've developed to measure time. And so that's why my shift in questioning is, I know she has an experience of some things lasting a short bit of time and other things lasting a longer bit of time. So I began asking her, what is a short time and what is a long time? And what does it feel like for something to be a short time? And what does it feel like for something to be a long time? And I'm not wanting her to come to a particular conclusion, but already, she's 7 in this, already at the age of 7, you know, she uses time on the one hand with respect to the clock. On the other hand, she also uses time with respect to, wow, that took a long time, or that didn't take very much time at all. So she has an experiential notion of time, and yet she knows it's measured with clocks. I want her to begin thinking about these different meanings of time. And because I am not telling her what the answer is, I'm getting her to think. And one of the things that I'm very good at is I don't want to lead students one way or another. Often, when I've led students in schools, regular schools, the students will become very frustrated because they'll say, I don't know what answer he wants. Most teachers in leading a discussion are trying to lead students to get the right answer, get the right answer. No. Fundamental to developing independent judgment, fundamental to developing original thought, fundamental to becoming one's own thinker, developing one's own identity and one's own understanding of the world is that we Socratic educators must not be manipulating them to an answer. So at this point, my goal, her name is Alana, that student, the 7-year-old, my goal with her is not to teach her what time is. My goal is simply to get her thinking and reflecting about time. That's one example. You can think of, in order to find ways to do this with your own children at home, your young children, you can think of any ordinary concept where they're likely to have several different meanings of it. I've had conversations on my YouTube channel. I both have Ethan, who's now age 5, and Alana, who's now age 7. I've had conversations with them about music. What is music? Is this music? Is that music? How do you know it's music? I asked Ethan if washing dishes, the dishwasher made music, and he thought maybe it does. I asked Alana, are bird songs music? And she said, I don't think so. In both cases, they're trying to make sense of the world, and that's the habit of thought I want. So, time. What is music? What is truth? How do we know it's true? What is fair? What are rules? I want them to think about rules. Again, you would think, oh, a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, how can they really understand the concept of rules? Will they have rules about bedtime? And then I also asked them, does math have rules? Turns out they both realized that yes, math has rules. And then I asked them about language, and gave them examples of speaking ungrammatically, and then asked them, does language have rules? And of course, at 5 and at 7, they realize that math has rules, and language has rules, and games have rules, and the family life has rules. And what do all of those examples have in common? Even with young children, I get them to stop and think. And they try to make connections. My book, The Habit of Thought, was endorsed by leading brain-based educators, and the reason is, one way to think about learning is it's making new neuronal connections in the human brain. You want this idea and that idea to connect, and as one gets a student's mind working on a problem, I almost envision the little neuronal connections stretching out. So when they try to imagine, oh, a rule, like this is bedtime, and a rule like math has patterns, how are those the same? And that forces them to come up with their own ideas. I find the development of independent thinking, even in young children, the development of the habit of thought, even in young children, to be extraordinarily powerful in a lifelong manner. I'll give you one other example. It may sound extraordinary, but I think it's not. Laura Deming is an extraordinary young woman. She was homeschooled, unschooled in New Zealand with essentially no structure, although there was a hidden structure, and I'm going to go into that in a minute, by her father and mother, principally her father. At the age of 12, with no formal education, never having gone to school, she managed to get herself to work as a lab assistant in San Francisco. So the family moved to San Francisco. UC San Francisco, a leading researcher on anti-aging, had Laura Deming as her research assistant. This is at 12. At the age of 14, she is admitted to MIT. She starts attending MIT at the age of 15. Again, once she was in San Francisco, she was taking advanced math and science courses at universities, usually auditing, not enrolled as a student. But she had still never gone to school. Her transcript that got her into MIT includes no courses. It simply includes a list of books she had read, a list of topics she had studied, and a recommendation from her UCSF professor. Then at the age of 16, she drops out of MIT to accept a Thiel Fellowship. Entrepreneur Peter Thiel, founder of PayPal, one of the first investors in Facebook, created a fellowship program for students to drop out of university and get a $100,000 scholarship for each of 2 years to create a project. Laura decided to study anti-aging, and soon after she began her Thiel Fellowship, instead of studying anti-aging, she decided she could have a larger impact by investing in anti-aging research. She thus became a venture capitalist. This is around 17 or 18. And now she's perhaps 24. She is arguably the leading anti-aging venture capitalist as a young woman in her 20s. Why do I go into this? Her father, John Deming, is a friend of mine. There's a podcast, Higher Ground published a series of podcasts where I, Michael Strong, interview various other interesting people. One of them is John Deming, D-E-M-I-N-G. And John and I talked about, okay, he unschooled her, what was really going on? What was really going on, as he admits in our conversation, is that he was constantly asking Laura questions. He was constantly engaging her in conversations. He was giving her this kind of a Socratic experience from the time she's young. She also developed the discipline to work on mathematics on her own, which was absolutely important. But beyond the self-disciplined, self-paced mathematics that Laura did, the rest of her education really consisted of Socratic education by her father, which is why her father, on the podcast, endorses my approach to education. So this has been a huge amount of material, and I don't expect people to digest it instantly, but I want to encourage you all to experiment in terms of asking questions and trying to get young people of whatever age to come up with coherent, clear understandings of their own reality. Again, 5-year-old, what are rules? What is music? What is fair? What is happiness? I find that this Socratic conversation to be one of the most enjoyable things possible. I'll give you one last anecdote before I sign off. On my first date with my wife, the Senegalese entrepreneur Magat Wade, I was asking her questions over dinner, and she was angry at me. She said, "This is giving me a headache. I hate this." Well, she didn't like it the first night, but she ended up marrying me, and now we have launched a Socratic school in Senegal, and she is absolutely committed to this way of life. So I hope that you all have a wonderful time having intellectual conversations with children, adults, people of all ages, and may it enrich your life as much as it has enriched mine. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
赫德幼儿园秉承“爱在位，育自成”的教育理念，打造一个有爱、有温度的幼儿园。
在赫德幼儿园，我们采用的是蒙台梭利教育法，根据学龄前儿童的身心特点，为他们提供有助于他们发展的学习环境，让儿童在相对自由的环境中完成自我成长的过程。
在蒙氏教室中有很多可操作的教具，孩子可以进行多感官的学习和探索。那这一点上来说，这种鼓励孩子动手的方式是非常适合这个年龄段孩子的学习特点的。所以在这样的环境里，给孩子提供了很多的机会，发展孩子的独立性和自主性。这样呢，也能够让孩子更加的自律和自信。
在课程设置上，赫德幼儿园还加入了优雅礼仪、和平教育、阿尔夫音乐、特色体育活动等，以此让孩子浸润出一颗温暖、感恩、积极向上的心。
赫德小学预备班课程是从幼儿教育通往小学教育的桥梁课程，日常作息和课程设置与小学部全面接轨。学生在中英双母语的学习语境中认识自我，拥抱同伴，在全课程融合无边界学习的项目式活动中，启发他们用自己的理解力和想象力大胆自信地表达。
Here at HD Anniebelle, we offer a truly creative, inspirational curriculum. It offers our children to follow their passion, and the curriculum incorporates art, STEAM, PE. The children have lots of fun, and sometimes they don't even realise they're learning. They think they're just playing.
– 赫德双语学校是一所根植中国文化和家庭的学校，我们致力于探索双语环境下的融合创新育人模式，帮助中国的孩子扎根本土文化的同时，面向世界和未来，建立跨文化的适应力及协作力，成为明辨笃行的全球英才。
We want our students to feel confident and to be able to be creative users of Mandarin and English, but also to have a broad range of interests that will enable them to find empathy and create relationships with other people around the world very easily.
My face is clay.
我们培养出来的孩子，是可以理解世界、与世界自如沟通的中国人。在赫德，孩子们的学习生活是饱满的，是充满体验和挑战的。因此，每一个生命都可以自由自在、自如自然地生长。我特别期望孩子们会说，赫德学校是一所魔法学校，有无穷的吸引力。在这里的每时每刻都充满了挑战和快乐。看着孩子们每天带着满满的收获，依依不舍地离开校园，听到家长告诉我，孩子们在睡梦中 还对学校生活念念不忘，咯咯地笑醒。这是一件多么美好、多么幸福的事情！
加德林环球教育蒙特梭利师训中心。加德林教育集团创办于1999年，是台湾幼儿教育界的领导品牌之一。董事长万瑞琴女士深耕幼儿教育40余年，创办加德林在台湾也已有着超过21年的历史。目前共有9所蒙特梭利幼儿学校，累积了珍贵的蒙特梭利教学经验。集团设有权威完整的0至6岁蒙特梭利教师培训中心，简称 CGE。加德林环球教育蒙特梭利师训中心由美国蒙特梭利协会与国际蒙特梭利教师教育委员会组织官方双认证，并正式授权的蒙特梭利师训中心，是目前中国唯一一家拥有67间符合 AMS 实习规定教室的培训中心。加德林环球教育蒙特梭利师训中心总部设立在台湾，无锡作为 CGE 最大的培训中心，为国内众多蒙特梭利教师培训提供了更便捷的咨询服务和优质的国际资源。目前，无锡设有专业的0至3岁与3至6岁师训教室，3所蒙特梭利实习学校，培训课程由权威国际认证讲师团队授课，涵盖了全方位的蒙特梭利专业理论知识、儿童发展、行为观察及蒙特梭利教具操作等相关全系列内容。学员完成培训后，可就地安排无锡、扬州进行实习。实习期间将安排认证教师进行专业指导，总结实习经验，分享心得体会以及其他理论知识的学习，完成实习，提供就业岗位，为学员提供最大的帮助。加德林环球教育蒙特梭利师训中心以为社会培育优秀的蒙特梭利教师为宗旨，加德林以与孩子一起构建创造力，建立他们的具体核心，将他们的成就作为早期学习的里程碑，发现并扩大我们的视野和加强我们的学科愿景，适应这样一个冒险的时代，热爱及终生致力于早期学习教育，鼓励探索全球儿童存在的内在正常状态，培育及培养全球儿童的和平的世界观为使命。加德林提供专业、系统、国际化的教师培训体系，创建更多适合中国幼儿的蒙特梭利园所，给予家长在家庭教育中的支持与帮助，促进幼儿教育和谐发展，推动蒙特梭利教育改革，传播有价值的教育理念。继续研究蒙特梭利教育在中国的发展方向，在实践中探索、总结经验，为蒙特梭利教育工作者提供更多的机会与便利。展望未来，我们关切每一位蒙特梭利教师的成长，注重培养更多优秀的蒙特梭利教师。加德林期待您的加入，在充满希望的每一个明天，我们携手共创幼师行业的美好新篇章，为每一位教师努力缔造一个幸福的乐园。
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to speak to you today. Let's look briefly at a couple of photos. Here's the first. Just take a minute to look at this photo. And here's the second. Okay, now let's look at them again. But this time, imagine how the scene may look if you are 3 years old. Look at it from the eyes of a 3-year-old. And again, this one. What would your 3-year-old self notice? And so now let's imagine that you are a 3-year-old in a Montessori classroom. And you have just received a lesson on an activity called the geometric cabinet, and specifically the triangle drawer of the geometric cabinet. As part of this lesson, you trace the triangle. Your teacher helps you notice the edges of the triangle. You learn that the shape is called a triangle. You repeat the activity slowly and lovingly and explore the beautiful material. You get used to the idea triangle. And then you come back and you do this lesson again over weeks. You internalize the impression and the idea of a triangle. So now imagine that after receiving this lesson, you look at the scenes from the photos I showed. What do you notice? Triangles. And again, what do you notice here? When a child first discovers triangles in a Montessori classroom, the idea of triangle that results, triangle, that concept in the child's mind is not just a memory. It's not just a word. It's a conceptual lens through which she sees the world. It's a lens, it's a perspective on the world. The world has triangles in it. The geometry cabinet activity on triangles, it's designed to allow the child's mind to pause on the experience of a triangle and to form the idea of a triangle, and thereby to be able to use that impression to notice triangles permanently going forward and to make certain connections subconsciously more likely to occur. The knowledge of triangles is acquired in such a way that it acts as a conceptual lens, as a way of seeing the world as a place where one may in the future encounter triangles. As a lens, this idea of a triangle is inherently about the future. It's about an ability, a desire, a subconscious commitment to taking a perspective as she goes through life. That some things are triangles, that they have certain things in common, and that it's important to note this. It's not that the child is using the words, but that's what the idea of triangle represents in the child's mind. Some things are triangles. They have certain things in common, and it's important to notice this. Knowledge properly acquired is a conceptual lens through which you can see the world going forward. Let's explore this idea further. Say you take an art class, you paint and you learn about painting techniques. Right? You gain a little bit of knowledge. Say you learn about background versus foreground. Right? Here's a definition from the website of background versus foreground. The foreground is simply the part of the image that are parts of the image that are closest. The background is the parts that are further away. And the midground falls somewhere in the middle. So say you learn that there are important rules of composition to create great paintings, like the rule of thirds, the golden rule. You learn that making sure foreground and background intersect at the right place, it helps an artwork have a sense of depth, to not feel flat, and to kind of make certain features pop. You learn that where the foreground and the background intersect are places that draw the eye. The balance between what is in the foreground, what is in front, and what is in the background in the back, and where they cross, that helps determine how you experience a painting. The skilled painter knows exactly how to position objects to achieve an optimal balance. You now have an idea, just in this couple of minutes, of foreground and background. You have this little bit of knowledge. So I'm saying that knowledge is a conceptual lens through which you see the world. In what way is that knowledge of foreground and background that you got from our hypothetical painting class, in what way is it a lens? Well, let's go back to the scenes that we started with. And now pay attention to your mind as you look at this. Pay attention to where your attention is drawn. What do you notice? What questions occur to you? Just as a result of that quick little discussion about foreground and background, your mind is probably drawn to a whole range of observational data. You probably notice what is in front, what is behind. You may notice where they intersect. You may notice the area in the middle. And some of you may still notice the triangles because that impression, that lens on the world is still lingering from the earlier in the talk. But you have a new lens, the lens of foreground versus background. Your knowledge, even a little momentary knowledge, leads you to see things differently in the world. Leads you to be able to take a different focus and even to choose which focus to take. Your knowledge is a conceptual lens. You see the world through it. Right? First, you started just looking at the photos. Then I prompted you with the idea of a triangle. I reminded you of that lens through which to view the photos. And as a result, you actually notice different things about the photos. If you're 2 or 3, and that's the first time you've ever become conscious of the idea of a triangle, the first time you've ever looked at the world through this lens, think about how powerful it would be, how many new questions it raises, and the new connections you would make as a result. Then I give you a different lens, the lens of foreground versus background. I activated that idea in your mind. That lens made you notice a whole different set of facts about the photos. What's in front, what's behind, what's in the middle, where do they meet? I could give you other lenses. I could talk to you about colors or about plants or about horizontal and vertical lines. In each case, after acquiring a new lens, the same photo would give rise to a whole different set of observations and questions. What do I mean by a conceptual lens? I mean knowledge that leads to a permanent or enduring awareness of similarities and differences in future observations and experiences. Knowledge is a conceptual lens, provides a conceptual lens through which you can see the world going forward. So human beings, they go through life as learning agents. Every child is on a quest to learn. In kind of my metaphor, to create lenses that allow him to see more, to experience more, that allow her to connect more, to understand more. Our life and happiness is determined by our ability to learn, right? By the quality and the quantity of our conceptual lenses. The more lenses we have, the better and more effective and impactful our lenses, the more happier and fulfilled our lives. When you think about people who seem highly intuitive or creative, when you think about people who seem to have X-ray vision and see right to the essence of things, So you think about people who are good at making connections, who are good at sizing up situations. What you are seeing is people who have self-constructed and internalized better lenses to multiply their ability to extract growth and to extract meaning from experience. If you look backwards at the life you've lived, consider the sheer variety of experiences that make up your history. See how full of experiences your life is. You know, the hours spent conversing with friends or loved ones, learning to play an instrument such as the violin, reading a great novel or a great piece of scientific research, preparing a meal, or researching a topic that's interesting to you, studying, investigating, watching videos on YouTube about some topic that's interesting to you. Think about the range of experiences. In each of these experiences, you build and you apply your lenses. You experienced the world informed by your past experiences and what you had learned from them. And the extent of people's success and happiness in life is a function of how much learning and growth happens from all of these experiences that make up their life. Your success and happiness depend upon your lifelong learning and what you're able to extract and how impactful that learning is and how quickly you're able to apply it to the next thing. You know, learning that builds and improves your lenses. So now when you look forward at your life to come, and you consider all the volume and variety of experiences that are still ahead of you, or for your children if you have children. Think about what is ahead for your young infant child. There's a lot. So now imagine that you could multiply by 10 or by 100 or by 1,000 the personal growth that happens through these lived experiences. Imagine you could gain 10 times the depth of understanding in some domain like film or geology or financial markets. Imagine you could gain 100 times the level of mastery of some skill like cooking or like playing baseball, or 1,000 times greater facility with which you can draw and apply the lessons of baseball to financial markets or the lessons of financial markets to baseball. Imagine you were better at those things. Imagine you could multiply by 10 or by 100 or by 1,000 the extent to which you habitually notice the salient details in your immediate environment, in the media that you consume, right? Or in the memories that you retain. Imagine that you could multiply the extent to which you're naturally in tune to the sights, to the sounds, to the ideas that will be most impactful on your ability to learn and to live. What if you could fully optimize your brain in this way, or help your child fully optimize her brain in that way, making it so much more effective at learning and absorbing and integrating and growing? If you compounded the impact of that over a lifetime, the results would be astounding. And so that's the question. How can we be better lifelong learners? How can we multiply the value that an individual human being can find in their own experience by helping them build the most effective possible lenses? Is there any valuable multiplier out there? Yes, such a multiplier does exist, and it won't surprise you, my answer. It's called the Montessori classroom. In the interest of time, I'm going to assume some familiarity with the Montessori classroom and the ways in which it's unique, and try to focus on this idea of how is it a multiplier of lifelong learning, not just learning in the classroom, but lifelong learning. Many people compare Montessori to other schools on conventional axes. How many facts does a child learn? What skills does she develop? How well does she do on a high school entrance exam? Or even how many field trips, art projects, and other enrichment activities does she have? Well, Montessori students do well on all these measures, right? These standard measures, whether academics or, project-based learning or enrichment. Such measures miss the point. They are incidental to the purpose of the Montessori program. They are incidental to the purpose of a Montessori program. Even people who focus on the fact that Montessori classrooms offer a tremendous amount of value to the whole child, right? Everything that's neglected in traditional education and by traditional education. They're right. Montessori teaches practical and social skills with an eye towards developing deep character traits. Right? Character traits like a growth mindset or a love of work and effort, or goodwill and empathy towards other people. But again, while Montessori does serve the needs of the whole child, while it is the pedagogy that honors the whole psychological range of needs that human children have, how it does this is often not fully understood. The entire success of a Montessori experience lies in the way that it enables a child to maximize the density of value that she experiences as she engages with the wider world. Right? Montessori, like traditional education, does put knowledge at the center of learning and growth. But how it does so is entirely different. It's about what happens outside the classroom, not what happens inside the classroom. The goal of knowledge education in Montessori, it's deep and far-flung. It's to help the child construct his own conceptual lenses through life. It is to help the child access the potential value embedded in the millions of life experiences that she'll have outside the classroom. School is about multiplying learning outside of school. In Montessori, school is about multiplying learning outside of school. Both the method of helping the child create knowledge and the content chosen for her to know are carefully, thoughtfully prepared on the basis of maximal life impact. So the content does matter. It's not that you can have any content. Content selection is part of the prepared environment. Some knowledge is more foundational than others. Some knowledge is more pregnant with possibility than other knowledge. Montessori knew, for example, that intuitive sensorial access to the decimal system, to place value in the base 10 system, it was immensely valuable to a human life. If it's conveyed in a deep and enduring way, it's a 100x multiplier on the child's ability to understand and to do math forever and to do all the things and have all the experiences that a mathematical mind makes possible. So she cares about what content and selects the content that has the most lifelong impact. A child in a Montessori classroom acquires a lot of factual knowledge. That's what I'm saying. But I'm also saying that's not the point. A child in a Montessori classroom develops specific methods of critical thinking, but that's not the point. In addition to doing these things, the Montessori classroom imports organizational skills and social skills and practical life skills and a sense of empathy and goodwill. True, but again, that's not the point. The point is that the knowledge, the skills, the experiences that are gained are multipliers on all the future learning the child will do outside the classroom. Much of the Montessori method is optimized for this idea of knowledge as a multiplier to ensure that what is learned is used outside the classroom over the long haul in life. Right? The powerful abstract content, it's made accessible early in concretized learning materials so that it can start framing and shaping other experiences earlier. Mixed age classrooms provide a showcase for younger students of how and what their learning builds and persists over time. right? So that they'll continue to do things outside the classroom. The whole of sensorial, that whole section of the classroom, is precisely about sensitizing children to certain items that then they'll later encounter and experience, and the ones that are most likely to encounter and the ones that they can cognitively make the most of. Even the guide is trained to nurture a child's curiosity by asking questions and encouraging novel inquiry and applications of knowledge in an ongoing way. Not just for that particular lesson, but in an ongoing way. And in much more, the method is optimized to multiply future learning outside the classroom. The classroom, the Montessori classroom, is not a substitute for the learning that comes through life experience. It's a multiplier of the learning that comes through life experience. Its value is that multiplying effect. It helps children create better lenses with which they see the world. A child's exploration of a Montessori classroom sensitizes the developing brain to the most essential experiential data: the shapes, the colors, the words, the images, the facial expressions, the unspoken signals, the evidentiary chains and logical inferences when they're an adult. All of the kind of experiential data that's most impactful, that's the trunk of the tree, it sensitizes the mind to that data outside, beyond the classroom. So the true value of a Montessori classroom is in how it very consciously and very carefully is designed to amplify the effects of a child's natural impulse to explore, to experiment, to analyze, to integrate, to value, and to grow across life. The classroom is not an alternative universe where a child goes to learn before coming back again to the real world. It's not an alternative universe where the child goes to learn and then comes back into the real world. It's a multiplier of learning by being that same learning writ small, essentialized. The Montessori concept of the keys to the universe, they symbolically capture this idea. The materials and the experiences in the classroom are not merely ends in their own right. They're keys that unlock the wonders of the world. They attune the child's mind to the most meaningful information and opportunities that she encounters in the course of living her life. As she lives her life, as she's on this life journey, she's going to encounter a lot of doors and a lot of windows that are locked. What she gets in the classroom are more keys and better keys that unlock more of those doors and windows. So to summarize what we've covered so far, knowledge is this conceptual lens through which you see the world. Your success and happiness depend upon lifelong learning. They depend upon the quality and quantity of these lenses. And the Montessori classroom is designed to make sure you get the highest amount of the highest impact lenses, right? To guide future learning. So now let's turn to parents at home, right? If the Montessori classroom, the classroom, its setup, its design, its rules, if that's a multiplier of the efficacy of the child's self-directed learning, then what about the Montessori home? At home, you don't necessarily have the specialized curricular materials found in the Montessori classroom. So is there a multiplier at home? I think so. The same basic idea applies. But at home, you, the parent or the caregiver, you are the multiplier. Your child is building lenses that he'll be able to use to look at his future experiences, to learn from his future experiences. You can act as a Montessori multiplier and improve the power of those lenses that he's developing. You do this in two intertwined ways. One, you curate your child's experiences, and two, you can guide what he gets out of those experiences. So the first, curating your child's experience, it's more obvious. So let me cover it quickly. You multiply the value of your child's learning journey by selecting the objects and the experiences, the events, right, that he's presented with. Just like in a classroom, you're a curator. This is not that different, except your classroom is the whole world. But you have the power to influence what your child encounters, what is presented to him to observe, right? What he interacts with, from choosing which toys he has, to deciding what route to take on a walk, right? Or where to take a vacation, or what to watch on TV. You have the ability to provide the raw material with which your children build their lenses. I think most parents understand this point, that, as parents, part of our responsibility is to generally provide our children with a varied, range of enriching experiences. But that's the first point. You curate experiences, right? The second way that you're a multiplier, and I think this is the more important way, is that through coaching and modeling, you guide your child's effort to extract meaning and to extract knowledge from experience. Right. Here I am with my two boys, giving them some tips, right? It's what I say and what I do through coaching and through modeling, right? And you think about the photos that we started with and how we were able to take different perspectives on the same data, on the same observation set. This is true of all of life. You can take the same data, the same observations, the same experiences, and learn different things from them. How you engage and how you interact depends upon what you notice, what your attention is drawn to, the way in which you respond, right? And how your children engage, how they respond. It's also equally impacted by how you respond. And this is true in the prepared environment. This is true when a guide draws attention to one thing or another thing in a Montessori classroom. But it's especially true in the unprepared environment, where things don't always go as planned, where you don't always know what to expect. You as a parent can guide your child's exploration through which questions you ask, what you model, right, and how you react when the unexpected happens. For example, say your child is playing with Legos. Is interested in Legos, right? You're the multiplier because, one, you're getting him the Legos, right? That's the most important thing, right? To start, he wouldn't have the Legos. But two, you're guiding what he gains from those Legos. You can go to a construction site and start talking about parallels with how large structures are built and supported and how Legos are built and supported. You can encourage creativity by asking questions about something that's been created with the Legos. You can encourage persistence, right? You can ask, in what ways are Legos similar to and different than bricks? You can ask, how could we make things stick if they don't have the same grooves as Legos? This type of enrichment is not for the sake of helping him get more content. It's not for the sake of getting the most out of the Legos. It's enrichment with an eye towards helping the child glean that content and glean that wisdom that allows him to notice more things and ask more meaningful questions and do more meaningful work later in other future experiences he's having. Right? As an example of this, here's my son who loves Legos, who spent a lot of time with Legos when he was 2.5, 3, 4. And here he's about 5.5, making connections with different things he's observed and creating something of his own that I think comes from that experience with Legos.
So tell me about what it is that you made there.
A catapult.
Okay, how did you make it?
First I got 2 popsicle sticks, put 2 pencils on top and 2 on the bottom, tied them together with tied them to the sticks and to make the frame, and then before that, I put a popsicle stick and attached the spoon, and now I'm going to throw this marble.
You're going to use it to throw the marble? Okay, let's see what happens.
So that's creativity that is the product and the consequence of a certain type of guidance, that I think was made possible with Legos.
So tell me about.
So in a home environment, looking at number 4, the parent or the caregiver can be a Montessori multiplier in 2 ways. One, you curate the content. You offer children the kind of raw material from which they build their conceptual lenses, from which they build their knowledge, just as you do as a school or as a teacher in the classroom. And then 2, you model engagement. You guide and support a child's natural activity by modeling various ways to glean and extract meaning from experience. So how, this idea of curating content and then guiding how content is engaged, like how do you make sure you do it in the most impactful way, in a way that multiplies the child's ability to learn and grow? I think that the single most important thing that you can do, there's a lot of skills and there's a lot to learn, but the single most important thing is remember your goal. Remember your goal. There are 3 primary goals that you can have when you approach your child's activities and experiences. The first is the acquisition of content as the primary goal. You just want your child to retain some fact or have some experience. You want them to learn their times table, or you want to be able to check the box, that we went to Disneyland, or we went to a movie, or we gardened, to have some experience, right? It's about that specific content, making sure your child has that, whether it's a piece of knowledge or an experience. The second possible goal is to satisfy your child's immediate desire, your child's immediate need, right? You want to give him what he wants now, in the here and now, whatever he happens to want at that moment. And this often comes in the form of the negative. You want him to stop crying, whatever it takes to get him to stop crying, right? Or whatever it takes to make him laugh, right? And then the third goal is using that content, available content, and your child's natural interests to help your child become a lifelong learner, to help him make connections and create a lens, right? So the first is acquiring content. The second is satisfying your child's immediate desires. And the third is helping your child become a lifelong learner. And you always have these 3 choices and you have to pick. And my view is that being a Montessori multiplier means doing the third. It means primarily optimizing for the third. Content matters. Your child's interests certainly matter. Right? Your child's immediate desire certainly matters. Their emotion certainly matters. But these things can be good servants and bad masters in terms of your goals. Both are good when they serve a child's natural process of learning and growing and engaging in the full richness of human life, of building conceptual lenses. But I don't think that they're as good if they're your primary goal, all the time. So are you focused, this is what you can ask yourself. Are you focused on maximizing content acquisition, right? Making sure your child gets this particular thing? Or maximizing momentary want, making sure your child's immediate emotions are satisfied? Or are you focused on maximizing future learning, maximizing lifelong learning, building a lens from the engaging content that allows your child to see the most in his or her future experiences? And when I say lifelong learning, I mean lifelong self-directed learning, right? Because only your child can learn. You can't learn for your child. The third approach is the Montessori multiplier approach applied to the home. At home, like in the classroom, you multiply your child's natural processes by curating content and experiences where you can, and more importantly, by helping your child orient in the right ways to the lessons of whatever content, whatever experiences he or she encounters. Let's look at an example. If you're acting as a Montessori multiplier, as I've said, you've always asked for the things the child is doing and experience, what would multiply the value of that work and those experiences? What are simple ways you can help your child notice more and more value-laden things, about the experience? So say your child is learning to cook. This is an immensely rich experience. And there's countless ways to thoughtfully source content that helps the child surface this richness. So you could watch a video on how yeast works. And then when your child asks follow-up questions, help him articulate, his questions and work out the answers with him side by side. Right? That whole experience of what is happening during baking will be transformed by the idea of microorganisms at work. And it can be followed up, with microscopic investigations, or other cooking lessons, or science or math lessons, or you don't have to follow up at all, because in the natural living of your child's life, those ideas will get connected. And you'll say, wait a second, if this is how this is made, then what happens here? Is it similar or different to that other thing, right? Again, the key is your goal as a parent. Right? Your goal will shape how you approach an activity like cooking or baking. And say you're trying to introduce your child to baking. What are the different goals you can have, as we've said? If your goal is primarily content acquisition, right? It might be that you want a child to learn a specific recipe. It's important that they memorize that specific recipe so that they can successfully make this food on their own, right? Can you recall the amount of ingredients, the exact sequence of steps, and so on? That's one goal. Your goal might be serving your child's momentary want, right? In the middle of this cooking activity, he decides he wants to be silly, and you might help him laugh and have a good time and make funny faces out of the food and abandon the activity. Both of these goals, as I've said, can be legitimate in certain contexts and are necessary and valuable in life, right? You do need to sometimes acquire a certain content, and you do need to sometimes, and certainly you want to have fun, and as adults, we need to sometimes just focus on what does our child want right now, right? But if your primary goal is to offer that conceptual lens that multiplies, it'll shape the way that you draw attention to the most densely packed elements of any experience. You'll help your child naturally, if that's your goal, you'll help your child naturally notice how things mix to make new textures and tastes. You'll notice the effects of heat. Right? You're on the lookout for ways to help his natural quest to make connections between things. And this is most obvious, the difference in goals is most obvious in how you act when things go off plan, right? So say you forgot the cake in the oven and it burns. If the goal was to help your child get content, to master the recipe, to make the cake, it's a total failure. If your goal was to maximize immediate fun, right? To eat the cake, to have the pleasure of eating it, it's a failure. But if your goal is to offer lifelong learning, if your goal is to offer a multiplying lens, what an experience failure can be. There are so many things to learn. There's so much to be aware of, so many connections to make, so many similarities and differences to notice in future experiences. Right? And there's other examples of this. So imagine things go wrong. You're preparing a cooking activity, but your child's not interested. He would rather throw pillows across the room. What's your goal? Is it to make sure he gets some content, that he gets this particular cooking lesson now? Is it to make sure that he has as much fun in the moment as he can? That his immediate desire to throw those pillows is satisfied, right? Or is it that you help him on his self-directed journey to become a lifelong learner? Right? Is it that he acquires the most impactful lens to direct current and future activity? If it's the first, you should just force him to cook. If it's the second, you should just let him throw the pillows. But if it's the third, you need to do a lot more work and you need to do a lot more thinking. There is no immediate direct answer, right? Because you need to understand why he's more interested in throwing the pillows. Is it that the activity, the cooking activity, is too hard? That you've created too much pressure? Is he tired? Right? Does he need a break? Is it that he needs physical gross motor activity, not fine motor activity? Right? What if you said, I'm going to start cooking. You look like you're having a lot of fun. Keep doing it and join me whenever you're ready. No rush. Would that work? Or would that reinforce something unhealthy? Should you try to excite him? Or should you be firm that throwing pillows is not allowed in the house? And if they're firm, should you then say, but why don't you go throw a ball outside? Because, we have a backyard and you can throw outside. Like, how do you respond? And it's going to depend on your goal. If your goal is to help your child draw lessons from experience that maximize future self-directed learning, if your goal is to help your child create those lenses through which he or she can live his or her own life, your response will be different depending on how you analyze the situation. So to summarize, knowledge is a conceptual lens through which we see the world. And our success and our happiness depend upon our lifelong learning, which is, effectively the lenses that we build. The Montessori classroom, why it's so powerful is because it multiplies the child's ability to engage in that learning. It multiplies the child's ability to create effective lenses. In a home environment, the parent or the caregiver can be the Montessori multiplier in two ways. One, just like in the classroom, you curate content, you curate experiences. And then secondly, you're the model. You show how to engage with the world so that the child's natural activity is most impactful, right? He gleans the most out of experience. And then as a parent, it's really important to know your primary goal. And I've said that there's 3 goals whenever you're guiding your child, whenever you're offering some activity or experience to your child. There's three goals you can have: to impart some kind of specific fixed content, which is sometimes needed; to satisfy your child's immediate wants, which you should certainly do, right? Purely for the fun in the moment. And then to support your child becoming a lifelong learner. And I think that this one should be primary. I think this one speaks to our responsibility as parents. We're custodians of our child's long-term development, and we have to think about how do we help them become lifelong learners. And this latter is the Montessori multiplier. So as you journey through life, and as your child journeys through life, right, as he or she creates lenses to be used in future experiences, you can help be a multiplier by highlighting the connections and by modeling the habit of being on the lookout for connections. Your child is naturally curious, and your respect for his natural interests, combined with your knowledge of the value of certain experiences in relation to all these other future experiences, right? You're the expert, right? Your respect for your child's natural needs and wants and interests, combined with your knowledge as an adult, that's an incredible opportunity for you to be your child's guide to how to become a lifelong learner. The Montessori multiplier is the idea that certain types of experiences are better than others because they enable more future learning and growth. And that a child's environment can be designed, can be optimized to ensure that her natural curiosity results in her having more of those better experiences and more of those, drawing more of the right types of lessons from those experiences. At home, parents can be multipliers by helping to provide enriching environments and experiences. And more importantly, by guiding and modeling the right orientation towards those experiences. The thing to remember is that your goal is not merely the acquisition of content. It's not merely the maximization of immediate fun all the time. Your goal is to help your child draw the greatest compounding value from each experience. It does mean acquiring content, right? And it certainly means having fun. It means having a lot of fun. But the primary goal and your primary responsibility as an adult is to help your child become a self-directed learner, to help him or to help her self-create the lenses that will guide his or her future behavior. Those of us who are privileged to be involved in this great work, right, of bringing Montessori to the world or to our own children, should remember that the gift of a Montessori approach The gift of the Montessori classroom and the gift of Montessori principles in the home is not of the moment. It's not of the moment. It compounds over the course of an entire lifetime.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Gia, Terrance, and the entire team for inviting me to be part of Montessori and more, Montessori Reimagined. It is a pleasure to be with you today. And thank you to all of you who are watching and being present with me. I really appreciate it. I miss your beautiful country so much, and I hope to be back very soon. More than ever, we're all coming together as parents with the most altruistic purpose of offering our babies a respectful upbringing. Thank you to all the parents in the world and caregivers for their contribution to raising our future. In honor of Dr. Maria Montessori, I would like to start with her following inspirational quote. The unknown energy that can help humanity is that which lies hidden in the child. We must therefore turn to the child as the key to the fate of our future life. In sharing this magnificent quote by Dr. Montessori, I am immediately reminded of the guiding principles of the late Dr. Emmy Pickler, whose work I was fortunate enough to encounter some 2 decades ago when I had my son. I realized at that time that I not only wanted to embrace the Pickler philosophy with my own baby, but I also knew that her teachings would pave the way for my career in the field of infant and toddler care. So not only did I learn how to be a good enough mother and find joy in my mothering, but my son also thrived in infancy, growing into a kind, humble, and creative adult who respects others. So first of all, a small introduction about Dr. Emmy Pickler. She was born in the year 1902 and she passed away in 1984. The revolutionary Hungarian pediatrician advocated to live by the principles of non-violence, values that are now more than ever needed for negotiating the journey of life in today's complex world. As the American activist, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once so eloquently stated, at the center of nonviolence stands the principle of love. And so it is with love that I believe we can truly have a kinder world, a more peaceful humanity, something that begins in infancy and endures because of the ways in which we raise our young children. The Pickler pedagogy is all about building relationships. By being present, inviting your child to cooperate, you enjoy the process and have a shared sense of togetherness. It has to do with trusting your child or the child under your care, being present to their needs and observing them and observing yourself during your interactions. So to explain the Pickler pedagogy, I would like you to imagine an equilateral triangle. And each peak represents the 3 main pillars of the Pickler pedagogy. And they are all interconnected. The 3 pillars are care, freedom of movement, and self-initiated play activity. So let's begin with the first principle, which is attentive care. Being touched is paramount to every baby's daily life. The young child's well-being will depend in great part on the way he is touched by the adult. Through the use of our hands, we bathe, feed, and dress these precious souls. Our hands, therefore, represent everything to the infant, not only by the adult that cares for him, but as an expression of the entire world, thus becoming his first connections with the universe around him. Let's consider our hands. If they are rough, impersonal, brushed during moments of care, the infant will link these experiences to unpleasant sensations and may look forward to finishing the task by exhibiting resistance. Yet the adult may fail to read any cues emanating from the baby's tense body. Similarly, when one is in a hurry to finish a task, thinking that the quicker it gets done, for example, the better, the adult will handle the infant with shorter, faster, and more mechanical movements. This too becomes a source of discomfort for the infant, as it is apparent that the more the adult rushes, the less the child participates. In other words, the more urgently she tries getting something done, the more upset the child becomes, with these actions oftentimes becoming a vicious circle. Moreover, rushed movements do not lend themselves to collaboration or empathy. The child will try to get the adult's attention by sending small signals, hoping they are interpreted as an invitation to slow down. Through these small signals, the child wants to have an influence on the adult. During the caregiving interactions, letting his parents or caregivers know that there are ways of creating a partnership. Because an infant requires much attention throughout the day, routines can become simply that, routines, and not personal meetings of togetherness that are repeated throughout the day. I think this is really important, that we see our interactions as special personal moments of togetherness. A baby needs safety, security, and nurturing. He wants to be considered a person. When hands are loving, mindful, and attentive, even the youngest infant will nestle into the palms that envelop him. He will prepare himself to be picked up by relaxing his limbs and cooperating with the gentle movements that the adult has begun. By feeling included, he will then give freely of his disposition. And guess what? More than basic care is being provided. The baby's emotional needs are also being fulfilled. Dr. Emmy Pickler proposed that being respectful with the young stems from the simple idea of considering each child as a unique individual from the first moment of life. Through her keen observations, she found that emphasis needed to be placed on the child-mother or child-adult relationship. This, she believed, ensured that the adult caring for the child was not only attentive to the child's inner needs, but that a peaceful, healthy, and intimate bond could be forged. This also invites the adult's self-awareness and mindfulness, and asking ourselves, how does the child feel in my hands? Is he or she reacting positively? Or do I need to slow down even more? It is without a doubt then that love and presence are communicated to the infant by the way we cared for them. So when engaged in caregiving interactions, we need to talk directly to the child, not over them, and in a calm and measured voice. And it is with our attentive, open hands that we're also inviting to be part of the dialogue. There are questions and there are answers. Are you ready for me? Can I pick you up now? And pausing for the child's response. And his body is relaxed and the tension dissipates. As adult and child become open and receptive to one another, empathy unfolds. The infant is learning to cooperate. And it is important for us to see his competence. This togetherness helps the child to accept the world as a trusting place where a connection emerges, making the process enjoyable. This process, however, requires patience and should never be hurried. Through our articulated movements and gentle tone of voice, we are offering babies an invitation to participate. In effect, to be the co-creators of their own care. So slowing down may take a few more minutes than hurried care. But the outcome is a trusting baby that is discovering pleasure in the relationship. And these harmonious experiences during togetherness enrich the relationship. So now let's go to our second pillar and another peak of our triangle, and that is freedom of movement. Freedom of movement is not only a result of outstanding gross motor development, but also a strong sense of competence within each baby who finds out that he can learn on his own and doesn't need an adult to teach him how to move. Emotional security and self-confidence are the result. Allowing children to move freely in their infancy results in good balance, coordination, and calculated risk-taking. So when given this opportunity, they come to know how to handle their bodies. They have impressive equilibrium, and their body awareness is far above average. The Pickler approach, as I mentioned before, is based on respect for babies as human beings, as well as our capacity to trust in them to develop as they are meant to be without our interference or help. Children go through a natural set of developmental milestones, meaning that without any intervention, we'll all follow the same path. The freely moving children will also go from the back lying position to walking without any interference. A healthy infant or young child does not need an adult to directly interfere with his motor development, either by teaching, exercising, or placing the child in a certain position. However, not interfering in the process of development does not mean that we have no tasks in connection with creating the conditions for their development. It is the task of the adult to provide everything that the children need for their good moods, their well-being, their sense of security, and their development. Infants will feel like moving around and feel good in their environment only if they can count on their signals getting noticed and responded to, on their needs being fulfilled, and on having enough space and other material conditions available for free movement. However, something very important, a key component for free movement is safety. Already before learning to walk, the child needs to spend his awake time in a spacious playing area where he can roll, creep, crawl, and climb before he even comes to the vertical position. It is important that the play area is 100% safe. This means that the environmental surroundings, as well as the play objects, are 100% safe and free of any danger or harm. After careful exploration of the environment, the best device is adult supervision within the safe space. And to this, I would like to also add the notion that the child should have confidence in playing and moving freely, as it is extremely important that he first feels secure in his relationship with her caregiver. Once this foundation is secure, the child can branch out to explore and initiate his play. And lastly, we go to the third peak of our triangle, and that is play and self-initiated activity. Dr. Stuart Brown, who actually did some research in China, he's a professor at Stanford University and the founder of the National Institute for Play and the author of a wonderful book called Play, which is available in Mandarin. So I really recommend that you get it. You'll understand a lot about his research. And he says, as the information base about play grows, it is evident that play is a public health necessity. So to be able to view play as a necessity, this is really important that we start shifting our mindset and putting a high value on the play of infants and toddlers. So what is play for the Pickler pedagogy? So we consider free play to be internally motivated, spontaneous, essential for the child's health, a conduit for working out inner conflicts. It involves no contests, no win or lose, no right or wrong. That means the adult is not imposing games on the child. Instead, it is free play initiated by the child. It is an expression of the child's psychic life. So play then exists for play's sake. It should be pleasurable for the child. A child's life consists in great part of play. It is a fundamental need. We feel that every child should be allowed to play whenever not involved in a caregiving activity. And to this, I add the concept of free play, not directed or instructed play, but free play. In a safe space, I remind you, where a child can have the opportunity to discover and let his imagination wander. This opportunity to move and play freely reinforces the child's trust in himself and his sense of self, and can internally be saying to himself, I am interested in this. I decide what to do with it. I try something new. I learn from my failures and my successes. I gave you that image of the triangle because there's a very important aspect in the Pickler pedagogy, and that is the relationship between caregiving moments, freedom of movement, and play. We believe that without sensitive, responsive caregiving experiences between the child and the adult, independent play would be compromised because caregiving moments and play are interdependent. A secure attachment allows the child the freedom to explore and play independently of the adult. Dr. Pickler believed that observation of the child's play experiences was essential in shaping the attitude of the adult. In fact, she said, and I quote, "As a matter of principle, we refrain from teaching skills and activities which under suitable conditions will evolve through the child's own initiative and independent activity." And then Dr. Pickler went on to explain that it is crucial that the child discovers as much as possible on his own. If we assist him in accompanying every task, we deprive him of the single most important aspect of his development. A child who achieves things through independent experimentation acquires an entirely different kind of knowledge than does a child who has ready-made solutions offered to him. Thank you, Dr. Pickler. And you see, this is also how we support their resilience. So I wanted to share that with you because I really believe that applying these simple principles can help us raise our children well and will also make it easier for you. You're inviting collaboration, you're allowing the child to play freely. This puts lots less demands on the adult. So I wanted to leave you with some tools for finding joy in your parenting or in your caregiving profession. So firstly, I recommend self-care. So how do you take care of yourself? How are you being present to your own needs? You know, for example, when we go on a plane, the flight attendants ask us, in case of a sudden change of pressure in the cabin, put the mask on yourself first and then assist others. So self-care is very important. Don't forget about yourself. Secondly is play. So I ask you, how do you play as adults? Just think about that for a moment. Are you allowing yourself the opportunity to play, to give yourself a break from all your busy day and all your work and all your activities? How are you allowing yourself to play? So remember what Dr. Stuart Brown says, that play is a public health necessity. He also said that it is as important as our immune system. So play creates an atmosphere of joy. Another tool that I wanted to share with you is, are you taking time to simply be present and enjoy your children? Putting your phone aside, all your electronic devices aside, and simply be present. I want to share a story of my son when he was about 3. We were eating dinner, we were eating artichokes. And he asked me, "Mama, what animal is the artichoke?" And I said, "No, mi amor, no, my love. The artichoke is not an animal, it is a vegetable." And then he said, "Then how come it has a heart?" Wow, the wonder of childhood. Had I been distracted, I would not have been able to respond and enjoy his beautiful question and curiosity. We are raising the future, and our presence, our love, our joy will have a lasting effect on our children's development. So thank you everyone for your dedication, for being dedicated parents and dedicated caregivers. All your work is paying off and will pay off in the future. As you see, the babies now grow up into amazing, wonderful adults that are contributing members to society and are happy inside. And of course, I want to say thank you to Gia, my dear friend and RAI fellow, for inviting me today, and to all of your team at Montessori and more. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, and all of you for being here with me, watching this. Thank you for your presence. So best wishes, everyone, and I hope to be back in your beautiful country of China very soon. I miss you guys very much. I really do. 谢谢.
I'm so happy to share this moment with you in world history. There is just so much to be concerned with, so many things to worry about. And what it seems to me is that we're being inspired, if not really forced, to look at our shared humanity. Doesn't matter what our culture is, or our nationality, or our beliefs. We have the same biology. We have shared values of preserving life and our family and our planet. And so I think some good can come from all of this. And especially, I want to talk about the good things that can come from this from the child's point of view. I'm going to drop back though right now and kind of talk a little bit about educaring and interpersonal neurobiology, which are the two lenses through which I sort of look at interactions with children and what we provide for children. As a student of Magda Gerber's, I'm deeply in support of the principles of the educaring approach. But I've found that my work with Alan Shore, who's a psychologist and theorist of regulation theory and modern attachment theory, that new neuroscience is actually really supportive of the educaring approach. So I kind of go back and forth in my mind about, you know, which thing I'm looking at. So I think that we'll start with a little attachment theory and regulation theory. So what that teaches us is that we have a biological need for closeness with our caregivers, with the people who we live with, who, you know, feed us, bathe us, diaper us, you know, provide our environment. And that's built into our genes. And the separation distress that all little mammals suffer when their mother or their, you know, for humans it could be a father or a grandmother leave the room, that's separation distress. That's a genetic instinct that we have. So we know that children are really craving the near presence of their very own adults. And the nature of the adult's care sets up the child's ability to regulate his emotions. So that's what regulation theory is about. It's about, you know, these crescendos and decrescendos of different feelings that we all have from time to time. And the younger the child, the more help they need from their adults. I think of it like an orchestra. Like you hear these sounds coming and growing and these, something like a big feeling. And then the conductor slowly brings it back down. And so a person's actual, their orbitofrontal cortex, the higher part of their right brain, is that kind of conductor, that kind of silent one that helps the person stay in a regulated state. But for a baby or a really young child, that function is being carried out by the adult until the child's brain grows enough that they can take over their own self-regulation. So it's a partnership between the adult and the child for quite a while. And it takes until a child is about 3 to have their full internalization of that attachment relationship. So, children are going to thrive with more access to their parents. That's what I want to say about this time of cocooning, you know, that everybody's staying at home. And guess what? That's what they've been craving all along. Let's do less. Let's not be so busy. Let's just be together. And I know that's hard for adults because you've got, you know, so much stress, because not only are you trying to do all the roles that your child needs as teacher and parent and, you know, extracurricular director, and you're maybe worried about, you know, finances or whatever. But this time actually may give you the chance to figure out that it doesn't take that much to meet a child's need. What it really takes is being in the moment when you are taking care. So so I'm going to move on to educaring a little bit, and then we're going to talk about some of the principles of educaring that make those big issues a little more manageable and a little easier on adults. So what Magda Gerber always said is children thrive both with time together and time apart from their adults. So you don't have to feel like you're supposed to spend every minute interacting with your child. So what you do is you make the most of the times when you are in close proximity with the child during those caregiving moments. You want to be fully present during those moments and slow them down so that the child really feels your attention, feels your deep engagement with them. So as you are caring for them, for instance, like you just want to wipe their faces, right? Okay, well, I have my little friend over here that's going to help me demonstrate a nice, slow caregiving, really just a moment. But you know what's cool about being in the moment is that time stops. It just stops. And so when you pick up a child or when you engage with the child, if you could just take a breath and be in the moment and go, well, hello. Here you are, you have a dirty face. And fancy that, I have a washcloth. And I want to wash your face with this washcloth. I'm going to get that schmutz off, okay? Here we go. Can you feel that? I warmed it. It's a warm washcloth. There you go. We'll get your lips clean too and your little chin. Yeah. We may as well wash your hands while we're at it. We're doing a lot of hand washing these days, aren't we? Let's wash. Wash. Okay, you ready to go play now? All right, well, I'll see you later. So, they crave our full presence. And the benefit for the adult is that it fills us up too. It fills the child up. They feel felt. They feel seen. And it actually can relieve our sense that we're not doing enough. If we can just really connect in those moments of caregiving, whether, you know, you got to turn off the TV when it's bath time, Turn off, put your phone away when it's mealtime. Don't check your messages. And just be there. Then you can both have those moments in time where the rest of the world just goes away and you're just together. And the thing that's really great about that is it buys you time to get done what you need to get done, because when you've had those full moments and you say, okay, now I have to go to work and here's your play time and I'll get back with you later, okay? And so if you set it up for some in the routine so that they know that it's going to be their playtime, and you've prepared an environment that you don't have to hover, that you don't have to be afraid they're going to hurt themselves, and you've put out some things that they enjoy playing with. The thing that's amazing about playtime is that it's really children's work time. I mean, Montessori people call children's play work. At Rye, we call it play because we really honor play, and we think that the joyful aspect of it is also part of what makes it good learning. And so we're going to trust their instincts, because again, they got this genetically preserved instinct to find out how the world works, what's going on in the world, what's there for them, what benefits to them are in their environment, what dangers, right? That's every creature has this seeking urge, and that's genetic. It's from evolution because it keeps us alive. And then going along with that is the part of the brain that's meant for play. And that again is preserved by our genes because it's for survival. So we don't have to teach children to play any more than we have to teach puppies to play. Think about puppies. Nobody has to teach them to play. So you can just set up the environment and know that they are going to have productive time while you're doing what you have to do. And so you don't have to hover over them and make sure they're learning while they're playing, because you can't stop them from learning. They're going to learn whether you try to stop them or not. They can't stop themselves. So you can just relax and get your I'm over here, I'm at the computer, I'm answering emails, call me if you need me. They need to know that somebody's there if there's a problem, or when they get hungry or tired, that you can step in and help them get back into their calm state. But we don't need to comment or judge or this is good, this is not good, as long as they're not destroying the house. But what's fun is to know that you don't have to go out and buy a whole bunch of expensive toys for them. If you are creative about how you use the things that are already in your house, they're going to have fun. Like, for instance, I prepared a few things to show you here. They can have fun with bowls and cups and spoons and little pieces of cloth, and this can be used for all kinds of things. It can play peekaboo, it can cover the doll, it can be your placemat when you're having a tea party, just a piece of cloth. At Rye, we're actually very fond of hair curlers. Now, I don't think most people use these kind of hair curlers in their hair anymore, but they can be had, and they're not expensive. And children have endless fun with them. You can do a lot. Look what I just found in here. It's a silicone measuring spoon. It's actually the favorite toy in my classroom. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, metal bowls. Metal bowls are really fun. Okay, so what's that making noise? It's juice can lids. It's trash. Sorry, I let my children play with trash. Yep. Here's a good one. So I took the label off of some jugs, you know, some like almond milk or orange juice bottles, and I put some water in with some food coloring, and I glued the lids on, and it's a favorite with all the toddlers that get to play with them. So that's pretty cool. And then, well, I don't know if I can reach it. Hold on. There are, you know, once in a while you actually have to have a real toy. So this is a really fun one because it's so open-ended, because children can stack it any way that, well, if you get the lid off. There's not just one right way to stack these toys. And they do all kinds of spinning and, you know, lots of things. So you wanna invest in open-ended toys that can be used in a lot of different ways, not things that only have one use and have to be, you know, supervised. Our method doesn't work of the free play, the uninterrupted play, if the objects need adult supervision to be safe. So this is one that's really great. Okay. So you might get the impression that I'm saying you should never ever play with your children. And I don't mean that at all. You know, children really thrive on the joy that comes from playing with their parents. And Alan Shore has pointed out that children thrive not just, that the adult's role is not just to calm the negative and down-regulate negative emotions, but it's also to up-regulate the positive emotions. And so the silliness or the extra creativity that they can get when the adult is playing and not taking over the play. You don't want to take it over, but you want to participate as an equal partner in the play with the child, so that you're having a genuine give and take back and forth with the child. So, so that we call in RIE, we call that once nothing time. And you don't have to do it all the time, just, you know, when you have a few minutes during the day, you know, 15, 20, if you have 30 minutes, that's like a bonus, right? And you just set aside, again, put everything away, put your phone away, turn the computer to the wall so you're not hearing the emails come in, and just concentrate on being with the child at the child's level, you know, and doing the things that are meaningful to the child. And then you'll have freedom to do what you have to do and not feel guilty. Because what's really hard for children is to have divided attention all the time. They need 100% attention some of the time. Then they need no attention some of the time, and you can negotiate that. And what's really helpful is to have a daily schedule where the child is able to predict when those times are going to be. I always know that I'm going to have breakfast with Daddy. I'm going to have lunch with Grandma, and we're going to be together. And in between, I'm going to have playtime, and the grown-ups are going to kind of be working, but they'll be there for me. And then always in the afternoon, before my nap, somebody reads books with me, and I get to pick. But it's a predictable routine. So what we're trying to build in children is the security of predictability, of knowing that they have adult resources available to them, and then the confidence to follow their own instincts in play. So we're looking for secure, confident children that are gaining in competence all the time. And as they get older, of course, there are opportunities for teaching. But when they're really young, what Magda said is, be careful what you teach. You might interfere with what they are learning. So trust in the process, trust in the care as learning time, trust in the free play as learning time. It's all learning time. And love the togetherness. And you know what? It's all going to be well. We're going to come out of this strange era we're in stronger and more connected.
Hello everyone, my name is Shlomit Entes. I'm originally from Israel. I'm a maternity and pediatric nurse, and I'm currently studying for my master's in clinical nutrition focused on pediatrics. I'm working in American Sino Hospital in Shanghai. I've been living in China since 2009, and I have 4 kids. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. I work as a parent coach and pediatric nurse and maternity nurse. So what I do is actually from prenatal classes, lactation consultation. I'm a baby sleep coach, parent coach for the early years. So everything that has to do from prenatal, from the time you're pregnant until you're a parent for the early ages. I have my own experience as a mom, so I always feel it's very important for me to kind of share and show and tell everyone that I actually have been through a lot with my kids as well, so I can share from my experience as a mother and also as a profession. Hope you enjoyed this wonderful, wonderful day and learn a lot, because I'm learning all the time from it and I'm really enjoying it myself. So bye-bye. See ya. Hello, and thank you, Ruth Ann, for this lovely, lovely presentation. Today I'm going to speak about the division of responsibility. I don't know if you heard about it, but this is a wonderful, wonderful tool for parents and for caregivers to kind of treat everything and all the battles and all the annoying part about feeding toddlers and babies. You know how sometimes we offer food and then we say, oh, please have 1 bite, 1 more just for mommy, and if you eat this, you will get this, and if you eat well, you'll get ice cream, and all of those sentences that I'm sure you heard as children, and maybe you even found yourself saying it to your children or the children in your care or day center. So the division of responsibility actually puts much, much less pressure on the parents and the caregivers regarding everything that has to do with mealtime. And I'll explain exactly how to do it, what to do, and why I think it's so wonderful. So our jobs as caregivers is actually to teach our children to be good eaters, right? But good not in a way that they would eat a lot, just good because they would know what they want to eat and if they're full and enjoy eating, right? So we want to kind of build a healthy relationship between food and our children. I think food is one of the most important things in our life regarding health, and it's very, very crucial to build it from a very young age. So the division of responsibility actually teaches us parents how to deal with food. What we have to do is practically pretty simple. And I'm putting here my notes so I won't forget anything. Our jobs as parents is to provide what we're offering, when we serve the food, and we also decide where to serve it. Do you want to serve it in the kitchen, in the living room, maybe in the play mattress, whatever you decide, but that's your decision. So we say when, we say what, and we say where. But then comes the difficult part when we kind of give the child all the control and he would decide what to eat and rather he wants to eat or not, okay? So this is actually putting all the responsibility on the child to listen to his own body, to understand, am I hungry? Do I like it? Am I eating because it's good for me? Or am I eating because mommy told me to eat? Or am I eating because I'm gonna get the prize later? So here, the practical part we have to know is that first we have to schedule meal times. And why is that so important? Because when a child knows that I have breakfast, I have lunch, I have dinner, and I also have 2 snacks during the day usually. So this is my recommendation when we're talking about, you know, a daily schedule. So 3 meals for children and then 2 snacks. And again, you decide when, according to the baby's or toddler's schedule. If your baby wakes up very early, breakfast will be early, everything will be early. If your baby wakes up late, it will be late. So this does not matter. This could change from one family to another, and that's completely fine. But what we do have to know is that whatever you decide, the mealtime has to be scheduled, because then the child knows exactly when he's going to get his food. Now again, it doesn't have to be, okay, it's 12 o'clock, we have to eat right now. And of course, every day can be a little bit different. We're not robots, we're not programs, so it can be really flexible in that way. But the child does know that now it's lunch, and then we have the next snack in 2 hours. So if he sits next to the table and says, I don't want to eat anything now, So what you can say as a caregiver is, it's okay, let's sit for 5 minutes, and if you don't want to eat anything, remember you have your snack in 2 hours from now. Now, of course, it depends on the age, so you can't say it to a 15-month-old baby, but you can definitely see that if a 15-month-old baby does not want to eat anything on the plate that you offer, and he's starting to throw the food and kind of like play around with it, or move around or do some noises or even cry and fuss, so he's probably not so hungry. In that case, if I see parents or again caregivers in daycares that say, sit down nicely, you have to eat it, please have one broccoli, please have one bite of this meat, oh it's so tasty, look I also like it, I really want to eat it now. All of those encouragements are actually putting a lot of pressure on the child, and he won't really eat because he's hungry, right? He won't really eat because he wants to or he likes it. He will eat maybe because he's doing you a favor and he wants you to just be quiet and stop nudging him and go to his next toy and leave the table. Or on the other case, he will just start throwing stuff around and show you that he's not interested. If he throws stuff around, you can always say, hey, please do not throw food. We don't throw food. Let's pick it up together. You pick it up if it's clean, of course. And then you say, let's get another chance. Are you sure you don't want this? It's okay. If you don't want it, I'll just take it to the refrigerator. And then you do that, okay? So maybe he won't even eat anything at that meal. And that's okay, all right? That's the big change that we have to know. It's okay for a child not to eat if he decides not to eat. I promise you, he's not going to starve. He really is not going to starve. And you know what? If he is a little bit hungry, he will have his snack just a little bit bigger, all right? So we're not punishing, and we're not saying like anything like, oh, I'm so mad you didn't finish, now I'm not gonna give you your snack. So those sentences are really, really not teaching your child anything positive. And that's why we wanna put zero pressure around mealtime, and we also wanna have scheduled meal times. So the child knows that I don't have to really eat right now if I'm not hungry, because anyway I'll have my snack. Or on the other hand, I will eat this now, and if I have snack later and I won't be hungry for my snack, that's also okay. So he knows, kind of like slowly he learns how to regulate his own hunger cues, and he knows that he will get his next food. He doesn't have to eat now a really big lunch, because he knows that later he would have another snack. Okay, so bottom line here is that we want to have scheduled meal times so the child knows, and then we have zero pressure around food, which means again that we don't want to have negative pressure. Of course, we don't say like, oh, eat it now, it's very healthy for you, eat it, it's very important, you will not grow if you're not going to eat. Or I heard some sentences like, I'm going to call the police, they're going to tell you to eat if you don't do that. Or like really extreme cases that you get prizes if you finish your plate. Oh my God. I heard that even in my daughter's kindergarten. She just came home and said to me, oh, you know what? Today I got 2 little diamonds. They get like little marble diamonds, and then they put it in a jar. At the end of the week, they get a nice prize. Okay, I'm not a big fan, but fine. Let's just put that to the side. But then I said, okay, that's great. Why did you get it? What good thing did you do today? And then she said, I finished my whole plate. And I was like, you finished your whole plate and that's why you got a diamond? Okay. And then I think it was almost the first time that I called the teacher and said, listen, let's not encourage children to finish their plate. Let's just encourage them to listen to their tummy, listen to their body, and think, am I hungry now? Did I eat enough? And that's it. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't offer food that your child likes, because of course we want him to eat. So my rule of thumb is to always offer one thing, at least one thing that you know he likes, okay? You don't want to put your child in front of a table that you know he doesn't like Brussels sprouts, you know he doesn't like salad, you know he doesn't like the chicken, but he has to kind of like choose whatever there is. No, I always feel it's really, really important to put stuff, one little thing that you know he can choose from that, okay? Another important thing is that if you put something on the table and you don't want your child to have that, that's not fair, okay? So if I'm eating something really spicy and I think it's not healthy for my child, or even just because I put too much salt in it because I like salt and I don't want my baby to eat it, but he's looking at my plate and asking for it, and then I'll say, no, this is mommy's. I really recommend not to do that as well. So my little rule in my family, and I always encourage parents to do it, is that you show, you share. Okay, so if you show it to the baby, if you show it on the table, or the toddler, or the child, you share, okay? Because if it's there, he can ask, he can try, and we don't want to have, again, that relationship of, no, this is mine, this is yours, you can't have mine. And we want our children to taste a lot of stuff, but of course it has to be healthy for them. So if it's not healthy for them, just don't show it to them, all right? Of course, I'm not talking about if you want a glass of wine, so they can learn that it's not so yummy and they can't have it. But on a regular basis, this is what I recommend. Okay, so let's see if I didn't forget anything, which is very, very quick, going over all the stuff that we have to go through. Okay, I wanted to say something about hunger. So I think I spoke a little bit about it before, but if your child is hungry, I think we're very much scared of that. You know, he's gonna be hungry. He's not gonna, you know, I don't know what will happen if he will be hungry. So I actually think it's not that bad if once in a while, you know, even once in his life in the beginning, he will know what hunger is, okay? So if he decided to skip dinner and he didn't want to eat anything at dinner, and then you're so worried that he's not gonna sleep well at night, you can actually offer a bedtime snack. It doesn't have to be snack like in a sweet snack, but it could be just anything healthy, protein, like cheese, or some one small cracker, or anything, fruit, vegetable, anything you like to offer as snack. By the way, snack is not always sweet, right? Actually, the opposite. I really encourage not to have too many sweets, and snack can be anything. So you can offer a bedtime snack. And if he decides not to have his bedtime snack, let's say 1 hour after you finish dinner, because you saw he didn't eat dinner, you say, okay, we'll have a bedtime snack. You can always have a bedtime snack, by the way, if you have a baby that doesn't eat very well, or a toddler at dinner time. So you can offer that. If he decides not to have the bedtime snack, and then he wakes up at 12 o'clock at night asking for food, I really, really recommend to say, hey, you had dinner, you didn't want to eat it. You had an option to have snack, you didn't want it. So we'll have breakfast in the morning. We're not eating at night, okay? So as a baby sleep coach, I can tell you that food, of course, depending on age, but after the age of around even 12 months for sure, we do not offer food at night. So we want to make sure that the baby cycle, the toddler cycle, is that he's eating during the day and he's not eating during the night. So then again, going back to my example, if your child wakes up at 12 o'clock and he's really hungry and you're saying it's okay, you can have a sip of water and we'll have breakfast, and even a bigger breakfast. So you offer a bigger breakfast, that's okay. But you don't have to offer food in the middle of the night because you're afraid he's hungry. Because again, the child that knows that he's hungry now because he didn't have dinner and he decided not to have his dinner snack, that's okay. So he knows that the next day he better eat something because he recognized that feeling of being just a tiny little bit hungry at night. So what I'm saying is we don't have to be afraid of hunger. Just to know and recognize that feeling of being hungry is actually really important, and it's a very important skill and kind of like a milestone that the child has to experience once or even twice in order to learn how to behave and how to control his own needs. All right? So I think that's really important, and I promise you, he's not going to starve in any way. So that's for sure. Another very important thing I always really want all parents to know is that we have a growth chart, right? We have to follow our child's growth chart, and we have to, of course, have healthy food. But the growth chart shows you from the time that the baby's born until he's older, you know, even until he's 10 or even older, it shows you how he grows compared to his own chart. Which means that if your child is on the 10th percentile all the way through, from the time he's born or from the time he's like 2 months old until he's 3 years old, he's still on the 10th percentile in that little curve, that's really okay. My boy is on the 10th percentile. He's extremely talented and smart, and he loves sports, and he's 10 years old. He's on the 10th percentile all the time. I think he eats pretty well, but he's still on that percentile, and that's okay. That's his genetics. That's his body structure. I don't have to push food and tell him you have to grow, you're only on the 10th percentile, because we always are like that. We have big people, we have small people, we have short, we have more chubby. It all depends on how we are born, our DNA, and of course on what we eat and what we offer. But what I want to say is that smaller children are, as long as they're following their own curve, they're healthy, just like a child that is on the 80th percentile. There is no, he is better because he's on the 80th and my child is only on the 10th, so I feel he's not as healthy. Not at all, So that's really important to remember. Now, if your child is on a growth chart, but he broke the curve, that's an issue that I would recommend to consult with a nutritionist, pediatric nutrition, or pediatric doctor. Okay, I think my time is almost over. Let's see that I didn't forget anything. By the way, division of responsibility, you can start at any age, so it's never too late. You just have to kind of modify it to the correct age. But if you just heard about it now, you want to read it and study about it, and then you want to start and your child is already 3 or 4 or 5 or even 10, that's completely fine. So there's never too late for that. I think that's it. So remember that overall, we're looking to just build healthy relationship with our children, of course, and also between children and their eating habits.
Hello, children. Good morning. How are you doing today? Good? Okay, let's start our day with our song. Remember our song? When you wake up. What are the things that we do when we wake up? When we wake up, we wash our face. We also comb our hair. And when we wake up, we make our bed. Remember, how do we make our bed? We make our bed. Are you ready to sing the song? Yes? 1, 2, here we go. When you wake up in the morning, you better comb your hair. Comb your hair. When you wake up in the morning, comb your hair and get ready for a brand new day. One more time, because when you wake up in the morning, you better make your bed. Make your bed. When you wake up in the morning, make your bed and get ready for a brand new day. One more time, because when you wake up in the morning, you better brush your teeth. Brush your teeth. When you wake up in the morning, brush your teeth and get ready for a brand new day. One more time, because when you wake up in the morning, you better put on some clothes. Put on some clothes. When you wake up in the morning, put on some clothes and get ready for a brand new day. There's many things that we do in the morning, children, and I know you do a lot of those things. And now we are going to do our Where Are You Wearing game. So I am going to see, what are you wearing? Today I'm going to be looking for something red. So let me show you how red looks like. Ready, children? I am going to share with you what I'm going to be looking today. So for our game, what are you wearing? I am going to look and see if someone is wearing something red. Remember, that's red. So you may be wearing a red shirt or red shorts. Probably you can be wearing something on your hair that looks red, or you can be wearing socks that have some red. If you're wearing red, you are going to touch your head. And I'm also going to be looking and see if someone is wearing something blue. So if you are wearing blue, maybe you're wearing blue socks or a blue dress, probably blue shoes or a blue hat. And if you're wearing blue, let me think what rhymes with blue. Shoe. You can touch your shoes if you're wearing blue. Ready, children? Let's start singing our song. Remember our movements. We do, what are you wearing today? Today. 1, 2, here we go. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing today? Today. Let's do it together. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing today? Today. If you're wearing something red, touch your head. If you're wearing red today, let me look around. I see Saya and I see Tommy wearing red. touch your head, your head, your head. Now let's do blue. What are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing today, today? If you're wearing something blue, touch your shoe. If you're wearing blue today, today, let me see. Who's wearing blue? Oh, I see that Anna's wearing blue. Sophia's wearing blue. Joseph is wearing blue. So, what are you wearing? What are you wearing? What are you wearing today, today? That was our What Are You Wearing game. And now, children, we are going to be doing another game. And we are going to go on an animal tracking. Remember, we have learned about many animals. Now we are going to go on an animal tracking. You ready? So we're going to look for an animal. Those animals can be behind the bushes, behind the branches, and I'm going to give you some clues on how to find the animals. So let me get ready to share with you my screen, and you can see the animal search game. Okay, ready? Remember that we sing our song? We're going on an animal search. We're going on an animal search to Africa. Okay, everybody, searching, searching. Now, children, there's an animal behind the branches. Can you spot for that animal? Okay. Let me see. I'm going to give you one clue. Here is how that animal, this is how the tracks from an animal look like. A track or a footprint. Can you see that? And now I'm going to move one of the branches to see if you know what animal is that. Can you see the animal feet? Probably you know what animal is there. But let's keep moving, and I am going to move one more branch. And now, children, what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to play the sound that the animal makes. You're ready? Listen. You hear that? Okay. This animal begins with the sound ch. The name of the animal begins with the sound ch. Let's see if you can find what animal it is. Let me move the last branch. Children, do you know what it is? What? Chimpanzee. Yes. Okay, now let's go one more time. I'm going on an animal search. I'm going on an animal search to Africa. Let me see. Okay, children, this animal is hiding behind the branches. Let me give you one clue. This is an animal that on hot days loves to swish water on his body, all over their body, and then spray some dust. And with all that mud, they use it as sunblock. Okay, you probably know more. Let me move a branch. Can you spot a little bit of the animal? Yes? Okay, let me give you one more clue. Look, children, this is a footprint from that big animal. So it's a very big footprint. Let's see. That's another footprint from that very big animal. Okay, let me move a branch and show you again. Ready? Okay, children, now we are going to hear the sound that that animal makes. Ready? That was very loud. Okay, children, I'm going to move one more branch and I think you're gonna know what animal I'm spying. What? Yes, an elephant. That's an elephant. Let's do one more, children. So now we are going to go on an animal search. This is the last time. Ready? I'm going on an animal search. I'm going on an animal search to Africa. Okay, let's see what animal is hiding behind those branches. Okay, let me give you a clue. These are the footprints of that animal. Yes, they live close to the mud and to ponds. Let's move one more branch. Children, do you want to hear the sound that that animal makes? You ready? Okay, listen. Oh, I think you know a little bit of this animal. Let me give you one more clue. This animal likes to live in ponds and loves to be on the logs. They love to be on logs and jump to the water. Let me move the last branch and see if you know what it is. It has speckles and sometimes they're green. You know what it is? Yes, it's a frog, and that's a green speckled frog. So children, a word that rhymes with frog is log, and that reminds me of the song that we really like. Remember our song? Yes, the one with 3. Can you show me 3? You can put your pinky and your thumb together to make 3. 3, and we're gonna pretend that these are 3 green speckled frogs, like the one that we saw. And now we are going to pretend that our arm is a log. So our frogs that love to jump into the water, they are here in the log. We're pretending that our fingers are frogs. Ready to sing our song? 1, 2, here we go. 3 green and speckled frogs sat on a speckled log, eating some most delicious bugs. Yum, yum. 1 jumped into the pool where it was nice and cool. Now there's just 2 green speckled frogs. Gloop, gloop. Children, show me 2. Can you show me 2 with your fingers? Remember that we're pretending that our arm is the log. So, ready? 1, 2, here we go. 2 green and speckled frogs sat on a speckled log, eating some most delicious bugs. Yum, yum. 1 jumped into the pool where it was nice and cool. Now there's just 1 green speckled frog. Gloop, gloop. Children, ready? Remember that we're pretending that this is the log and we have just 1 frog left. 1 green and speckled frog sat on a speckled log, eating some most delicious bugs. Yum, yum. It jumped into the pool where it was nice and cool. Now there's no green speckled frogs. Gloop, gloop. Did you like that song, children? It's a nice song that we were singing. So now we are going to read a book, and there's a frog in the book. You want to know the name of the book? The Sunset Pond. This book is written by Laura Appleton Smith and is illustrated by Jonathan Bummes. Look at the cover. Ready, children? We are going to read our book. Now, Matt and Bud run down the hill to the Sunset Pond. Look at the picture with Matt and Bud. They're both running to the Sunset Pond. Let's see what's going to happen. Matt picks up a stick to toss. This is Matt, and this is Bud. Bud gets the stick in the pond. Look, Bud is swimming back. Matt pats Bud. Bud is the best dog. Then Matt and Bud stop. What can it be? They're looking at the pond and they see something. Children, what do you think it's going to be? Let's see. A log is on the pond. A big frog is on the log. Do you want to see the big frog on the log in the pond? Look. Here's a big frog. And it's a speckled frog. Can you see? Look, here's Matt and Bud looking at the big frog on the log, like our song. Bud hops back down into the pond. Bud gets to the log. I think he wants to play with a frog. But the big frog hops into the pond. Plop. Look at the big frog. Here's the log, and here's Bud. Bud naps on the dock. Matt skips rocks on the pond. The pond is the best spot at sunset. Look, they're sitting admiring the vista. The end. Children, did you like that book? I like it. It's fun. Okay, children, now we are going to do a sound game. Ready to do a sound game? Okay, so remember, when we do sound games, we're going to listen. This time we're going to listen for the first sound in some words. For example, my name is Mariana. My name begins with the sound Mariana. Let me see, is there someone else in here that their name begins with the sound Matt. Who else begins with the sound Mika. Your name begins with the sound Okay, children, so now we are going to spot for some animals that their name begin with some sounds. You're ready to do that? Okay, so now let me share with you. That way we can do the sound game. Okay, children, we are going to listen, okay? Remember how we listen? I am going to look for an animal that begins with the sound okay, children, look for an animal that begins with the sound and if you can see it, raise your hand really high so I can see that you can find the animal that begins with the sound. You found it? Where is it? You can find it up there. Yes, frog begins with the sound frog. And we know many things about frogs. Okay, children, now we are going to look for another animal. You ready? Okay, now we are going to look for an animal that the name begins with the sound ah. Okay, ready? Children, can you see an animal that begins with the sound ah? Yes! Raise your hand if you were able to find ant. Ant begins with the sound ah. Okay, children, we are going to do the last one. You ready? So get ready to listen. Listen. The next animal, the name of this animal begins with the sound eh. You ready? Can you find an animal that begins with the sound eh? Where is it? Is it big? Yes, it's a big animal that begins with the sound eh. Let's see. Yes, children, raise your hand really high if you were able to find the animal that begins with the sound eh. What is it? Yes, it's an elephant. Elephant begins with the sound eh. And remember, children, that elephants love to live in big groups. Yes, elephants live together and they travel together, and these big groups are called herds. And sometimes there are a lot of elephants in these big groups because they like to be together. Look, sometimes there can be even 50 elephants in one of the herds. Children, this reminds me of a song that I really like. Remember, the more we get together? You're ready? Let's sing it. Remember that we're going to do like this when we do the more we get together. And then when we just say get together, we do it like this. Another movement that we're going to be doing is that we're going to put our fingers like this. And then we're going to do this and this. And when we say happy, we are going to do like this. Okay, so those are many movements. Let's practice. Ready, children? We're going to practice with the music. Now, 1, 2, here we go. The more we get together, 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 the more we get together, the happier we'll be. When your friends are my friends and my friends are your friends, the more we get together, the happier we'll be. There's Matt and Anna and Alex and Sophia. There's Johnny and Rena. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. That's a lovely song, children, and we are together in this meeting. So now it's time to say goodbye. You're ready to say goodbye? Let's start saying goodbye by pounding our fist. You ready? Remember how we pound our fist? You do? So you're gonna do this and this, and let's pound. I pound and say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I pound and say goodbye to everyone I see. Now let's wiggle. I wiggle and say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I wiggle and say goodbye to everyone I see. Now let's clap. I clap and say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I clap and say goodbye to everyone I see. Now the last one, let's wave. I wave and say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I wave and say goodbye to everyone I see. Goodbye, children. See you tomorrow. We're going to learn more things about animals tomorrow. Bye.
Hello, this is Charlotte McClurkin. I'm very happy to be able to introduce Montessori Teacher Preparation International to you. It is the branch of Montessori Teacher Preparation of Washington, which is international distance learning. We're very proud of our course. It's life-changing. The materials are advanced in all areas, and we have a joyful, modern approach to Montessori education. We want the children to experience life and to enjoy learning. It's much more important that children will learn to be self-confident and joyful learners than it is to learn to read. And I have been a trainer for more than 40 years. I can't count how many adults have taken our training in many different places of the world, even through our distance learning courses. I'm happy to be able to participate, even at my so-called advanced age. I'm still strong and healthy and able to share the love of Montessori education with you.
Hello everyone. It's a great honor to be part of Montessori Reimagined and share my voice with so many incredible professionals that I admire and learn from. I am Lilith. I'm a Montessori teacher from Armenia, and I've been working and living in China more than 5 years. Currently, I live in a beautiful city in the south of China. When a dear friend of mine asked to share here, frankly speaking, I had a little freak out in the beginning because I saw the speakers that we had a chance to hear today. They've done such an important work that inspired and motivated so many educators, and not only educators. So I decided to write a message explaining why I think that I don't have anything authentic and new to share, and that it would be really reasonable if somebody else would use this time to teach us and inspire us. So I wrote a message, and I really couldn't send it because I felt that it was incomplete and not true. So I tried to understand the intentions of my actions, like why I wanted to reject or why I wanted to accept it. And while being in the middle of this emotional turmoil and jumping on a trampoline of excitement and wandering in the dark sides of the fear, I thought that, well, maybe this could be something worth it to share. And the dark side of our emotions and thoughts. So I called a friend of mine to ask her advice, and I said, I really want to name the presentation The Dark Side of Being a Teacher, but I'm a little bit concerned that people will see me presenting teachers as dark, or being a teacher as a dark job. So what do you think? And she said, oh no, don't think about it. I think it's really very straightforward, and it actually is really good because you kind of, the name the name kind of sets the mood that you're going to talk about something negative, something depressive maybe, so they will not really expect anything fun to happen in your video. So it wasn't really my intention. I don't want to talk about anything depressive or anything like negative in a way that you might think, but rather I would like to shed a little bit light and try to see these words like dark and negative from a new perspective. Instead, let's call them unwanted or unexplored or maybe numb. And when we think especially about our emotions, that unwanted emotions that we don't want, or maybe we didn't really explore them yet, and they're not seen by others, and especially not seen by ourselves, that's what I would like to talk about today. And when we have a relationship with somebody or even with ourselves, we always have these emotions with us, and we also bring these emotions with us to our classroom, into the interactions with the children and with our co-workers. For example, how many times we reacted to the high noise levels in the classroom, thinking that we react because we try to keep the calm and the quiet so the children will be able to concentrate. But is it really the reason? Maybe really deep down we are just afraid to be seen as an incompetent teacher, not being able to set basic boundaries. Maybe it's not really the noise inside the classroom, rather the noise in our head saying that you're not worthy of being a teacher, somebody else should do this job, you didn't maybe pay enough attention during your trainings. Or how many times we got annoyed with the child for being silly and not taking the class seriously. Maybe deep down we were just annoyed with ourselves that we forgot how to have fun and be silly. Or how many times the child who always copies to get attention of his peers and his friends and his teachers, or more professionally and honestly expressed, he just trying to meet his basic needs of belonging, needs of being accepted and loved. Maybe deep down we learned so good to ignore our needs, and this child was reminding of them one more time. Or how many times we try to teach the children to be independent and be able to work on their own, and they are refusing to be alone, questioned our methods. Why he cannot work on his own, we were asking, instead of asking, why is he feeling lonely? Maybe deep down we were also feeling lonely, and once again we have been forced to feel what we didn't want to feel. If you are a teacher, maybe you had similar situations, maybe not. And maybe you're asking now, so what to do? How can I fix it? How can I change it? Discover these dark sides of the emotions. Honestly, I cannot give an ultimate answer to this. The very reason that I had a freak out and didn't want to share here just proves that even if I was able to have a little bit idea of this very deep emotions, but I cannot change it. I couldn't change it. But I believe that discovery starts with curiosity. So allowing to be curious, to understand the intentions and the reasons behind our actions, and especially reactions, will help us to see the same situation from a different perspective, perhaps from a more empathetic one. I consider myself a lucky person to have great mentors and trainers, and lucky to be a Montessori teacher and work with very young children. Being around very young humans can be a blessing if we're ready to explore and learn with them, to wander in the dark sides of our emotions and let the children to help us to see our needs. But if we are not ready, and it's absolutely fine not to be ready, it can be exhausting physically, and more importantly, it can be exhausting mentally and emotionally. I hope that I could connect with some of you today, and thank you so much for watching me today.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I'm coming to you today from ABC Sky in Xiamen, China. And I'm going to be talking about the importance of reading to children from an early age. Now, this is very important to do, and this is something that here we put into practice as we have children starting from the age of like 3 months, and we go up to at least 6 years old. Now, there have been studies from all around the world that have looked into about how reading and literacy and language go together. Now, one of these studies was done by the National Literacy Trust back in 2017, where they found that young children who were read to daily by their parents or by somebody else at school, that they were 4 times more likely to score higher than those children who were not read to daily. Now, this is a huge difference, and it goes to show that how important those early years are. Now, there's something that is like called shared reading, and it has multiple benefits, including those where we can help to enrich the language exposure through developing and building vocabulary and strengthening the grammar ability, the developing of their listening skills, and also introducing spelling, because they get to see the words as they're written down on the page. Now, something that is shown that it's something that you do more and more shows benefits. This is the same as like exercise, so let's put it into practice now. Now, let's start a little bit by talking about the brain development, and I'm only going to touch on this as it's not really my area. But the brain itself is the most complex organ inside the body, and it's so true when it comes to babies. The small piece of a brain that is the size of a grain of rice has over 1,000 nerve cells and makes over 100,000 connections, which is amazing when you think it's like around 1 trillion nerve cells. So the brain is made up of several different areas. Okay, and each part has its own responsibilities. The brain then develops from the bottom up, and the frontal lobe is what's developed last. And this is why 0 to 3-year-olds then cannot always make that connection between their actions and their consequences. Now, let's look a little bit closer at babies, even before they're born. Now, when they're only 24 weeks in the womb, the baby's brain cells are already in place. The heart and the lungs are already starting to develop. At 6 months, now the connections are being made. Connections mean that learning's already in progress, and it's already happening. These connections are being tested constantly, and if they are correct, they are kept and they're repeated. If they're not and they're wrong, for any reason, then they're forgotten about and they're deleted. And this is something that is called pruning. The brain only keeps what is necessary. This is the process of learning. And when we learn, we make new connections. Now, children between the ages of 0 to 3 are in something that's called the absorbent mind phase. This phase is where children take in and absorb everything that they see. The brain grows super fast. And from birth, their brain is only 25% developed. But by the time they're 1 year old, it's 70% developed. At 3 years old, it's now 85% developed, and so on. You can see how fast that development takes place. This absorbent mind is how children learn language. Now, this is why the children never need to have official classes in their mother tongue. They just absorb these words, the language, and they're able to speak. So, how can reading now help? In today's world, reading is everyday life. As children, we learn to read so that we can learn. As adults, we learn about the world. We learn about the news, what's going on, and how to do things. For children, reading aloud is more than just the opening of a book. And reading is more than just seeing what's on the page. What is highly recommended, and what we try to do here, is try to bring those stories to life in something that is called interactive reading. This is where the reader will talk with the child as they're reading the story to help them build connections and make it more true to the child's life. There are several techniques that can be used to enrich this learning experience, and they can all be adapted to be used in any language. So, let's take a look at babies and toddlers for reading. They absorb and they take in everything at this early age, as I've already mentioned, but they absolutely adore this time and warm interaction with their parents. Have you ever seen a child sitting with their parents whilst a parent reads a book? They love to hear the stories and hear the parents make the silly sounds of the characters. And then as the parents point to the pictures, it helps the child to make that connection to what is being said. For children that are now around about 3 months old, it is recommended that you use different kind of books that kind of help to look at textures within those books. So find textual books, and something that is also quite good is fabric books, because we know that they are going to try and put everything in their mouths. This is how babies and early toddlers learn. So make sure that you find something that is suitable. You can find board books like this one, ones that have moving parts, and you can ask your child to help pull. Now they're working on new skills. They're looking at the fine motor skills. They can also start to help to turn the page. Now, some advice that we give to our parents here is that when you read aloud, have fun. What you love to do, your child will also love to do. So make reading fun. For older children around you, if they're between 5 and 6, let them choose a book that you're going to read to them. That means that they get a better connection with it. Now, they might choose something that's non-fictional, where it's giving more details. So you don't have to read the whole book. Now, I love this book because it allows children to learn things about why things happen. The National Geographic has a range of books that do it on the Big Book of How, Big Book of Who, for example. And it gives the child, if they have a question, you can go to the books and learn it together and help them understand what's going on. It's alright if you read the same stories over and over again. It's only as a parent where these stories become a bit boring and like, oh. But your child will notice more and more things in those stories than they did before. So help them, make them closer linked to their own life. It isn't always necessary, as I said, to finish the story in one session. You can pause and you can ask questions. Bookmark the page if it's really late and you don't have time to finish it. When you pick up the book again, just start by asking questions about what happened. Why was that person feeling sad? And this will help children to then build and have more conversation about what they've learned. Making connections between the book and real life will help your child to realize that books are not just all made up from the imagination, but sometimes they're inspired by real life events. So remember, when you first pick up a book, it's important to read the title and also look at the author. Now, if there's an illustrator, you can also mention them, as it helps them to connect with the stories. If there's a dedication, it gives the child a reason for why this story maybe has been written. By telling them the author, they can then start to learn about the authors that they really like. Now that could be Julia Donaldson. It could be Eric Carle. It could be someone like Roald Dahl or Anthony Brown. But they'll start to find those books and they'll want to read more and more. Now, you open the book from the first page and look at the illustrations. First, you're going to just go through the story, looking at those illustrations, talking about what you see. What do you think might happen? So then they're going to start these conversations. You're going to do the picture walk, and then you're going to go back to the beginning and start to read. Every so often, take a pause and read from what's going on to actually making a connection with your child. Try to encourage your child to make the predictions about what might happen next, so that they can then see when you read where they write. Or did they think of another solution to realize that sometimes things can be solved more than one way? It's really important to build a routine of reading. You can do this at home. With really young children, do it at bedtime. It's so nice just to snuggle down with your child and read a bedtime story. If your children are older, then why not set up a reading corner in your house where every night for half an hour, everybody just goes to the corner, they sit down and they read. They either read their individual books or you come together and you read one story together. Now these stories can be taken outside of the home. Go out, go on picnics, take stories with you. Don't feel like you have to do only reading at home. Reading goes everywhere. So some key points just to think about, okay? Reading and storytelling with your child promotes brain development and gives them chances to use their imagination. It teaches your child about language and emotions and strengthens their relationships. Add variety to reading. Look at picture books, look at stories. You can even look at stories about your culture. Even incorporate singing nursery rhymes, songs. At the end of the day, it's language exposure, and that's what's important. For babies and young children, often read books that have song and story connections that have good rhyme. This allows the repetition. Older children may have a particular theme that they're interested in, and that's okay to let them go to this. But as adults, as educators, or as parents, it's up to us to offer them more chances to explore the different avenues. Create that reading time at home, as I said. Everyone just gathers, do something together. No TV, no music, no technology. It's amazing what can happen when you do this together. And by doing this, you're starting your child up for further study, to learning, to building and expanding their knowledge. So I want to leave you with one final thought, and that is help your child learn to read so that they can then read to learn. Thank you for listening.
Good day and hello everyone. Let me start by expressing my honor to speak for the audience of the Montessori Reimagined online conference. I hope that all of you are feeling good, safe and inspired wherever you are. I am sending my regards from the beautiful place located in Bali Island. It's good that I've started with expressing my honor instead of expressing my apologies for the noise that you will hear during this video. But I decided to make it on the construction site because I found the fact that my current accommodation is still under construction. I found that coincidence pretty interesting because the first thought about my idea I want to share with you today is that all of us are still under construction. When I say all of us, I mean us, humans. Those among us that are developing and constructing themselves the fastest and with the most visible results are, of course, children. And having in mind your background, because you are either Montessori teacher or a parent of Montessori child, you are perfectly aware of that fact. The fact that occasionally slips away from our awareness is that deep inside each of us there is the inner child. It will be easy for both of you. For the grown-up I'm speaking to, and for the inner child inside. For both of you, it will be easy to notice the variety of programs that are now offered to all of us willing to dedicate our time, energy, and readiness to a lifelong process of personal development. Many of personal development programs are based on mindfulness techniques, physical exercises, in many cases diets, prayings, but some of them are based on the inner child work. The first time when I read the expression inner child work, the last word took almost all of my attention because I was already aware of the Montessori approach to work, and that idea came to my mind. What if Montessori work is offered to inner child. The idea of inner child is pretty old, and some of the practices based on that idea are almost 50 years old. But usually, since the first therapies based on inner child were established, usually those personal development programs are based on journaling, freehand drawing, and something that can be compared with play with the inner child. Personally, I never participated in any of those, but I was reading a lot about them, and that matched with my previous knowledge about Montessori education, which brought this idea that I was lucky enough to implement for several times, and even luckier to implement that idea here in this beautiful surrounding of Bali Island. So let me go back to the beginning. Inner child, as defined by Carl Gustav Jung, famous psychologist, and as practiced by many therapists, has some needs. We are able to recognize them, and we are able to give right cure for some of the inner child's wounds. But what we often miss to do is to offer education to that inner child. So the whole idea of kindergarten for inner child that I started developing in 2019 is to take the main components of Montessori education and to repack them for grown-ups. In practice, that worked in really interesting way. When I was thinking how to explain the inner child work based on Montessori education, I realized that it's probably the best way to describe it is by describing the workshop itself. So I'm lucky enough to share that description of workshops conducted here in Bali Island in February of this year. All of them had 3 hours long work cycle. Those of you who are aware of Montessori 3 hours long work cycle, you will understand easily. But in case that some of you are not aware of that, let me just say that Maria Montessori insisted of uninterrupted working time, and what is found to be the most optimal for children is actually 3 hours long, which I took as time measurement for the workshop activities for the retreat based on the kindergarten for inner child. During those 3 hours, participants were having, just to begin with, breathing exercise. They weren't allowed to wear any shoes. Additional thing that is not in original idea, but that worked perfectly for this condition being in Bali Island. That additional idea is actually based on Balinese tradition, and now I need to bring that to your attention because that might also be interesting. So very briefly, Balinese culture has one very interesting detail about parenting and child care, and it's actually related to the fact that for the first 105 days, Balinese children don't have any names. Of course they have, but that name is not announced. So after 105 days, Balinese child touch the ground for the first time, which is a ceremony itself, and his or her name is announced to the world. So as some sort of homage to the location we had our workshop at, for 105 minutes of our 3 hours long cycle, we didn't use our personal names. And we avoided soil ground. Of course, we walked on paved ground, but not touching any soil. And another Montessori component taken straight away from her philosophy that was implemented in kindergarten for inner child is the idea of learning in mixed age groups. That is the thing that comes as recommendation for all participants of the workshop, and they are, since the beginning of workshop, in some sort of quest to find their best peers, no matter if they are a bit older or a bit younger, with motto of finding someone to share with and finding someone to learn from. Another thing that was, and it took me much longer to make this video than I expected. We will soon lose light, and I just don't want to forget to announce the final screen of this video, where I will provide the code for the page I am curating at the moment, and it's about inner child work based on Montessori education, of course. The name of it is Inner Child Out, but the following screen should present code that can lead you to the page where you can find some additional information, and of course where you can get in touch with me.
每一天，当你打开它的时候，搜索海量免费的优质环创和创意，下载100种超级实用的电子素材，获取精挑细选的独家教研课程，感觉自己是最棒的。当然，你会发现越来越多聪明的幼师和园长都在使用它。又要做新学期开学环创了，没有新鲜的灵感，搜索资源的渠道少，费时又费力。这些问题在聪明的幼师看来，通通不是问题。打开幼师口袋，搜索美工区关键词，特色的环创和创意立刻呈现。美工区活动缺乏想法和素材，别急，电子素材来帮你。轻松下载打印素材，开始制作吧。拍下精彩瞬间上传分享，成就感真是爆棚呢。聪明的幼师从不缺新鲜创意，工作的时候总是高效出色。怎么让新手教师快速上手？怎么提升全员专业能力？聪明的园长总能找出最好的解决办法。打开口袋学堂，丰富的系列课程，选中即可查看。根据园所专业学习需求，制定教研计划表。实际教研之前，简单分享给骨干老师。每天只需几分钟，轻松打造专业教师团队。聪明的园长从不苦恼教研没抓手，能够快速提升全员教师专业能力。你以为只有这些功能吗？那就太小看幼师口袋了。幼师口袋 APP、新媒体矩阵、培训和实务产品的陆续推出，让幼师口袋成为了全国专业的幼教资源分享与学习平台。幼师口袋专业培训不仅包含环创区角的精品培训，还包括带你看世界的精品游学，手把手提升园所保教质量的定制式入园督导培训服务，以及 Hope 幼儿教育创新与实践高峰论坛。幼师口袋 APP 是全国幼儿教师必备的手机软件，可以帮助老师提高80%查找环创资源的效率。幼师口袋新媒体矩阵通过文字、图片、
音频、视频等形式，以多种平台为幼师提供环创曲角创意、教研干货、家园共育等资源。幼师口袋实物产品与线上功能相结合，用简单实用的产品解决幼儿园中的实际问题，简单化幼教工作。如今，平均每2位幼师就有1位在使用幼师口袋喽。你还在等什么？赶紧快下载使用吧！
Hi everyone, this is Dr. Paul Epstein, and it's my honor to represent the staff, instructors, directors, and the adult learners of EMTTA and KAIMC. Together, we wish all of you a wonderful conference here at Montessori Reimagined. EMTTA began over 15 years ago to develop the Montessori community in China. We set out to raise the next generation of Chinese Montessori educators in accordance with the international standards of AMS and MACD. During these many years, we have now educated well over 850 Montessori teachers. We began with the early childhood program, and then later we added infant and toddler. Recently, our administrators program became affiliated by AMS, and about 2 years ago, our KAIMC program was accredited by MACD. You know, we live today in a world that's filled with profound changes due to the pandemic. These changes, I think, require that we question and consider newly, how will we educate, not only in school, but in a very different prepared environment, the prepared environment of the home. Given these new normal realities, EMTTA and KAIMC are working to develop new ways of teaching adult learners to guide and educate young children. For example, KAIMC is opening soon a new online learning platform. Of course, our work is guided by the amazing Dr. Maria Montessori, and it is interesting to me that this is also the 150th anniversary of her birth year. All of us together recognize her genius, and we are proud to share in this amazing legacy. Our legacy does connect us together, especially in this most noble task of all, guiding life. As you well know, we guide life when we serve children and one another. This is often so exciting when we experience new understandings about children and ourselves. But at times it's also challenging and even daunting. This Montessori way of life is about transformation as we reimagine ourselves and connect to life with love. We have an incredible need for love. There's tremendous uncertainty and fear right now, but I think there's also tremendous opportunity for us to, for example, consider our Montessori legacy. Which elements should continue? What new elements should we adopt? Montessori Reimagined is an opportunity for us to ask these questions. As children today grow in this ever-changing future, we are working at EMTTA and KAIMC to reimagine Montessori teacher preparation to better serve and guide life. On behalf of EMTTA and KAIMC, I wish all of you a fantastic conference.
Hey, welcome to EMTTA and KAIMC.
My name is Robert Pereira, and I'm coming to you today from Australia, from Canberra to be exact. And I've been asked to talk to you about early childhood and the experience of school bullying. Now, my background is that of a high school teacher. I taught science in high school for many years, and I was also the school counsellor. But in the last 30 years, I've kind of gone around Australia, New Zealand, international schools in China, South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, India even, to help teachers and schools upon request to deal with this problem of school bullying. I want to say 6 things about it. Number 1, school bullying is a universal phenomenon. That means it exists in every country, in every school, at every grade level. There are no exceptions. Number 2, all age groups. So often people tend to think that bullying is a secondary school situation. Yes, it is, but it's also in elementary school, it's in primary school, and it's even in early childhood. Now, obviously at that level, bullying is not going to be very intense. But for a 4 or 5-year-old child, whether it's a boy or a girl, any experience because of their level of maturity will be an intense experience for them. Third thing, you find bullying in large schools as well as small schools. The largest school I've ever had anything to do with had 4,350 students. You can't tell me there's no bullying going on there. The smallest school I was involved in only had 11 students. Now, obviously, it was quite a happy place. However, if I gave them a lesson on bullying, all the issues that you would find in a large school was found in this small school. Bullying occurs in country schools as well as city schools. So this isn't just a city problem. This is a country problem as well. And this next one could be a shock. You find bullying in the most prestigious schools, and you find bullying in the poorest of schools. So some people like to think that, oh, our school, we pay very high school fees, so we don't have a bullying problem here. Wrong. As one deputy principal in a New Zealand prestigious school said to me last year, our girls use a more expensive mobile phone to do their bullying. And last of all, bullying is a boy issue as well as a girl issue. Now, some people like to think it's just a boy issue because boys, you know, they get rough. No, it's a girl issue. And I'd like to make the claim that girl bullying is worse than boy bullying. In girl bullying, it's all about psychological mind games. So those are 6 introductory things about bullying. Now, I would imagine there'd be quite a few teachers among you. And I would imagine that most of you are parents. Now, behind me, you can see a chart. It is divided into 4 vertical sections and a few cross lines and boxes up here. Now, what I'm going to be doing is to use this piece of paper eventually to help you deal with bullying, whether it's in the classroom or with your own child. Right? Now, every boy and girl knows, you don't have to tell them this, they all know that bullying is wrong and it shouldn't be engaged in. That doesn't stop them. Every high school in Singapore or Hong Kong or China or the United States or England would have a very strong anti-bullying statement on their website. That doesn't stop bullying. What might stop bullying is what a teacher does in the classroom. But even if a teacher does something in the classroom, that doesn't stop bullying. It might minimize it. So bullying is one of these relationship issues that will be with us forever. And I think, being realistic about it, we can minimize it, and we can minimize it quite effectively. But this is not something that we will totally eradicate. Now, here's a statement that's going to shock all of you. I would imagine that most of the parents watching this have children in early childhood. When you send your child off to school, the last thing you would be expecting is that your 4-year-old or 5-year-old child is going to be bullied. So it could be a huge shock. Now, here's my claim, that the bullying of a child can begin on day 1. Day 1. It could actually start within the first 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, you say. How could that possibly be? Well, let me tell you a real story. All my stories are real. I don't have the imagination to sit in my office and make them up. After 30 years, one gathers a lot of stories. Now, here it is. There's the picture. What it shows is a mother and father standing on a pavement with their 4-year-old daughter standing between them. Now, this real scenario happened in Hong Kong. It could happen anywhere, but it happened in Hong Kong. It was a Saturday morning in September, which means that the school year had just begun. It began on a Wednesday, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now it was Saturday morning. And I was in Hong Kong myself, working for an international school there that had requested my services. So on the Saturday morning, I decided to go for a walk and look for a restaurant that was selling roast duck, my favorite. And as I was walking down the footpath, I saw this family standing there at the bus stop. Now, I could tell that the 4-year-old girl was crying. She was sobbing. I could see her shoulders. And she was saying something to her parents. So I kept my eyes on her. Now, the father here was an expat. He had blonde hair. He was about 6'5". The mother was clearly Chinese. So this girl was a mixture. She had black hair. Her tan wasn't as dark as mine. She had a fairer tan. And that fairer tan accentuated her pink lips. She had round black eyes. Now, this is very important. That description is important. So I kept my eyes on her. She kept on talking. And when I got close enough, I decided to stop and listen in. And this is what I heard. She said, "And she also pinches me." If I pinch her back or scratch her back, I will get into trouble. I want to go to another school where there's no Emily. My heart went out to this little girl. Her father did not hear her. It was starting to drizzle, and now he was trying to hail down a taxi. Mother wasn't listening. I could tell that she was looking elsewhere, but I heard her. Now, in that little statement is a cry for help. Unfortunately, this little girl said it out in the street, where there was a lot of noise, a lot of traffic, and parents were preoccupied with other things. If she had said this at home, would the parents have heard her? So the very first thing I'd like to suggest to you is that when your child speaks like that, you need to put everything aside and listen carefully to what they've said, because that's how you are going to find out what is happening in her world. Now, teachers, when you go back to school, you might want to use that little scenario I just gave you as the beginnings of a lesson plan. Because if the bullying of a child can begin on day one, I say to teachers, you need to run your first anti-bullying lesson on the first day of the second week. Because unbeknownst to you, something like this has been happening in your school. There are variations of that, of course. On day one in any school, a teacher is not on the alert for bullying. Teachers would be doing all those last-minute things. The last thing you'd be thinking about is a child's just being bullied or is in the process of being bullied, right? Now, this little girl at 4, who's 4 years of age, let's say she comes home after the first day or after the second day or the third day, and she says to you, there's this girl Emily in my class. Yesterday she pinched me on my hand, see that? And she also scratched me. I don't want to go to the school where there's an Emily. That is what we would call a verbal cue. Do not dismiss it. Don't say, oh, don't be so silly, darling. Don't say, well, did you do anything to her to make her pinch you? See, a statement like that implies that your daughter is at fault. No, most girls who are victims of bullying are not at fault, if you're going to see. Teacher, never ask her that question. Now, of course, you're going to be confused. What? I mean, it's only the first day of school. How could something like this be happening? Now, this book here is called The Optimistic Child. It's written by a man called Martin Seligman. Now, Martin Seligman says, when something like this happens to a family, a parent would generally ask 3 questions. The first question, why my child? Why is this happening to my child? Why not somebody else's child? The second question is, how long is this problem going to last? I mean, this is only day 3 of school, you know, and there's 197 more days to go. And the third question is, who is to blame for this? Now, these are 3 very common questions. But who's to blame for this? Well, it happened at school, didn't it? That means the teachers aren't being very observant. Their teachers are doing nothing. Of course, the teachers are to blame. And if you think that as a parent, well, you'd be coming to school on Monday morning and you'd be pounding the table. My daughter's been scratched and pinched, and what are you doing about it? Now, good people, the third piece of information I'd like to impart is, don't be blaming the teachers. Even though we're doing this online, I can hear a lot of teachers going, yeah, right. Yeah, don't be blaming the teachers. Teachers cannot see everything. We have eyes in front of our head, but like you parents, we don't have eyes at the back of our heads. And no child, whether they're 4 or whether they're 14, are going to do anything unbecoming if they know there's a teacher watching them or a teacher just around the corner. 4-year-olds are not stupid, you know. They're only going to do something like this when they know there are no adults watching. So what needs to happen is, parents, you are very important people, because you are probably going to be the first person to know that there's something not right happening in your child's world. And instead of blaming, take a deep breath, be calm, go to the school and inform your teacher about this. Now, but while you are kind of thinking about it on that Saturday, why? Why my child, you see? And you won't come up with an answer. That would be my experience. None of us will come up with an answer. And if you said to your child, why is this happening to you? She'll say, I don't know. Teachers are very important people in this whole social problem. Teachers, you need to use this grid, okay? So I'm hoping that you will be able to make out this grid. Column 1, column 2, column 3. In column 3, this is where we put a child who has been bullied. Let's call her Vicky. V for Vicky. V for victim. In the second column, this is where we would draw Emily. Now remember, there are only 4. There's Emily. See, so for teachers, you don't say to the class, no, bullying is wrong and you shouldn't be doing it. They know that. What you need to do is to have a conversation with your class. And a class usually has 20 to 30 students in it, right? So that's a good number to have a conversation. So if you were to draw this grid on your whiteboard, then you tell them the story. You tell them the same story I just told you about this girl walking down the street 3 days after school began. And you make it up, but make it real. Put yourself in the picture. And I heard this little girl say, and she also pinches me, and she scratches me. Now, pinch and scratch. These are behaviors. That behavior goes there. Now, I can also put it here. Now, instead of saying to the class, now, she shouldn't be doing that, should she? They'll all say, no, she shouldn't. And that's the end of your conversation. So you don't do it that way. You tell them the story and you ask them a very simple question. And that question goes here. Why do you think Emily, E for Emily, scratched and pinched Vicky? Does anybody have any ideas? Wait 5 seconds. And I will guarantee you that in a class of 20 girls, at least 10 hands will be raised. And then you as the teacher say, yes, 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 yes. And you know what sort of answers these girls will give? Now, if you were sitting in front of me in a face-to-face seminar, I would be asking you, parents or teachers, for answers. Now, we can't do that today, so I'm just going to have to tell you what the answers are. And these answers are consistent right around the world. Whether I'm talking to Chinese kids, American, Germans, Belgian, British, French, Singaporean, Hong Kong, Australian, or New Zealanders, the answers are the same. Generally speaking, the first answer will be, and this is what a 4 or 5-year-old girl will say, it's because Emily is jealous. Oh, really? So I would now write jealousy there. She's jealous. Yes, thank you for that. Is there any other reason? Yes, it's probably because Emily doesn't like Vicky. Oh, okay. So there's the first answer. The second one is Emily doesn't like Vicky. Of course, because you wouldn't scratch somebody you like, would you? No. Right. Okay, we've got 2 answers. Anybody else? Now, depending on your group, they might give you a few more answers. But jealousy and Emily doesn't like Vicky generally appear in the number 1 and number 2 position. Every other one doesn't matter. See, another one that often comes up with kids is because Emily is mean. Yes, of course. But she's not mean to Amy and to Becky and to Donna and Emma and Fiona and Kylie. She doesn't scratch and pinch them. She only scratches Vicky. Huh. Why? And the answer will always be, because she's jealous. Oh, so jealousy seems to be a big issue here. Well, jealousy is a feeling, isn't it? Yes, they will say. It's amazing how a 4 or 5-year-old girl, knows what jealousy is, even though they cannot spell it. Fascinating. Oh, so let's put jealousy here then, on her feeling line. That's a feeling line. So, what would she be jealous about? What would she be jealous of? Well, I have given bullying lessons now to 90,000 girls and 90,000 boys. So my survey sample is pretty big. When I say survey, I don't mean statistics. I mean talking with them in classroom settings. What would she be jealous of? The number 1 reason that girls will give is because she's pretty or she's prettier. Oh. So what's going on inside Emily's thought bubble when she sees your daughter on day 1? What would she be noticing? What would she see? Or what would she be thinking? What is her thinking? She'd be thinking something like this. She's much prettier than I am. How? Says I. Oh, her lips. Her lips are really rosy. And her skin, like her tan, is really smooth. And her nose is kind of like pointed, not like mine. Mine's round, and hers is pointed. Now, good people, I only have now about half an hour left or 25 minutes left for the seminar. I could go on for 3 days about this. Okay? It's a very complicated and huge issue. I'm only giving you what's called a thumbnail sketch. Every body part that another child has is something that another girl could be jealous of. Actually, the real feeling is envy. Envy. Now, going back to girls, so anything that has to do with a body part, I put it in the same box. Girls will always say, she has much nicer hair. I always put hair in a separate box, even though it's a body part, because hair for girls is huge. It's a huge issue. So I use my bald head here as a teaching tool. I said, I don't understand hair, as you can see. So can you tell me a bit more? Well, her hair is really long, and her hair is blonde. Blonde is still the preferred color, even in China, I discovered. It's long, and she can do a ponytail, and I can't because my hair's too short. And she has a really nice style. And her hair is curly, whereas mine is straight. Now, good people, everything I'm going to say from now on comes under the heading of the grass being greener in the other field. So if Emily has a round nose, she prefers the pointed one. If she had a pointed nose, she hates her pointed nose and wishes she had a rounder nose. We always seem to want what we don't have. Right? So hair is an important one. So while both of these have to do with looks, and looks is number 1 here, The other thing that competes with looks is possessions. And so these days, depending on how old the child is, like if you have a teenage girl and she has the newest iPhone, not quite sure where we're up to now, but it's iPhone 11 or 12, right? But if she's got the newest iPhone and your daughter and Emily only has an iPhone 7, see, what will be going on inside Emily's thought bubble? And if I ask that question to a group of children, doesn't matter what age group, I get this type of answer. She's so lucky. Her mother buys her everything. She's got the newest iPhone and I haven't. I've just got one of these old ones. And so let's go back to early childhood. I hope a 4-year-old does not have their own phone. Now that is another seminar, okay? That's another seminar. But all of a sudden we're living in an era where some parents think that a 4-year-old should have their own phone. And if you simply said to them, you need to use this responsibly, and they go, yes, mummy, and you think you've done your job here, well, that's naive. You haven't. I think we should keep early childhood children away from mobile phones for as long as we possibly can. Anyway, that's another issue. But going back to 4- and 5-year-olds, what would they be envious of? Well, your child has a new doll. That could be the issue. Now, up here on the top left-hand corner, I've got the word activating agents. This is the A factor, okay? The activating agent, the trigger. So when you as a parent ask the question, why my daughter? Why not somebody else's daughter? It could be because your daughter has come to school with a new bag. Right? She started the new year with a bag. Well, everybody might have a new bag. But your daughter's bag has flowers on it. And Emily will look at your daughter's bag and think, look at her bag. Her bag is nicer than mine. Her bag's got flowers and mine hasn't. See, so Emily has been triggered. The activating agent was the flowers on her bag. Now, therefore, what can activate Emily can be 1,001 different things. This is what makes it so difficult for counselors to work out why is a particular girl being targeted. Now, I have here a pen. Now, this pen, ballpoint pen, has an eraser at the top of it. And that eraser is shaped like a half moon, and there's like a white rabbit at the top of it. Now, for a 4-year-old or 5-year-old girl, and perhaps even a 6 or 7, when they see your daughter, Vicky, using this pen, which Emily doesn't have, that could be the trigger, you see? So I'm just going to put pen here. That triggers their thinking and triggers their envy. What else could trigger? Well, so this here is about, well, it can be a dress. So all these things, of course, are provided by you, the parent, right? So these are like family issues. It can be the size of your daughter's bed. So let's say when you have a play date, and this is the part that really confuses a lot of parents. Because who do you invite for a play date? Who do you invite to have an overnight stay on a Friday night with your daughter? Well, obviously, it's going to be her best friend. And let's say Emily is a best friend of your daughter. And let's say 2 other girls were also invited. So let's put them in. And they were having a really nice time. And for the first time, these 3 girls see exactly what's in your daughter's bedroom. And they notice that your daughter has 8 dolls, that her bed is slightly wider or higher than theirs. That is enough to trigger envy in a 4 or 5-year-old. And when they go home on a Saturday morning, all very happy, they're taking their envy with them. And if these girls here have a means of communicating with each other, like through a mobile phone, they'll be talking about this. And the Emily girl now will say to the other girls, when we go to school on Monday, nobody talks to Vicky. And these two girls here are only 4 or 5. They don't know how to respond to that. See? And Emily might say, nobody talks to Vicky, you hear me? Well, they'd be very fearful. And therefore they won't talk to Vicky. And your daughter goes to school on Monday in the knowledge that she has 3 really good friends who spent the whole night with her in her room, all of a sudden find that these 3 girls will not even talk to her. They won't even look at her. No punches have been thrown, right? And if she said to you, if your daughter now says to you, and this is Mum over here in green, you know, they won't talk to me, and Emily pinched and scratched me. You would be confused. You'd say, that can't be real. I mean, you had them over for Friday night. They were just here last week. She's your best friend. How could this be real? Oh, yes, it's real. Best friends can become worst enemies overnight. Best friends can become worst enemies overnight. Your daughter can't understand this. You can't understand this. But when you teachers run this lesson with your 4 or 5 or 6-year-old girls, they will give you these answers. Now, for teachers, you don't put boys and girls in the same room when you're doing this lesson. I'll try and talk about boys in a minute. Boys are much simpler because boy issues and girl issues are like chalk and cheese. They're very, very different. See, boys are not going to be worried about how many dolls a girl has. So if boys were sitting in this classroom, they would be bored by this stage. They're not interested in dresses, or the length of a girl's hair, or the style, or whether it's curly or straight. Okay, so it's looks, it's family, it's things, right? It's things, little things like pens like this. Now, what else could it be? Well, it could also be your daughter, how many friends your daughter has. So if your daughter and her personality, she had a very outgoing personality, other girls will be attracted to her. And so Emily will notice that there's 6 people talking to your daughter on day 1. And she's now jealous of that. And when she's now back in the confines of a classroom, every time she looks at your daughter, she'll be thinking, that girl's got more friends than I have. That girl's got a nicer pen than I have. That girl has a nicer hair clip. Oh, how can I forget that? And I remember in a Melbourne school among 6-year-olds, a 6-year-old was scratching and pinching another girl because she's got nicer hair clips than me. I said, I don't understand hair clips. What makes a hair clip nicer, said I. And she said, because her hair clip has flowers, hearts and flowers on it. Hearts and flowers on bags, hearts and flowers on book covers. These are girly things. Boys couldn't care less. And if a boy had a heart or a flower on his book, he'd get bullied for that, right? But that's a different reason. It's not jealousy there. Okay, so how many friends she's got? So what happens now to Emily in the confines of a classroom? Well, when the teacher's not looking, see, normally in the morning, they do book work. In the afternoon, right, usually activities are planned. So they might be painting, watercoloring, plasticine, whatever it is. But people are spread out, you see, and they're on the floor, and there's paper and stuff like that on the floor. Teachers are helping a group over there and over here. That is when Emily is likely to sneak across the room when the teacher isn't looking. And she now goes up to your daughter, and she could do one of 5 things. First thing she could do is walk up really close and then go, I don't like you. And then dart back to where her working space is. That would leave, so that would be the behavior. I don't like you. And your daughter would be confused, like, huh? I don't even know your name. How can you not like me? But that would generate feelings in her, right? Like fear. Second thing Emily could do, comes up close. I don't like you. Scratch. And then she darts back to her place. And Emily can be so fast that by the time she gets back to her place and your daughter starts crying, which attracts the attention of the teacher, Emily is nowhere near the scene. And the teacher's thinking, like, what happened here? You see, what happened? And if your daughter said, oh, she kind of scratched me, the teacher would think, oh, she's on the other side of the classroom. How could she scratch you? See? Early childhood children are more likely into scratching and pinching. Now, if she's scratching the child's skin, that probably indicates what her issue is, what the activating agent is. And this girl that I've been talking about, this one here, Canadian father, Chinese mother. So her tan was lighter than mine. That could be the activating agent. It could have been the contrast between her whitish skin and her rosy lips. This girl also had very white teeth. Oh, let's put teeth down there. Teeth and smiles is what makes somebody look attractive, right? So when I was close to this little girl, I made my assessment straight away. I said, well, it's probably the skin, it's the rosy lips, it's the teeth. Now, if a girl now pulls another child's hair, well, that in early childhood age group, that probably tells me what the activating agent is. That it's your daughter's hair that this girl is envious of. And what could it be? Well, it could be length, could be a different color. But in this girl in Hong Kong, she had, even though she had black hair, she had little curls that stood up, that poked out the side of her head. That little curl is a sufficient activating agent to cause an Emily girl to react. Now, one of the fascinating things I learned the first time I went to Shanghai, and I was working at an international school, I won't name the school, and I was doing a demonstration lesson for the teachers, because my main job is to train teachers to run these lessons, right? I can't go into a school with 2,000 children and give one lesson to every class. One lesson isn't enough. So I teach teachers how to do this. But part of the training is to actually demonstrate the process. So I said to them, this was secondary, I said, right, bring in a group of girls. And they did. There were year 10 girls. And even though it was an international school, what shocked me initially was that every one of those girls, like 25 of them, were all Chinese. There were no overseas kids in it. So they all had black hair, right? But so I thought, oh, well, I'll have to stick with my lesson plan. And I told them a very similar story, right, where this girl gives that girl hate stares, right? The same answers came up, of course. She's jealous, doesn't like her. Why? Because she's prettier. But in the hair category I heard a word that I had not heard before. Because Emily has jet black hair. Jet black. I said, can you tell me a bit more about that? She said, yes, you see, no, because Vicky, probably her black hair is very shiny. And when she kind of puts it in ponytail, it makes her hair look really, really black and shiny. Oh, I said. And what type of black hair would Emily have? Oh, not as black. And her hair isn't of a shiny quality. So I said, oh, well, this is very interesting. So can I just ask you a question? Are you saying to me that because Vicky has blacker hair and shinier hair than Emily, that is the reason why she is being bullied and why she is being sent vicious text messages at night, calling her a slut and a whore? And good people, out of the group of 25, at least 22 people in that crowd will go, mm-hmm. They're saying, yes, that's all it takes. That she's got something that everybody else wishes they had. Now, we're coming to the end of my presentation. I forgot to say to you at the beginning that at the end of this presentation, you will be leaving my segment with more questions than answers. It takes me a minimum of 3 hours to actually give you a fuller understanding of this big problem, right? But you now have a glimpse of it. There's much more to learn. And I learn a little bit every day, every time I counsel or every time I give a classroom lesson. So, sorry, let me go back to the teacher. You see, this part of the screen has nothing on it. The question you need to ask the class is this. So if you're taking notes, even as a parent, take down this question. Well, if this is how Emily is thinking about Vicky, what does Emily, E for Emily, need to realize? Question mark. What does she need to realize, I wonder? Let's think. See, notice that in everything I've been doing with you, I haven't moralized in any way. The educational process, education comes from a Latin word called educare. And what that word means is to draw out from the students what they already know. They have all the right answers, right? They've got the wrong answers and the right answers in there, even at 4. So what does she need to realize? Now, a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old would say, she needs to realize that what she's doing is wrong. Thank you for that. So let me write that down. Right, what she's doing is wrong. Great. Let's put that in a green thought bubble. And now I'm going to draw one green person. Now, why is it wrong? Yes? You just asked the question. Why is it wrong? It's wrong because you're hurting someone. Okay, it's wrong because you're hurting someone. Right. So how now is Emily hurting Vicky? Well, by pinching and scratching. Exactly. But is she hurting her in another way? Now, you have to think on your feet, right? And all you need is one person to say, she's hurting her mind and she's making her really scared and not want to come back to school. Okay, so there's different types of hurt. So she's now making this girl very fearful, very worried. And if she's really worried and fearful, what would happen? Oh, she can't sleep at night. Exactly. And when you're dealing with early childhood, of course, it might be she starts to wet her bed again. So if your daughter at 4 or 5 is starting to wet her bed again and she hasn't done that for a year, see, it's because your child now is stressed. And that's what happens when people are stressed. These are the signs. Yeah? Don't blame the teachers. See, how will a teacher know, how will you know that the reason why your daughter is being bullied is because you bought her that pen down at the street market the day before? How would you ever put 2 and 2 together and think that that is the dominant reason? I can't think that, right? All right, so what does Emily need to realize? And this is the important part of the lesson, because usually at the end of the lesson, this area here will be filled with green thought bubbles, and every thought bubble I get, I draw a green person. So at the end of the lesson, there's a visual, and the visual saying, it's not a PowerPoint presentation, right? Because we're so used to PowerPoints, everybody sits there, oh yeah. But this is a diagram that gets built up through the interaction of the teacher and the students. In the case of you, mums and dads, it's you with your individual daughter. Now, that interaction is much harder, because if your daughter is now all like down in the dumps, she's depressed, and there's my symbol for like being depressed, right? She's thinking in the black. She's thinking, I don't want to go to school. She isn't capable of thinking in the green. And that's why in a class, we have a much better chance, because we are using a real story that's not really part of their personal experience, although all children can identify. All children can identify with that street scenario in Hong Kong. I have made a 2-minute summary, which you can't see, but I'm going to read it to you. Now, usually at this point in the seminar, a parent would say to me, so what do we do then if we know our child's being bullied? Okay, so I'm assuming some of you are going to ask that. So my first answer is approach the classroom teacher calmly. No, don't go in and bang the table as if the teacher's to blame. No, we need to work in partnership with the teachers, right? So right now, you as parents know a little bit more about why children bully than teachers who are not watching my video clip, right? You know a little bit more than most teachers. Teachers are not trained in this, right? So approach a classroom teacher calmly and inform them what happened, okay? Now, then look at your child and think to yourself, I wonder what it is about my child that might make her the target of bullying. Look at her. What might it be? Is it her hair? Is it her nose? Is it her smile? Right? Is it something that you bought for her 2 days ago? It could be that. So look at your situation. What might it be? So if you're in China, and let's say, where are you? You're in Beijing. So let's just say, 3 days after you came back from Shanghai on the bullet train, the fast train, and your daughter, everybody seemed to know about it, that could have been the issue. Because Emily has never been on a fast train, or Emily didn't dart down to Shanghai over the weekend. See, don't blame the teachers for this. I don't know. No teacher would know what is happening in the world of your daughter or in the world of Emily. So good people, my time is up. I can still now continue for another 4 hours just on girls alone. So perhaps there might be another opportunity where we can chat further, right? In the meantime, I hope that you are taking away some understanding, a wider understanding as to why bullying can occur and does occur in early childhood education. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your symposium. And every time you eat some roast duck and rice, just think of me. Because roast duck here in Australia is very expensive. Goodbye. Nice to meet you.
Hello, I'm Emily. Welcome to my classroom. I'm a Montessori NIDO guide and I work with infants in Shanghai, China. When you look at a young infant lying on his back and staring into the ceiling, you might think that all he does throughout the course of a day is sleep and eat. While you may be right on how vital sleep and nutrition are to a baby's life, there's so much more going on in the baby's developing mind beyond eating and sleeping. Extended research on early cognitive development, neuroscience, and social psychology have indicated that the first 3 years of life have the greatest influence on the entire lifespan of a person. In China, even though Montessori schools are growing in popularity, most programs available on the market are limited to 3 to 6 years old. And for the 0 to 3 program, and in particular the age group under 18 months old, remains largely neglected. With growing attention from parents and educators to support children under the age of 3, the demand for a high-quality Montessori NIDO program becomes ever more important. And we're here to help. If you're wondering what do infants do in the Montessori program and how do they learn, come join me on a tour of a carefully prepared NIDO environment. that offers you a glimpse into a day of a Montessori infant. Welcome to our NIDO classroom. This calm, cozy, home-like environment is purposefully designed for children as young as 3 months through to 18 months. NIDO, which means nest in Italian, captures the idea of warmth and security. This was Maria Montessori's term for infant communities within which little people feel cared for and loved so that they will feel safe to explore and grow. We set up our peaceful NIDO community to ensure underlying physical safety, then layer on intriguing opportunities for babies to explore and challenge themselves. You will be amazed by the pace of a baby's development when he is given the chance to exercise his muscles, engage his senses, and move around in space. In a Montessori NIDO community, there are no playpens, no jumpers, no walkers, and no high chairs, nothing that restricts an infant's movement. This is an area for very young babies, under 4 months old, who cannot yet reach or grasp. These babies benefit from watching visual mobiles and having tummy or floor time on a comfortable surface. Much of baby's energy earlier on will go toward building gross motor ability as he learns to hold up his head, roll over, and push up off of the floor. We offer beautiful, captivating mobiles for non-mobile infants to observe and admire. After all the effortful movements, infants can rest on their back while being visually stimulated by the hanging mobiles. As babies grow, they can start to sit up, pull up to standing, walk, and climb. The C-shaped pillow is used by children who are learning to sit up. The pull-up bar is used by children who are learning to pull up to a standing position. Depending on the size of your classroom and local regulations, you may have one or more gross motor items for your NIDO environments. For example, we have an infant step bridge available in this classroom. This equipment allows babies to learn crawling and walking while having something to hold on to. Other examples might be a small wooden stair with slide or a low, soft-sided climber. At around 10 months, baby can stand up on their own and walk slowly with a walking wagon. You can put heavy items on the walker to ensure it's stable enough to support your new walker. Here is an equipment called the Ottoman. It is to assist infants cruising and allow them to practice walking around independently. Babies can also stand up by using the Ottoman for assistance before they learn to walk. Successful development in this area sets the stage for strength and coordination later in life, which are necessary to enjoy sports, dance, or daily life recreational activities. For babies to fully learn to do all these things, they must have time, space, and freedom to move so that they can practice each individual step along the way. This is why you notice the absence of any containers in the Montessori NIDO community. The goal is to create a safe place where babies can move, build muscle tone, explore, fall without hurting themselves, and follow the natural course of human development unimpeded. Maria Montessori famously observes that the hand is the instrument of the intelligence. She understood that babies use their hands to fuel the development of their brains. Our classroom carefully nurtures babies' developing brain by offering increasingly more complex objects to explore and manipulate in intriguing ways. There are a variety of materials that are for slightly older babies, starting from when they are able to sit up and use their hands, and as they become ready for a tree care challenge. Maria Montessori termed these materials the psychosensory motor materials. From a very young age, Infants begin using their hands to manipulate objects and to solve simple problems, such as how to open and close the lid, or how to take all the nesting cups apart and put them inside one another. Through solving these kinds of physical problems with their hands, infants are also exercising and building their intellectual faculty. As babies grow, one of the earliest steps towards independence is learning self-care. Self-feeding is one of babies' earliest steps towards self-care. As babies learn to sit reliably, they sit at a tiny table on a sturdy chair, sized so that they can crawl in and out of the chair by themselves. We provide real dishes, glasses, and utensils, just their size, as soon as they are ready to learn to use them. The adult does as much as necessary, but as little as possible at any given stage, helping babies to do it all by themselves. In a Montessori NIDO community, babies will try new things all the time. Each time a baby practices a new skill and then masters it, she strengthens the sense of confidence that will stay with her throughout her lifetime. Even a tiny baby imitates others and can begin to take small steps towards independent self-care. Our Montessori guides will gently support babies to learn to do things for themselves, striking just the right balance between making them feel safe and loved and identifying the right moment to encourage them to try something new, like stand-up diapering. In a Montessori NIDO environment, we do stand-up diapering with children as soon as they're able to stand. And while the diaper is off, we always invite them to sit on the toilets before we put on a new diaper. We make this part of our daily routine. Following a baby's natural schedule encourages him to trust his body and encourages a healthy relationship to sleeping, eating, and toileting. In the Montessori NIDO, we observe individual baby's natural cycle of feeding, sleeping, and biological functions, and provide for his needs on his own schedule. This way, a baby develops a basic sense of security and trust in the world. At a fundamental level, he learns that he is taken care of and that needs will be provided for. As a baby learns each step towards meeting those needs, such as crawling towards his sleeping area, feeding himself, or signing that his diaper is wet, his trust in himself grows too. Babies who are able to walk confidently are not only fascinated about caring for themselves, but also contributing to caring of the environment. Babies observe the adults around them, and they enjoy imitating what adults do. For this reason, we offer beautiful tools for babies to explore with dusting leaves, watering plants, and washing windows. These activities help babies to see themselves as part of the community they reside in and give them a sense of belonging and confidence. We know the extreme importance of exposing babies to rich spoken language and dynamic verbal interaction in order to give their developing brains everything needed to master language. We expose babies to as much vocabulary as possible by clearly identifying objects and actions. Many of the objects offered in a NIDO classroom are used for the purpose of learning language. Guides use baskets of 2 to 5 real objects and pictures to play language games with babies and systematically introduce them to new vocabulary. Additionally, we read beautiful books about real people and things, and we sing, giving children experiences with the full range of speech and expression. In this environment, infants are free to explore and grow and reach their full potential. You'll be amazed at how babies learn when given a carefully prepared environment and when cared for by qualified and loving guides.
Hi, Ben Hill here from Hill Dynamics. Thank you for joining me today. It's great to see you. Have you ever thought, where do we learn how to be parents? You know, parenting is probably one of the biggest challenges that we face in life, and yet sometimes it's the area that we feel like we know least about. You know, I can vividly remember being a young man in my 20s and my wife being pregnant, and I'm preparing myself for this new adventure into parenthood. And I remember thinking, whoa, life is changing. Like, how am I going to do this? You know, I don't feel ready. I don't know if I'm going to do a good job. So many questions that I had. And I remember speaking to my dad, actually, and he said to me a great quote that I want to share with you today. He said, Ben, the greatest gift that you can give to your children is to love their mother. You know, why do I say that? Why is it important that we really invest in our relationship with our spouse, with our partner, as co-parents? Why do that? For me, the answer really lies in the simple fact that children learn through modeling. You know, the relationship that they observe between their parents in many ways can define how they see the world. You know, what is their normality? You know, imagine a scenario in a family where there's a repeated pattern of, say, the father being disrespectful to the mother. A young boy growing up who sees that over and over and over again, it can become his reality. He thinks, well, maybe that's how I should treat women. Or maybe for the daughter who sees that, thinks, well, maybe it's allowable for a man to treat me in a disrespectful manner. And so children see the relationships that their parents have. It has a lot of influence on how they see the world. But the opposite is also true as well. You know, children that grow up and they see parents that love each other, that care about each other, it creates a real sense of security for them. You know, you may be sat here thinking, Ben, I hear what you're saying, but actually I don't live with my child's parent anymore. Maybe we're divorced, separated, but you know, we're not together. We're not kind of in love romantically anymore. You know, I want to encourage you to think about the Webster's dictionary definition of love. And it defines love as an affection based on admiration, benevolence, or common interest. You know, what greater common interest could there be between two people than a child? And so love here, we're not talking about romance. We're talking about love being an action, a verb, something we do. And so even if you're not romantically in love with your child's parent anymore, your relationship can still be characterized by mutual respect, which would also then really benefit the child as they grow and as they see the world around them. So really taking the time to invest in our relationship with our co-parent is really, really important because of this principle of modeling. And when you think about modeling and how children learn, it's very obvious, right? When you think back to when your child first learned to walk, they looked around, they saw everybody walking, they were like, I want to walk too. Even though they bumped themselves and they tripped over, but they were determined to walk because of the modeling they saw around them. We've never had to teach our children to not eat with their feet because they don't see people eating with their feet. And it's the same with modeling relationships. What do our children see in us? Now, one of my favorite authors on the topic of parenting is Dr. Shefali Tsabari. And she writes that children are here to challenge the integrity of their parents. And I just think that is so, so true. You know, how many times as parents do we feel like our children are just not behaving in the way that we want them to? You know, maybe they're not listening to us. Maybe they're just making disrespectful choices. Maybe they're not treating people in a kind way. And we say, well, we've spoken to them so many times and we've repeated ourselves and we've given them consequences. Oftentimes that just means punishments. You know, we've done so much and made so many sacrifices, and they're still not behaving in the way that we would like them to. You know, often the case is that our children are just exposing the inconsistency between what they hear their parents say and then what they see them do. This has been really true for me and my family, as we've noticed that during this COVID-19 period, you know, tension levels between me and my wife have been higher than they've normally been. You know, I've been making more sarcastic comments than I would normally make. You know, my wife has been ignoring me more than she normally would. And so as we deal with our own tension in our relationship, we've noticed that that does affect children. You know, they start arguing with each other more. You know, they're more tense with their siblings. They're less patient. You know, there's more arguments. And oftentimes, you know, the children can be the focus. Whereas in fact, when we look at ourselves, my wife and I, we sit down and say, hey, we need to, you know, resolve some conflict. And we're able to model that. Then there is a greater atmosphere of peace within our family. You know, and our children, they see everything, right? You know, our children will tell us, they'll say, hey, you know, Mummy, you've been kind of really harsh with Daddy lately. You know, and Daddy, you know, we can tell that, you know, you're not happy, but, you know, you've just been quiet. You know, and they're basically kind of observing that I'm kind of passive aggressive by nature. And so our children see. But the beauty is that when we can actually model conflict resolution between my wife and I, you know, we notice that the children are a lot more relaxed, and they're actually then able to practice it for themselves with each other. I want to share with you a model that you can use to communicate really effectively with your co-parent. And this is a model that I use with clients that I work with, but also I apply to my own life when it comes to my own communication. And it's called non-violent communication, or NVC for short. And it was developed by Marshall Rosenberg. And it's a fantastic way of just helping ease communication between people. The basis for it is that we don't approach communication from a judgmental point of view. You know, and oftentimes when we have conflict with somebody, we're often looking at what they're doing wrong and actually how they're making me feel. And we often hear as parents, we might say to each other, hey, you know, you made me feel this, you know, and we actually kind of give power to the other person and responsibility to, in this case, our co-parent, for the way that we feel. And the starting point is really taking responsibility that we choose our own feelings and we choose how we respond to the situations that we face in life. We find ourselves in a situation with our co-parent where there's a potential for conflict. And with NVC, there are 4 steps, and I'm going to just talk you through those 4 steps. The first one is making an observation. So saying what you have observed, which is objective, not subjective. The second step then is then linking a feeling. So actually identifying how is it that you feel frustrated, angry, embarrassed, and so on. What's the feeling? The third step is understanding what is your need in that situation. So what need do you have? Maybe you have a need for appreciation. Maybe you have a need for understanding. Maybe you have a need for punctuality, and so on. So what's the need? And then finally, step number 4 is making a request to your co-parent. And it's important that you have those 4 steps in mind, because oftentimes what we tend to do, and what I can often do, is I can jump in with that, I'm not happy and you're the reason why. Whereas in fact, first, just being able to pause and think through those 4 steps. So observe, feeling, need, and then request can be really, really effective. Okay, so I'll give you a real life example of how this might play out. So imagine a situation where there's a father and he's getting home very, very late because he's working so hard, and he's arriving home past bedtime, so he doesn't get to see the children. The mum is not happy with this arrangement, and it could be potentially quite explosive if she confronts the father along the lines of, I'm really not happy, you're never here, you're not helping with the housework, you're not seeing the kids, this is not good enough. I can imagine in that situation, where there's no NVC, the dad would respond with something like, I don't want to have this conversation, I'm not listening, bye-bye. The reason I say that is because I've been that dad on many occasions. So if we rewind and we actually look at the NVC model, to start off with, it really helps if the mum is able to take responsibility for how she is feeling. Okay, so any unmet needs that she might have in her life, it's not helpful to put that onto the father and to give somebody else the power to make you feel a certain way. So if she was to look at an observation, it could be something along the lines of, I've observed that every night this week you've arrived home after 9 p.m. in the evening. That's objective. It's not subjective. How does she feel about that? Well, I feel frustrated. I feel exhausted. I feel unsupported. Okay, so there's a feeling that is linked to the observation of coming home every night after 9 o'clock. The unmet need. Okay, so what need might the mother be feeling? Well, maybe she has a need for cooperation. Maybe she has a need for appreciation. And then finally, after she's identified the feeling and the need, it's the request. But the request isn't from a place of, you need to do something to make me happy. The request is from a place of, I would like some support. It would help me to meet my need for cooperation. If maybe one night of the week you could try and get home a little bit earlier from work and help with the kids' bath time. I often find that the practice of thinking through, what are my unmet needs? What are my feelings that are linked to those needs not being met? The very practice of just thinking that through can save yourself so much pain and so much conflict with your co-parent. I think when we approach each other from a non-judgmental point of view, and we have a posture of wanting to understand and having empathy, then it makes the communication so much easier, because we don't feel like somebody's giving us power for their happiness. I wholeheartedly believe that if you can communicate effectively with your co-parent and resolve conflict in a healthy way and be able to be responsible for your feelings and for your needs, then not only does your relationship with your co-parent improve, and that's an amazing benefit, but your children see it, and your children experience what it looks like to resolve conflict in a healthy way. Because whether we like it or not, our children are going to experience conflict. That we live in a world where people aren't just going to agree with them all the time, and how they respond to difficult situations and sometimes difficult people, and how to have difficult conversations is just an incredible skill to give them. In summary, let's give our children the gift of loving our co-parent, our parenting partner. Remember that children learn not from what they hear you say, but from what they see you do. I hope as you apply the principles of NVC, and that your relationships will really improve, not just with your co-parent, but maybe with your work colleagues, with your children themselves as you share your feelings and your needs with your children. And I'm confident that you'll see them improve their relationships as well as they grow up to be incredible young men and women. Bye for now.
Hi everyone, my name is Julia Feste and I'm a social and emotional wellness coach at the Beijing Mindfulness Center. I also used to work as a Montessori educator, and I'm really excited and happy to be part of the Montessori Reimagined Conference 2020. The topic I want to present to you is how to deepen your connection with your child using the nonviolent communication process. So let's just imagine a second that you have magic glasses that help you to see through your child, inside his brain, inside his heart. Just like X-ray glasses that help us to see through the body and see the bones. And imagine that you could see fully in full picture and as precise as an animation movie, exactly what's going on inside of him or her. What would that provide for you? How amazing it would be, isn't it? First you could finally understand what's happening for him when he doesn't want to eat carrots, or when he's refusing to do his homework, or when he's throwing a tantrum. You could read the manual, right? But not only that, it's not just about understanding and managing the situation. It would also be really useful to be able to connect with his inner world. And by connecting with his inner world, I want to say his feelings and his deep needs. And what would that provide for you as a parent? Well, it could help you to establish a stronger sense of trust between you and your child. And it could also help you to establish a sense of emotional safety so that your child can sense it's safe to go through whatever is happening to him. And the benefit for your child is to grow as a person who has a high EQ, emotional intelligence, high self-confidence, but also high social skills and capacity for empathy for others. And for you as a parent, that would enable you to connect with your child not only now, but make sure that a connection with your child when he becomes a teenager, when teenagehood is pretty tough time, not only for them, but also for parents, to keep the connection alive and to make sure that there is this sense of trust in the communication. So just imagine when they become teenagers, and even further when they become an adult, how much would you like them to continue to share with you their inner world and to continue to have a trustful communication? Well, this starts now when they are little. So today I want to offer you that gift of that spatial glasses that you can put on your eyes right now. So those spatial classes are called nonviolent communication, and one principle at the core of nonviolent communication is this shift of paradigm of looking behind the words and the behavior of the other person and to look at the deep needs. Perhaps you have seen before this drawing of the iceberg, and so you have the tip of the iceberg, that's what we see on the surface. And then you have all the parts that it's deep below the surface. So that representation helps us to make the difference between the wants and the needs. Everything that is on the surface, let's say your child doesn't want to eat carrots, or your child is running around the house screaming, or whatever that is a bit difficult for you to handle, especially in those times of lockdown and COVID, and when you had to spend a lot of time at home with your child, and every little behavior can trigger a lot of frustration in us. So think about all those little situations of the everyday life and think of them as the tip of the iceberg, right? So this is the behavior that we can see. These are the words. And perhaps your child, you're guessing that your child wants some attention. Well, now I would like to invite you to look a level a bit lower to that. And to look, what would your child get by getting your attention? So let me give you an example first, so this gets a bit more concrete. When I was working as a Montessori educator, we used to take the kids to the playground, and the school was made so that the playground was on the rooftop of the school. So we had to go through the stairs, walk with them, and then we will stay on the playground with them, and then we will go downstairs. And we could not separate because we had to walk those stairs. We would not separate. So we were 3 teachers, and we would not separate unless there is an emergency or unless a kid really needed to go to the toilet. We will stay all together, and when the playground time was over, then we will go back downstairs. And that day there was a little girl who went with us on the playground, and once we arrived, she realized she forgot her toy. Actually, in French we call it doudou. So it's like a teddy bear or a little thing that kids like to have with them. So I will call it doudou for the rest of this presentation, and you understand what I mean. And so she forgot her doudou, and she started crying and asking for her doudou, and all of us, the 3 teachers, explained to her that we cannot go downstairs because if one of the teachers go downstairs, then there are only 2 teachers, and we don't want to separate. And she can wait the recess time, and then you can get your doudou afterwards. But guess what? That was not enough for her. She was, I think, 2.5 years old. So that was just it was too reasonable for her. So she kept crying and asking for her doudou, and I find the space in me to make that shift and apply the nonviolent communication way. So I asked her, are you feeling really sad because you really would like to get a sense of security and love? And guess what? She said, yeah. And then my next question was, well, how could you get a sense of security and love knowing that we cannot get your doo-doo right now? And she told me, Julia, can you play the ball with me? 2.5 years old. She could get the meaning of security and love. That's what I call the needs. Security and love are the needs. The deep layer of the iceberg. But the tip of the iceberg was the wants. What she wanted was her doo-doo. But what her doo-doo was providing for her was security and love, and those are the needs. So this is what I call the X-ray glasses, to look beyond what is said, beyond what is done. And how wonderful it is when you can do that, because you can finally touch on the soft spot, and from there you can find easy solutions. Sometimes, as in my example, you don't even have to come with a solution by yourself. Your child will amaze you with their own solutions. Okay, so now I want to give you concrete tools for you to make your own glasses. So I want you to think about a situation that was perhaps uncomfortable recently with your child, and perhaps it was this morning, or perhaps yesterday, or perhaps a week ago. And I want for you to remember that situation. And I would like for you to, first of all, get clear with what your child did and what your child said. And I invite you to be as factual as possible, just like if a camera was recording that situation, okay? So if you think, well, my child was calling me for attention, well, then I want to know exactly what did your child say and do. And perhaps your child was running around the house. So that's what I want for you to think about, exactly what your child was doing and exactly what your child was saying. And let on the side however you evaluate the situation. All right? Okay, so now I want for you to ask yourself this one question. What does that provide to him to have this behavior right now? And I want for you to think about the positive intention behind. So again, if I take the example of the child running around the house, so what does that provide to your child right now? And perhaps your first answer is, well, he just wants to catch my attention. Okay, so this is not a positive intention, right? This is perhaps a judgment that you have on your child. And perhaps it just says how much you're frustrated. And that's all right. But those are not the X-ray glasses that I'm talking about. So in order to understand and to look deeper, you need to ask yourself, what is the positive intention behind his behavior? And perhaps it's not very conscious. So you have to really try to imagine beyond what is obvious. So let's say, okay, perhaps he's trying to catch your attention. Okay, so what is the positive attention behind it? So you can ask yourself many times this question. Okay, so my child is trying to catch my attention. What would that provide for him to catch my attention? And you can ask yourself this question until you touch on a positive intention behind. Maybe he wants connection. Oh, that's a positive intention. That's a beautiful intention. Wanting connection is just beautiful, right? I mean, you don't want your child not wanting connection with you. Just imagine how that would be sad if your child never wanted connection with you. So wanting connection is a beautiful thing. It brings people together. Okay, so now we have it. My child wants connection. The beauty with those X-ray glasses is that once you've seen through, you don't have to give it, you know? You don't have to give that connection that your child is asking for. you don't have at least to give it the way he's asking for. Perhaps your child is really wanting for you to play with him. And you can say that. You can say, oh, I'm really seeing how much you want connection. And perhaps you would like me to play with you. Is that it? And you can check with him. And then he will say yes or no. And then you can say, well, I really don't have space to play with you right now. Would I be okay if I give you a hug? So you see, you then find ways that are suitable for both of you. And I want to give you a last tip before we close this presentation. Whatever we just said about your child right now, you can apply it for yourself. This is the second magic power of those X-ray glasses, is that you can actually look through yourself in the same way. So let's say, what happens for you when you don't want to spend time with your child playing? What is your deep need behind that? So same, you can ask yourself that very precise question. What does that provide for me not to play with my child right now? And perhaps you have some judgments and you feel guilty and you think, wow, I'm not a good mother right now. Okay, what does that provide for me not to be a good mother right now? You see, you keep going with that question. Well, I have this work to finish online and to send to my boss before 7 p.m. Okay, so I need concentration and I want to make sure that I finish my work on time. Whoa, that's the beautiful intention. It's beautiful because you're doing the job you're doing so that you can provide food and a roof for your child. Yes, that's a beautiful intention. Okay, you got it. Well, that's something you can share with your child too. So it could be like, look, I really can see how much you want me to play with you and how much you want connection. But right now, mommy is really needing to focus and concentrate so that I can finish this work. And, when I'm done, I can come and play with you. But right now, I can't. And if you really want connection with me, I can offer you a hug right now. And then you can go play by yourself. And in 1 hour, I can come and play with you. Is that all right with you? All right, so I really wish that this could help you to find a sense of connection with your child and with yourself. And I wish you to be able to remember to look part of the iceberg that is below, and to do it for your child, but also remember to do it for yourself. Remember to see your own positive intentions and the ones of your child. And I wish you a beautiful day. Enjoy the rest of the conferences. And maybe see you face to face one day. Bye.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to speak to you today. I am also thankful to the organizers of this symposium and especially Paolo Joe that they have invited me to participate in this great event. I am a mother of 3 daughters, 2 of whom have benefited from Montessori education for many years while we were living in Beijing. and we all feel that that was the best part of their education. I'm having been a Montessori parent, my understanding of being an educator is really to be a scientist, to watch children closely and to guide and help them to be the best that they can be in their own way. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is really what is that best. What do you mean practically when we say we want to bring out the best in our children? And then we can talk a little bit about how to bring out that best. So what I'll share with you today is really my personal learning and years of sharing it with others about a global initiative that started in early 1990s called the Virtues Project. And this initiative now is all over the globe in over 100 countries and is being practiced in hospitals, at homes, at schools, and even as a federal government program. The aim is really for people to strengthen their relationships and to bring out the best in themselves, their children, and others. So let's go back to what is that best. So in order to understand a little bit what that best is, I simply ask you to just think for a minute, remember who in their life do you feel is a good person? You know, who do you value the most? Maybe it's a best friend. Maybe it's a character in history that you admire the most. Now, if you have someone in mind, I want to ask you to think about what are those qualities that make them a good human being. Think about it for a minute. So maybe you're thinking that it is their courage, or maybe it is their determination, or it was their kindness, their compassion, their service. So these are all qualities of human spirit. This is the qualities that make a human being the best that they can be. This is what makes us human. So when we talk about bringing out the best in our children, we're not just talking about bringing up children who are courteous and saying the thank yous and pleases, but children who try and strive more and more every day to become more, as we said, courageous, more loving, more cooperative, more honest. So this is what we want to do, to bring out the best in our children, to bring out the true potential. Now, there is a concept that helps us understand more of how to do this and what this is about. And that is a concept that Virtues Project is using. And that is the concept of looking at every human being, and especially our children, as a mine that has many gems in it. And those gems are brought out by the process of education. So I thought in order to make it a concrete thing for you, I thought to do a small demo for you. Now, I don't know if you can see this well, but I'm going to turn my screen and show you a simulation of a mine I have here. Of course, this is like brown sugar, but gives you an idea of what a mine may look like on the outside. You know, it's rough terrain and it's rocks and so on. And, you know, there's not many gems on the surface. You need to dig deep and find those gems inside. Some of them are easier to find, and some of them you really need to dig deep. So I like to think about, let's see if I can find more and more. Okay, there's another one. So in order to look at this, I want you to look at this for a minute and think about how our attitude towards our children may change if we think of them as this mind. So what would it look like for me as a miner to mine these gems? To me, it means that as a miner, I need to have more patience and more perseverance to continue and not give up. And of course, I will have a lot of enthusiasm because I know these gems are somewhere down deep. So if we take that analogy and think about our children as mines, and thinking about, then we don't say, oh, my child is not patient, or he has no self-discipline, or he's so messy, doesn't have any idea of what it is to be orderly. But we think of this, okay, maybe they're having challenge with this, so I need to be more patient and I need to dig deeper to bring out those virtues that are there. So the question is then, what are some of the tools? How can we mine these more effectively? And what I want to share with you first is one of the tools that is very effective is our language and the way we speak to our children. How do we speak to our children to develop these virtues in them? So one of the things that we can do is really, again, to become a scientist and to watch and to observe the children, and then to catch the opportunity where they have done something right and to acknowledge that. This in itself helps to bring out the virtue. So what do I mean? Let's give an example. So let's say if a child is sharing a favorite snack that they have with their friend or with a cousin, this is an opportunity for us. Now, often we say, oh, that's a good girl. Giving general descriptions like a good girl, good job, great work. So these are motivating, but it's really not very specific for children. So we want them to know what is that quality that they are developing. So it's good to name the virtue. And what we can do is we say, that was a kind thing you did to share your snack with your friend. Or that was very generous of you to share that snack with your friend. So we have named the virtue and we have told them how that virtue was practiced. And I saw that. Now in Montessori, we know that when children they're doing a work in the Montessori classroom, they do it over and over again until they feel that they have gained mastery over it. They understand it. They know how to do this. So with virtues is the same. We acknowledge and we encourage the children when they are practicing the virtue until this becomes part of them. It becomes, they have gained mastery over it. Now, I know some of you, you may be thinking, you may be saying, well, what if my child doesn't do, does something that is not right? Then what do? There's nothing to acknowledge. So when things are not right, when children are struggling, let's say, for example, two kids are fighting over a toy, or you're on the phone and your child keeps interrupting your conversation and want to get your attention. So this is not a place for acknowledgement, but and sometimes we are tempted to, of course, get upset and shame them or label them with very hurtful labels. For example, oh, you're so annoying, or you're so selfish, or that's so rude. So these are not, this may be a way to express what we are feeling, but for the child is not motivating, is not giving them a good feeling that I want to be the best I can be. So instead, what we can do is think about, okay, in this situation, what is the virtue that this child is struggling with? What is it? What is missing? And then simply call the child to practice that. So for example, if you're on the phone and they keep interrupting you, you can stop the phone for a minute and look at your child in the eye and say, look, mom or dad needs to be on the phone for another 5 or 10 minutes, and I need you to be patient. So, or please be patient while I'm on the phone. And of course, that requires for us to be considerate of the capacity of that child, the age they have, the capacity of that child for being patient, and not push it for 2-hour conversation over the phone. So when we are talking about correcting the children, it's really simply, again, let them know what is the virtue they're struggling with and how they need to behave, or what action they need to put in, what they need to put in action to practice this virtue. So sometimes also we need to bring or guide the child to do something. Let's say in this COVID situation, we're all working at home and it's hard, we cannot concentrate. So what we can do is have a conversation in the morning with our children and say, look, mom or dad needs to concentrate for an hour. I need to be responsible for my work. Now, what would help you to be peaceful during this hour? And allow the child to think and to decide on what is it that will help the child to be peaceful. A book they can read, a quiet game they can play together to allow you to concentrate. So they are themselves also seeing that they can decide, they can choose to practice these virtues. And if they succeed, then you acknowledge that. I know how challenging this was for you, and you succeeded. You were patient, you were peaceful, and I appreciate that. So language is really a very good tool for us to shape the character of a child, to bring out those best qualities in our children. So then I want to talk a little bit now about how do we cultivate a culture of virtues in our home? How do we make the environment of our home so that virtues are part of it? It's sort of children absorb it and practice it. So one of the things we talked about was language, but the most important thing really is how we ourselves as parents and educators model the virtues. If we are asking our children to be honest, are we honest ourselves? How our words and actions match or don't match? And when our words and actions are in harmony, that's the virtue of integrity. So when we try to be good models, actually our children are helping us to develop the virtue of integrity. And this is a gift to us, and also helps our home environment to be a place where children see the virtues in action. So other things we can do is to create a virtues conscious environment, putting up pictures of children or people who are practicing the virtues. For example, a picture of children being kind to animals, or two friends sharing a toy, or a loving hug. And also when the children grow a little bit older, they can read. You can put up virtues that really encourages them to practice, put up posters that encourages them to practice the virtues. And the last thing I want to mention is, when we are reading books with our children, when we are watching a movie or a video with our children, there's also another opportunity for us to orient our children to virtues, to talk about the virtues that the hero is practicing, or the virtue that is missing in the bad guy. What is it that he is needing in this situation? To orient them to think about the virtues. And then we also can have a family night where we are we are thinking about the virtues and what we can do as parents. We can choose a virtue we feel our children need to learn, and then we talk about that virtue that night a week. What we can do is make it fun, have children to do role plays of what it's like to practice the virtue, what it's like not to practice the virtue. And then together, we decide that for that week, we're going to put more effort into practicing the virtue, this virtue that we studied together. And then if somebody practices in our family, then how do we acknowledge it in each other? So the more we really set up an environment where virtues are part of our family life and part of our language, then we see our children actually adopting this and they're using the language with each other. And that's delightful to watch. So last, I want to say that we need to be, as adults, we need to be patient with this process. We need to be true miners. You know, we need to persevere and be patient and have confidence that these gems exist in children. And all these virtues exist in every human being with different strengths in different children, but we all have them. So if we are enthusiastically looking for the virtues and acknowledging them and helping children to align themselves more with virtues, then we are slowly really helping to bring out the best in them. And this is the best gift we can give to our children, because then they have the true self-esteem, the knowledge that they can be good human beings and they can feel good about themselves. That's really true self-esteem based on reality. And then as we bring up virtues children, really this is the gift we are giving to our world to make it a better place. I feel that now more than ever, we need people in our society who are compassionate, who are loving, who are oriented towards service, who want to build united communities. And this is how we're going to change our world to be a better place. So I hope this has been helpful to you. If you want more information about the Virtues Project, you can just go to thevirtuesproject.com. If you're looking for definitions of Virtues Project, there's an app from Virtues Matter that you can download. I wish you all the best, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the symposium. Thank you again for being with me. Bye-bye.
It's really becoming a ritual now that we do this every year.
We're here for a common cause. We're idealists. We're here to change the world, and let's get together and do it. And that is a very powerful bond.
Being a part of the organization of Higher Ground, I really believe that the Montessori approach will change the world. And that's a totally different way of looking at it.
There's a lot of selflessness here, a lot of individuals doing a lot of great work for a lot of great reasons.
That there's just so much talent and so much integrity that it's just a really special group of people.
It's almost destiny at this point. When you get this many good people into a room together, how can we not create something incredible?
because I'm part of this greater mission. And when you're around this team, you just know that we're going to make it happen.
This is what's so powerful about doing this work. This is why it's a drug that I can't get enough of. There is nothing more validating about your worldview to see that taking place.
Remember what's really important to us and remind yourself of what it is exactly that we're creating.
Every little thing that you do really affects these children and is just making it better for them.
What was once a small group following a seemingly crazy vision and leader has now become this undeniable force. Because we have this belief, we are able to change the world, and we're already doing it. And we'll continue to do it.
My name is Diana Lassiere, and I'm head of school here at Guidepost Montessori Foothill Ranch, serving families with children from infant through 6th grade. When a family walks into our school, I want them to feel welcomed and just for this environment to feel warm and calm and just to be excited about coming in and having their children start their day with us.
My name is Jasmine Bowler, and I'm the assistant head of school at Guidepost Montessori in Foothill Ranch. What really sets us apart from other schools is the fact that we take a family-centered approach, which means that we're open extra hours, extra days, and year-round. We use many tools to help us communicate with families, including the Transparent Classroom, which is a website parents can log into to see live updates of their child's day, including photos, anecdotes, and even information about their eating and sleeping.
I like working with the other children and just working in general. The favorite thing about my class is probably the environment we get to work in. Everyone's super kind. Our teachers are very nice. My favorite work is algebra, balancing equations, addition and subtraction.
If you'd like to learn more information, please feel free to give us a phone call, check out our website, or come in for a tour.
Here at Guidepost Montessori at Las Flores, we offer programs for children aged 6 weeks through 6 years. We offer both English-speaking and Mandarin immersion programs.
In our Mandarin immersion program, our teachers are native Chinese speakers who are also highly trained in the Montessori method.
For us, the heart of the Montessori method is building children's self-esteem through practical life experiences.
We refer to our community here as the Las Flores family because we strongly believe in partnering with families to provide a quality care program.
We combine a traditional, authentic Montessori approach with convenience factors such as early drop-offs, late pickups, and summer and holiday programming.
Our experienced teachers provide a warm and nurturing environment that empowers each child to show their individual strength in their classroom.
Our teachers meet each child at their just right challenge level in both their academic and their personal development. With strong academics, executive functioning, and self-confidence, our students are ready to meet whatever challenges lie ahead.
欢迎你 Come visit us!
Greetings, I'm Dr. Pu. I'm going to share with you something about children's psychological health development. I'm a father of 3 children, and all the moms here, you must remember during a pregnancy how careful you were, how excited you were expecting this beautiful little baby with a little nervous, right? And you might also have thought about what my children look like, that dad as tall, as brave as the dad, or look like the mom as beautiful as their mom, or would my children make contributions to the country and society? Would they bring honor to the ancestors? And when they were born, for their health, you would bring them to all sorts of examinations, body check, such as you would bring them regularly to check their weight and height, when to add on supplementary food, when do they teeth, and breastfeeding, have vaccines. These are all physical exams, which you would do actively and in timely manner. But what we have done, and what has the society done to pay attention and help with children's psychological health? A lot of countries have studies on children and adolescents' psychological health, and it shows that at least 10% of children and adolescents have psychological disease, including anxiety, which takes up to 10%, and depression, that takes up to 12%. 3 to 7% children have hyperactivity. These are all quite common psychological disease. And apart from these, some adolescents have internet addiction, some are suicidal, some cut themselves, weary of study, learning disorders, and so on. These psychological disease and behaviors will largely impact on children's learning and life, and it will bring large negative effect on families and society. Our psychological health and development of brain are highly connected. The famous American educator and child psychiatrist Daniel Siegel says that our brain decides who we are, what we do. Children's brains are shaped by what the parents experience and feel. Decades of brain nerve science has proved that our brain has more than 100 billion brain cells. And between the brain cells and nerves, there's more than 10,000 jointings. Now, how do the jointings come along is because each time when a person experiences, the brain cell would discharge, and each time the discharging creates such jointings. And when a child is born in the earlier few years, the jointings would rapidly grow with millions created in every second. It's like our brain is a piece of blank paper where you can draw all possibility picture on it. So the first 3 years of children's brain development is very crucial. It needs all-round development with emotions. Such emotion will lay solid foundation of their cognitive development and behavior development. So think about when a child is living a safe, a happy environment with positive interactions and timely interactions, the picture he or she draws would be peaceful, smooth, and beautiful. If on the contrary, if a child lives in an environment full of fear and anxiety and pressure, he or she will draw chaos and a darker picture. Such children, for example, if they're being abused and being neglected, who live in long-term high pressure, it'll have large impact of their brain development, and their picture would be quite chaos. And when a child is living high pressure and full of unhealthy exploitment, no interaction at all, and being neglected, and this child would stay in a nervous status in long term, and it'll quicken his or her pulse, higher its pressure, blood pressure. Long term, it will lead risks to cardiovascular disease, and also blood sugar will increase as well, so as to blood pressure, which give rise to diabetes. And living in such pressure environment, children will release stress hormone such as adrenaline, and after long term of overstock, it'll eventually impact the health of psychology, such as anxiety, depression, hyperactive, and so on. We have contacted many orphanage. We have seen many children being abandoned who live in unhealthy environment. Some 3 or 4-year-old children don't even have 1-year-old weight and no language development at all, because they live in such environment, and it'll have direct impact on their psychology and cognitive development. It's a vicious impact. Living in such environment full of pressure and toxin, the child will release a lot of stress hormone. These stress hormone will impact on hippocampus. When the hippocampus, brain cell of hippocampus is damaged, it'll damage our memory. When memory is poorly developed, it'll eventually ruin the cognitive development. And also such toxin will influence our gene switch, because there is a switch to open our gene. Some hidden negative gene might be opened under such situation, which will influence their development as well, such as tumor, immune system, and other psychological disease. On the contrary, if we can provide, when the child is young, an environment full of interaction, ease, happiness, and safety for their learning and living, it'll be highly facilitating for children's all-round development. Children grow up in such environment, they'll be more confident, more able to take up challenges. You can see higher ability in dealing with the pressure, they manage their behavior and adjust themselves to lives, and they have the ability to maintain and develop social skills and stay in family and with friends, and eventually they'll be useful for the society. As a psychiatrist and a father of 3, what suggestions can I give to help with our children's psychological health? The first one is to provide our children a safe, stable, interactive, and positively supportive family environment and living environment. How to do is quite simple to say. First of all, is to have a stable couple relationship between the parents as the core members in the family, to provide the child a stable attachment so that they feel safe and free to grow healthy and safe. That's one thing. Apart from the stable attachment, we have something else. For example, there is an extension to other family members' relationship, which is quite common, especially quite common in China, which is the relationship between the core family and the grandparents on both mother and father's side. Another one is also quite popular in China is the nanny. It's to find who's very caring, gentle, and supportive nanny for the child. And next one is to, when the child is older, what kind of appropriate kindergarten and preschool should we find for our child or children. And another one is sometimes we might have a private coach or mentors for children. That's depending on each student, each child's specific case, but we must provide primarily a safe and knowledgeable and understanding environment with the appropriate differentiation. Next, for our children's future development, what should we do? What should they do? My number one is to do more exercising. That's my top choice, because exercising plays a very important role in children's psychology development. It's because exercising releases dopamine, adrenaline, serotonin, and brain neurotrophic factors. These are all very important components. I would like to talk about dopamine, adrenaline, and serotonin for psychological development. Is to help with their higher ability in concentration, or more motivation and vigilance, and higher degree of joy. That's a few merits. And also the brain neurotrophic factors, it'll be released largely by exercising. It's helpful in recovering and improving our brain cells when it's damaged under pressure. So that works in older generations as well, so that's important. Exercising can also help with our sleeping. When we work out outdoor, it helps with compounding vitamin D and helps with calcium absorption. These are all very essential in terms of exercising. So what do we do in exercising? It actually has no fixed format for formation at all, as long as you are moving. For little children, preschool children, please keep them at least 1 hour of exercising per day. You can walk, you can bike, you can skating, you can go to swimming, karate, no forms at all, as long as you are moving. But for older children, depending on their abilities, I would suggest some team sports. Work out in a team, so they know what is cooperation, what is teamwork, what is competition, and also develop their social skills, which is also important. So sleeping. Sleeping is also essential after 1 day of activity. The sleeping can, it helps with growing taller, but also it's a prime time for brain to have a rest, to reorganize the memory and knowledge. The brain also releases the pressure after a whole day and recover at night. Therefore, it's essential. For preschool children, we recommend 11 hours of sleeping. School-age children, we recommend 9 to 10, and adolescents, at least 8, which are considered suitable for a healthy psychology. Another aspect is food and diet. Of course, I see balance the most important. In terms of children's psychological development, I would say deep ocean fish rich with omega-3 and meat, high protein meat, vegetables, fruit, all very important for children, especially when the food rich with vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin B are also very good in development. For example, vitamin B helps with neural system development, such as B6 and B12 are both quite facilitating for neural system development. And B12 folic acid helps with calcium and iron absorption. Iron absorption helps with concentration. Another one, vitamin D helps with emotions. So sunbathe and outdoor exercise, you can have more food that rich with vitamin D, helps with calcium absorption as well. Some parents would say my children are very picky with food. I can so relate to you. 2 of my children are like that as well. I would often buy vitamin supplement, DHA supplement. Like we have a brand in China, it's called 养生堂, and you can try some with your children. And I would use vitamin B as well for my child, but I would highly suggest that in terms of vitamin B and D, you must consult the doctor's advice so that you know how much should you give them. Some parents might ask, my children have appeared to be low concentration and hyper active, and there are some behavior issues as well, and they appear to be anxious and upset. What should we do? First of all, let's have a look at them and how long have them appeared to be like this, right? And are they impacting their functions? For example, not doing good in schools and not getting along with people, not wanting to go to school and keep crying by themselves alone. Such situation, actually compared to their peers, it could be called like functional lesion. Under such situation, you have to resort to professionals' help. They will give you a timely and correct support, such as a common hyperactive, not doing well in school and doesn't get along with classmates. It's actually a developmental problem. Many children, through their own development and some trainings, and even worse situation, children can still recover by medication to improve their functions. And these could be achieved by professional help. So don't just think that you're unlucky or pathetic if there is a psychological problem, because many problems can be cured like other diseases. For example, like anxiety, which is one of the most common psychological disease among children and adolescents, but it's also the easiest one to be cured. So it could be recovered by correct interventions. Our child is like a tiny sapling. We have to provide a good soil and give it sunshine and enough water, and they will grow and prosper. That's all for my sharing. Thank you.
purple for the wonderful talk. I am Anniebelle and I am here to talk to you from Sydney, Australia. Okay. Every time I go to toy stores, or maybe you've noticed too, when you go to toy stores to buy your children, toys, I noticed the shelves are full with pretend toys like this. You can see the vacuum cleaner, fake broom, and cleaning supplies. I was shocked. I was shocked to see this type of toys. And I was like, why would parents buy this fake cleaning products if they can use the real ones at home? So today I am going to give you practical tips on how you can engage your children with household chores. Yep, you got that right. Household chores. I know a lot of parents are struggling making sure that their children are helping at home. Well, based on my experience working with families and with my own family, here are some practical tips for you. So number one, you need to start them young. How young? Maybe even a 1-year-old can help putting the dirty clothes in the washing machine. And when it's done, help with taking the clothes out. They can also help you with if they spilled something on the floor, to be able to wipe it with a cloth or a sponge. Those little things. And when they turn 2 or 3, that's the time you can start showing them. Okay, for instance, they can help with gardening by watering the plants. They can also help with dinner or lunch with washing the vegetables, cutting the vegetables that you need for the meal. They can help set the table. They can wipe the table after meal. They can put the dirty dishes in the sink or the dishwasher. They can help loading and unloading the dishwasher. They can sweep the floor. They can mop if they want. There's so many things that your children can help you at home. I remember with my son when he was 3 or 4, he loves washing our car. He loves helping his dad. All he needs is a bucket of soapy water and a sponge. And for 30 minutes or even an hour, he would be there washing the car. And after that, he would come in soaking wet and so happy he was able to help. For him, it was a play. But for us adults, he's helping. We just need to give them a chance to be able to do things. That's why I said we need to start them young. We need to give them responsibility at a very young age. What will happen if you just let them help by when they're 10, when they're 12, or even a teenager? I don't think they'll be able to help now, because we need to build a foundation early on. That's very important. And you see, practical life activities are essential component in a Montessori classroom, most especially in toddler and preschool. And we can also apply it at home. So, moving on, number 2. need to collaborate with your child. Don't expect them to do chores magically by showing them once. That doesn't happen. It takes time, okay? So I suggest, for instance, if you're wanting your child to show how to sweep the floor, you may use the brush first while your child's holding the dustpan, and then later on you can ask your child to use the brush and while you hold the dustpan, and then eventually your child will be able to do it by himself. But then again, it doesn't mean they will do it straight away. They will still need help or guide. You can guide them while they're doing it, but make sure you're not talking too much or not criticizing your child. You can say, I will show it to you. Let's do it together. So you're all doing it as a family. You're collaborating. You're showing how it's done. I suggest have a family ritual where everybody's helping. For instance, if your dad is cooking, your mom gets to wash the dishes after. Your child's setting the table, and your child's tidying up after the meal, wiping the table. Everybody's helping. Each family member has their own responsibility. So for number 3, you need to set a schedule. So for Monday, who's doing what? Who's washing the dishes? If the rubbish bins needs to be put away, who's in charge for cooking? Mondays to Sundays, and discuss as a family. What you expect from everybody, and put it on the fridge so everybody can see. So at least you can check. It's like, oh, who's responsible for this one? That's a name, that's a time. And so that would help everybody's accountability. And they can't get out of it because you already discussed it as a family. And everybody should be in agreement. And it would be great if during your discussion, listen to your children. What they're going to say. It would be good if you guys will compromise and not just telling them what to do, but also cohesiveness is very important. So yeah, that's my 3rd one. I will just give you some it's very helpful if you let them be, because we do things differently as adults, as parents. We do things differently, and I know if we show them what to do with a certain task, they will do it in their own way. They will have their own way of doing things. Same with us. As long as they know, as long as they're helping, if it's messy, I avoid criticism. You can just step in. I think you need help, or do you need help? Rather than getting angry and doing it for them, because they won't learn. If you step in straight away, they won't learn. And what do you think they will feel? They will feel like, I don't really need to do this. I don't think my parents trust me doing this. But they want help. So let them be. And also, you have to be patient. It will take some time. It takes months and even years. But you just need to be consistent and make sure that make sure that you also acknowledge that their contribution is being valued at home. Well, teaching life skills has never been important at this time. Especially when children are bombarded with screens all day. The value of practical life skills has diminished over the years as education have focused more on academics. So I suggest, it's time to bring back the old school teachings of what our parents have taught us. So let's change our perspective on how we see our children. They don't belong in their playrooms or in front of the television all day. They are very capable. All we need is to trust that they are able to do things. Show them, involve them, and acknowledge their contribution. So next time you are at the toy store, to stop buying those pretend toys, I suggest go to a home shopping center and start buying real brooms, mops, and if you have a vacuum cleaner, let them use it. Let's teach our children life skills that they need when they grow up. Remember that what we do now will have a long-term benefit, especially when they become adults. And all we want is a responsible, a helpful, mature adult. I hope you've learned some practical tips with engaging children in a different way through household chores. And thank you so much for listening, and have a lovely day wherever you are. And thank you so much for listening again. Bye.
My name is Daniel Jutras. I'm from Canada. I'm the director of the Canadian Montessori Teacher Education Institute. I was invited by Jemina to talk to you Montessori teacher guides, and you parents of children who are in Montessori schools. I was invited to talk about peace, about some practical activities that you could do, both Montessori teachers guide or parents, practical activities leading to peace, leading to tranquil my mind. Let's talk about the concept of peace in the Montessori approach to education. Maria Montessori was telling the Montessori teachers and the Montessori parents that peace starts in us. It is because us that the children will engage into peace. In 1949, she was invited as the public speaker, keynote speaker in San Remo, Italy, where they have gathered many, many Montessori teachers that she has trained over the years to gather in a conference. And Maria Montessori, after her journey in India, after the 2 wars she had lived, she was invited to give a conference, the keynote conference, and she gave the child and the peace. The child and the peace, and she put that together. How does she put that together? Simply as that. She said, if you, adult, Montessori teacher guide or adult, if you have a feeling of admiration in front of a beautiful landscape, a beautiful sunrise or sunset, a beautiful flower bouquet, a beautiful work of art, if you show your admiration, the child will have a tendency to be admirative, to admire like you are admiring. And then, if they are admiring, they would like to infect the other with their sense of admiration. This one is admiring, is contagious, and this one is admiring too. A smile brings a smile. A good morning brings a good morning. So many admirers would like to protect this trait of culture, this landscape, this flower. And she said, Maria Montessori said, if many protectors in the world want to protect the same thing because they admire that, they will love this landscape, this bouquet, this work of art, this feeling. And many lovers won't fight. Many lovers will bring peace. This is her train of thought, how peace will come by children, will come in the world through children, because of you, because of your sense of admiration, because of your peaceful manners, because of your calm. I have written, maybe 7, 8, 9 years ago, a book. Let me show it to you. A book. A practical guide to peace education. A collection of scenarios depicting 60 activities cultivating the need to quiet our mind and nurturing a culture of peace by inspiring children and igniting teachers and parents. I have thought about 60 practical activities to do in a Montessori school. But I never thought that I would be asked or invited by Jemina to give you maybe a dozen of activities that you can do at home. I'm taking out of 60 activities about 12 activities. Let's say that you can have from outside a branch just a long twig, a branch. And you can plant that into a sand box, sand can, to hold it by itself. And write the first little message to one of your children, in school or at home. Write a message of gratitude. The name of the child, I'm grateful because you welcomed me this morning. Write that. Write another one. I am grateful, so and so, because you shared the fruit with me, so and so. The name, because you shared something with somebody today. Put that, not that, in the tree. And the next morning you just open one and say, wow, may I read you a message of gratitude? Oh, this is for you. It is written, if they don't know how to read, it is written, I am grateful for that reason. And you may ask the children, tell me, you are grateful for what? And write the message and ask him to tie that on the branch. Many messages can be hanged, can be glued, can be not in this gratitude tree. It's possible, it's feasible. Another one. You can draw a good heart in red. Usually we see that in red, St. Valentine, on a cardstock. If you have one in plastic, good. You can put that on the sill of a window. You can hang it on a rope, on a string. And one day, you can go to the window and hold half of the heart, one wing of the heart, and wait that somebody will come. You may invite people, the children are looking at you saying, why mommy is doing that, why daddy is holding that, or why the teacher is holding that. And wait, they might be intrigued. And the other person will hold it and share your affection with this child. You know, child, give the name. You know, child, I love you. I love you because you are so courteous, because you are so kind. I saw you sharing the sandwich the other day. Share something. So try to instill this habit in your room with your children at home or at school, and one will hold one part of the heart, waiting for somebody to share his affection with the person who is holding the first part. This is sharing your affection. You may make this experience at home or at school. If you have a big conch, you may ask them to hear. You may say, you hear the circulation of the blood in your ear. But what do you hear? A kind of shh. If you don't have a conch, you can use a cup and hear. What do you hear? Oh. Does it hear like peace? Is it peaceful? Yes. Just a mug, just something if you don't have that. And reflect on peace. What is it peace for you? How are you peaceful? Could you be peaceful without that? Was that soft? Ask questions. You may yourself gazing on a snowy flake sphere. You shake that. I don't have one with me. You shake that, and all the little flakes, like little stars, are falling down. Admire that. Shake that, and you may invite a child. Look, would you like to shake it? Shake it. We will look till the last flake has going down. Isn't it peaceful? Yes. Anytime you want to do that, feel free. It's all there for you. On the sill of a window, on a piece of furniture, on a shelf in the classroom. You may as well take a jar, any jar. Everybody in the world has jars. A long jar. Fill it with water, and put, let's say, 1/3 of oil, olive oil, and shake it. Put the lid, of course, and shake it and turn it and gaze at this, at the drops, at the phenomenon, at the movement of the bubbles. Focus with that. Invite the child to concentrate. This is peaceful. This is very, very peaceful. You may invite the child also to extinguish a candle with a snuffer. It's a special tool that has a kind of a funnel, and slowly, delicately, with grace, extinguish the fire of the candle. Relight the candle and invite your child to do that. First of all, he will be grateful to you to say, wow, the teacher or mom or dad thinks I'm capable of that. This is very, very, you have to be careful. It's not you have to be careful. There's not too much danger, because the snuffer is about 1 foot long, and the child won't put his forehead over the flame. Show that. Extinguish with the snuffer the first one. Another activity that I see, take a wine glass and put some colored water almost at the rim. Bring it to a piece of furniture or a shelf in the classroom, to another place. Not 50 feet, just 15, 20 feet. Go delicately. It's very peaceful. It's very calm. The child is conscious, is aware that you're not running to do that. Leave the glass there. Anytime you say, feel free. You can bring that from that place to that place. You don't have to do many words. Say, be careful, don't do. You don't talk. They are able. They are capable, because you have put your trust inside of them. And they are building their self-confidence in that. Also, at home or at school, you can have a talking stick. You may say beautiful thing from your heart in holding the stick. And when you finish, you may give that to the child. At the beginning, the child is mixed up. He doesn't know how to expel his emotions. But you may show, you may be the model, and you may show your emotion, giving the stick. And the more you will do that, the more your child will give his emotion, will feel free to give his emotion. Another activity I'm thinking is a song about peace. I'm not a very good singer, but I like to sing for you this beautiful song that I learned from Nigeria. It's about peace. The words are easy. Udo, Udo Gadi. Udo, Udo Gadi. Ebe Funa Yadi. Ebe Fukudo Dadi. Let me sing. Don't be hard on my voice. Udo, Udo Gadi. Ebe funayadi, ebe fukudo dadi. Udo, Udo Gadi. Ebe funayadi, ebe fukudo dadi. Peace, peace, where there's love, peace will be. Peace, peace, where there's love, peace will be. Udo, Udo Gadi. Ebe funayadi, ebe fukudo dadi. Udo, Udo Gadi. Ebe funayadi, ebe fukudo dadi. Peace, peace, where there's love, peace will be. Peace, peace, where there's love, peace will be. It's a beautiful song that I love to sing, or at home, or in my school. You can also, if you're skilled, look on the internet how to do origami crane for peace. If you have a child of 5 years old, 4.5, 5, they will be able to fold the origami paper into a crane. And finally, out of my 60s, they gave me this time. You can build with them, with just a pencil, with the eraser of a pencil, a pinwheel with the wind outside or inside, and you can all the wings, all square in the middle. Bring that and a pinwheel. Just go on the internet how to make a pinwheel. It's extremely easy. And write peace. Write words of peace. Write that I'm feeling in peace. I wish you a beautiful journey in peace. Thank you very much for having listened to me. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Bobbie Holliday. I am a Montessorian, and my group of special interests are the infants and toddlers. My child development practices and beliefs have been influenced by many, many sources, and some of these will be listed in the transcript to accompany. I've been thinking, Dr. Montessori would be a very active and vocal participant in this symposium. I'm sure that she would express her findings in working with the child and give us such great insight. But also, I think she would listen to other people, Montessorian and not Montessori, that are working together to make the child's life better and make our world a better place. I think she would be here just working along with us. In this talk, we will be looking at the child, firstly, that Dr. Montessori so championed. We will consider how we can intercede for them in society and in their homes. So, let's spend our opening moments talking about what the child brings to the table. Before he exits this safe, secure, comfortable environment that his mom and nature have provided for some 40 weeks, his brain has been already developing for 37 of those 40 weeks. He's been picking up sounds, especially language, for 36 of those 40 weeks. He's been moving, exercising for 32 of those 40 weeks. His sense of touch has been developing for 33 weeks. Sense of taste, 25 weeks. Wisely, his eyes have only been developing for 12 weeks. So there's not so much shock when they come out to the light of day. And ready for the rapid development during the first weeks after birth. So, this newborn babe may be dependent, but he is in no way helpless. He's like a runner with his feet in the stocks, ready for the race. He's ready to take on life. Now, what about his brain? What's the state of the child's brain at birth, right? Well, we know that his brain stem fully developed, fully functioning. What does this mean? This is the brain stem, the body systems regulation, keeping the heart beating and the lungs breathing and so on. It's also his survival kit, his fear, flight, collapse responses. This is where he asks the question, am I safe? Also, the brain stem connects the body to the brain, right? So what I'm feeling in my body, does it respond to what I've been given to work with from the environment in my brain? Fully developed at birth. Now, the limbic center, that middle brain, is also fully developed at birth. So what does this bring? Memory. Now, he may not consciously remember those early days, but they have impacted this child's brain from birth. The birth experience, all of that has been implanted in the child's memory system. Attachment. This is where his attachment is decided. His emotions, his emotional center. This is where he asks the question, am I loved? And remembering, this is fully developed at birth, ready to interact with the other parts of the brain. Now, the cortex is still developing. In fact, we've all seen astronomical numbers of how many neural connections are made when a child is engaged with his environment through his senses and through movement. It's mind-boggling, well, to me anyway. Okay. And in the front of the brain, the prefrontal cortex is also developing at breakneck speeds and will continue to develop until 24. An interesting thing that for me is we are now beginning to realize that children's brains are not finished developing until they're actually 24 years of age. And Dr. Montessori said that so many years ago, and now our machines are proving that she was indeed right. Now, right in the front of the prefrontal cortex are the mirror neurons, and they're right here in the middle of the forehead. Now, these process information from his caregiver to him. When he's born, he doesn't know who he is, what value he has, how he fits into the system. But these mirror neurons pick up information from the caregiver of who I am, who you are, and who we are together. He's building maps or images of what his life is like. So the child who comes in unaware of who he is learns who he is and his value through his caretaker's responses. They learn who they are by how they are treated and in their interactions. Now, remember the brainstem, limbic center, brain connection to the body. So, the child feels something in his body, and when the environmental or the caregiver's response to that need that he expresses from his body, when it coincides, it resonates with, all is well. And this builds trust in himself and in his caregiver and ultimately in the world. So, understanding these connections, the child needs someone who is crazy in love with him. Yeah, Dr. Metzloff, who with his wife, Dr. Patricia Kuhl, have done wonderful research on the brain, on the child's brain and on relationships. And he has said the brain is turned on by social interactions. So this person needs to love this child unconditionally. And the child knows that, and the caregiver knows that. A child should never have to make an excuse for being. Now, lately, we've been hearing some new phrases that define how interaction should happen with a child. Things like responsive caring, serve and return, reading, learning to read your child's cues. I so hope these do not become catchphrases, because they are actually action words to describe what it takes to release an inquisitive, confident, and empathetic soul into the world. So what does this look like? It's eye to eye, face to face, heart to heart, mind to mind. It's respectful pausing, waiting for the child to respond. This is a babe, but it can be done all through the early childhood life. Taking note of the child's interest, observing him carefully. What takes his interest, and providing him with an environment that allows for further development. Including the child in family discussions. Reading books together. Reading with your child, not to your child. Enjoying these books together. Singing songs. These interactions will set a foundation. We're talking about architecture, brain architecture so much in the research these days, but it will build a foundation for this child to become adaptable, right? Able to negotiate, problem solving, secure. Okay, I got this, right? And we think it's so simple, but it is what the child needs to start the building of his life. Playing give and take games like peekaboo and ball games, yeah? Sharing simple finger plays. You know what? It's simply enjoying each other. This may start out as guesswork and even keep on to guesswork as the child gets older. And we may need to apologize when we don't get it right, but we need to keep at it until the need is met, because need trumps behavior. The child is not screaming because he wants to ruin your day, or he was born to make your life difficult. He's screaming because he has a need and he doesn't know how to meet it, and you're the one that he's looking to meet it. So let's look for the need and get it met. And when his need is met and it fits, he can use his energies then to satisfy his curiosity, for investigation and an ever-increasing scope of exploration, experiencing the world through his senses and movement. Now, each person is born with his own unique gene pool. The ways these are expressed is based on his experience. They are not just like Uncle Joe or a carbon copy of their grandmother. The child is a new entity. She or he will interact with the world in his or her own unique way. She or he will respond, grow, and understand in ways never known before or never will again. Now, we can assume or we can dictate how the child would or should be to undermine and overwhelm his unique approach. But this is how we miss ever knowing how novel this person's approach to life could have been. Now, if the child's needs are not met, or they're met intermittently, or the meeting of the need just doesn't coincide with the need, then the child is left dangling in insecurity. And these energies that he's born with, are now used for self-preservation and survival. And the world is not a welcoming, conquerable space to be explored. The path through these early years is simply following the child, as Dr. Montessori said, and trusting the wisdom that nature has given to him or her, and the natural instincts that are given to the caregiver as well. Now, realistically, not all caregivers are enamored with their children. Not all babies or children are easy to be enamored with. And not all environments are ready to receive this insatiable curiosity. And this is a 24/7 ordeal. And every parent has not had the privilege of early childhood education. But this we do know. Parents are the first and best teacher or educator. It's not us. It's the parents who are, and the parents need to know this. They are the first and best educator of the child. And parents are or caregivers, grandparents, IEs, parents are the child's favorite and most important toy. We need to know this so much these days when the advertising is telling us you have to have this to make a genius, you have to have this, you have to have that. No. He needs you. He needs the caregiver, and he needs to see that he's accepted and loved and known. The child needs to be seen, felt, and heard. He needs to be known. This is way more important than the most expensive toy that you could buy for the child. The child's best hope is love, acceptance, and security of his being known and knowing. Now, we, the holders of early childhood development education, and as child advocates, need to celebrate the family's even smallest successes. Celebrate the family. And support the family, starting where they are, not where we think they should be, starting where they are. At the older I get, I'm realizing the more important that is. We don't need to pour all of our knowledge into every situation. We need to start where the audience is and move on from there. We need to keep it simple and doable. We pride ourselves in making environments that are accessible to children. So we need to make our approach to families also accessible. We need to be a safe haven for both the child and his or her family. Remembering that you might be the one where the child finds his security. Thank you.
Hello everybody, it's Christine and Bill, and we are here to present to you the topic of leading a community in a time of change. And it's a bit strange for us to be here talking to you through this kind of a medium because we really love being with you. We wish that you would have been right there in front of us and that we could see your beautiful faces and your smiling faces. And that's usually how we present our administrators course. So this is very, very different, and it's quite awkward for us to be giving this kind of a presentation. But hey, we've got to do that now, and that's part of change, and it's part of adjusting and being flexible. So Christine.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you, Bill, for that introduction. So we've been trying to reimagine ourselves presenting in this kind of format, and I think we're doing okay. So we will just start by thinking about what it means to be leading a community during these difficult times. So Bill, I believe that you've got a story around one of the challenges that you experienced during a difficult time, a time of change.
Yes, because we find that to actually be prepared for change, we never have that luxury of being able to have the calendar event that's going to come up and say, today things are going to change. And I was working at an international school in Colombia, South America, and we had to have plans for the possibility that our school would have to close and that we would have to send the children home, partly because there was a civil war going on while I was there. And so we had to do a few things to see if we could evacuate the campus quickly. One day we get a call from the military that said that the guerrillas that were about to face a battle with the army were less than a kilometer away from the school, and that we had to get our entire population off of the campus in about 15 minutes. So here we were with 15 minutes to get off because we started hearing the guns and we started hearing some of the bombs going off close by. So all the plans had to be thrown out the window, and we basically went around the school and had to get 1,200 kids plus staff off the campus in 11 school buses. And so if you do your maths, you can tell fairly quickly that there were going to be more students on the bus than usually we would put them in. We had to stack them in 3 high on the seats. So we had to put adults in first, and we put middle-aged kids and then the younger kids on top of them. And we had to fit all 1,200 kids on the bus. We got them all home, and one of the beautiful parts of this story is that this little 6-year-old girl arrived home, and her mother said, "What are you doing home so early?" Because she hadn't heard any of the news. And the girl said, "Oh, we just came home early because there was a war at school today, but there was some fantastic event that happened before that. We had this man who was doing these dances with hoops, because we had had an assembly just before all this happened." And what she remembered was she didn't really care. Yes, she had to go home, but she didn't remember the trauma and the crisis. She remembered the fact that there was something that happened early on, and that was because we had to keep a sense of calm during this whole process. And so she did what she had to do. Everybody did what they had to do. They got home. They were happy when they got home, and they could even remember that despite the fact that they had a war at school, that they still remember the fact that they had a really lovely event just before the war. So that was something that really always stuck with me about this aspect of how keeping calm during a time of crisis is really important.
And did you change anything after that?
Lots of things, yes.
Yeah. Well, my story is not quite as dramatic as yours, Bill, but it was really a difficult time for me. I'd been a head of school for quite some time, and like a lot of people, I had policies and procedures that were ready for incidents and emergencies. But this particular day, I was in another part of the country, quite a long way away. It was some professional development that I'd been looking forward to. And I got a phone call in the afternoon to say that 2 children, 2 5.5-year-olds, had left the school. They could not be found. And I wondered what was going to happen. And people were looking to me to make decisions about what happens next. We've never had this before. Fortunately, the staff were fantastic. They went around, there was no panic. Like you said, Bill, it was about maintaining a sense of calm. They told the police, they rang the parents came to school, everybody sat down with the police and worked out what they were going to do. They kept me, I was on the phone nearly the whole time, just to be kept in touch with things. It turned out the children had transitioned into the next level, the next cycle. At lunchtime, they decided that they would walk home. So they'd always been driven to school and picked up home, but this day they thought they'd have a little adventure and walk home across a major road. And they were found safely at home that afternoon. all the time, it was about communication. Keeping in touch with the parents and then making sure the children were safe, talking to them, the children and the parents. There was no blame, oh, it was your child that led my child on. It was really about, is there anything that we need to do differently in the future to make sure this doesn't happen? And collectively, with the staff, with the parents, with the police, we sat down and looked at some of the things that we could do. What we didn't do before that was take the roll in the afternoon. So they were outside playing.
Changed your procedures, I bet.
We changed our procedures, and they have remained, I believe, to this day, that the roll is taken in the morning and in the afternoon, because that afternoon they were going straight to music. And the music teacher didn't realise that they weren't there because they were new students.
So when all this is happening, you have to keep that calm also, because when you're communicating, you're saying you're keeping up that communicating constantly. You don't want to make the communication also frighten the recipients. So if you were really, I mean, I'm sure you were really frightened inside, but you kind of have to put on that very calm, stoic face.
But be honest as well. I think the honesty has to be there. For me, it was about having a community that trusted me. They trusted my leadership. They'd seen me before maintaining a level of honesty, and I didn't smooth things over to say, it's going to be okay. You hear people say that, don't you? Everything's going to be okay. When you know that it may not be okay, and the only thing you can do is just maintain that element of calm and communication, honest communication. So one of the things that I think that we need to really think about quite carefully is the school culture, and building that school culture and having that trust already as the foundations for what's going to come. And if you have a positive school culture, and if you have your values embedded in your school, then when change comes along, it's going to be a lot easier to be able to withstand. Think about a boat in an ocean, a ship in an ocean, and a storm comes along. You're much more able to withstand that storm if you've got a strong ship and the ship was built properly. So thinking about making that decision to have a strong culture in your school, and it's at the heart of everything that you do. It's at the heart of improvement and growth and being able to withstand some of those difficulties that you might have. You want to be welcoming. You want to make sure that everyone in the school feels as though they're part of the community. How we look at all of our behaviours all the time. How our behaviours affect us and the world around us. We have a shared belief. We believe that we are part of something really special. The culture where the language is important. And I can't stress enough how important communication is and the language that you use at this time. But you would have been practicing all of those communication skills beforehand to make sure that when you might have something that comes along, you're able to use the right words to help everybody. You need to have a culture that puts your values at the centre of everything that you do. Because the culture of our schools creates tomorrow's society. Now let's have a little think about values. And I want you to think about the values in your school. Have you ever thought about that? What your values might be? Just spend some time when you go back to school and think about that. Important and lasting beliefs or ideals shared by members of a culture about what is good or bad, desirable or undesirable, because they have a major influence on a person's behaviour and attitude. These are some of the values that I was thinking about. Family, creativity, honesty, trust, helping others, making a difference, respect, collaboration. partnerships, and so on. So yeah, think about what your school values are, because the values will be able to unite the people within your organisation. They'll create a sense of belonging. And when we think about students, how can they have a sense of belonging? And what does that actually mean? It means building positive relationships. All students are assisted, all abilities. We support and we nurture children in a safe and caring environment. You need to be able to relate to those children. So go and see the classrooms as often as you can. Make yourself a big part of their lives, a big part of the school. Greet students. Encourage them to see themselves as part of our global Montessori community. That's really important for them to feel a part of the world. The staff, of course. You're going to be a role model for most of your staff. They're going to be looking up to you, and they need to be able to trust you and believe in your values. The values that you've aspired to and that are shared by the whole community. Teachers are empowered when they feel that they're part of a team working together. So provide lots and lots of time for building that community, lots of planning time, discussion time. It doesn't really matter what it is that you do, whether you take a Montessori book or any sort of book. Spend time getting to talk about with them. And parents, the parents' role is absolutely complementary to the school. You need to be able to really strive to find out what parents want and what they need. You may not be able to give them everything that they want or they need, but listening is probably one of the most important skills that you can have. I think that if you listen to everybody, just absolutely listen without saying anything, you can achieve so much. Provide clear direction. Leadership in a time of change, in a time of crisis, requires people, leaders who can provide clear direction. You may not be absolutely right at that time, but you need to be confident and you need to be able to provide direction. We don't want to end up with this kind of scenario where you're heading in one direction and everyone else is heading in another direction. You want people to be following you, walking beside you, and trusting you. The trust is probably the most important element. And just have a look at this quote. There are numerous organisational models and strategies that you can use. However, Dr. Montessori, as we know, comes up with all sorts of wonderful things if we really look carefully at what she says. We need to re-envision the Montessori school, not primarily as an educational institution to be built and managed, but a living, evolving organisation and organism. And that's what you've got. That's what you're in charge of, a living, evolving organism. And by focusing your vision on the essential principles of human development, we can become better able to enhance the development of human potential in all aspects of the school. And that's what we're all about, is developing human potential. And if you're doing that on a daily basis, then you're going to be prepared for whatever comes along, whatever that might be. The storm in the sea, the crisis that Bill had to manage, something like children running away. It might be a tsunami. It might be a tornado. It might be a virus. But the foundations that you have in your school, think like a building. You've built really strong foundations. The earthquake comes along. It shakes you. The storm comes along. Everybody's worried. But you maintain your calm, you maintain your community, your collective values, and your strength will be in that.
We've just heard a lot of really important things about laying that foundation from Christine. And if you have that foundation, then when the storm comes, we're going to be in a better position to weather that storm and to be able to deal with things as they come, especially when we're not totally prepared for it. So what I want to talk about is what does leadership look like in the midst of this crisis? And Christine used the metaphor of being on a stormy sea, and that we do know that on a stormy sea, the captain is still having to lead that ship and having to make decisions, sometimes split decisions about which way to steer and how to properly prepare for that. So I've actually used this aspect of the ocean and this metaphor of ships on the sea, and I'm going to present 7 C's, but this is going to be the letter C. These are words to help you remember some of the things that we should keep in mind when we are doing leadership through a crisis. Crisis does begin with C also, but that's not one of the 7 that I'm going to be presenting. I'm going to start off with this aspect of staying calm, which I spoke about a little bit earlier. To always remain calm despite of what we may be feeling inside. Because especially in schools, we eventually have the children who are picking up from the adult exactly what things they should be afraid of and how to feel safe. And they take the cues very, very quickly from those around them. So if from the leadership position we can remain calm during this, and our staff and parents remain calm, ultimately it really does benefit the child, and the children will feel a sense that this is perhaps not going to be such a horrific thing, even though it may be feeling horrific at the time. Most of us would have gone through a situation where we had to close our schools due to the coronavirus, and this this brought up a lot of things for people: fear, concern, upset, all of the things that you started to think about your own safety, your own health, and whether you would yourself get the virus, but you also had to think about how you'd make others safe. So this calmness is important, but it's not always good to assume that everyone's going to be calm. So we need to have professionals and strategies that are around us to help us to achieve that calmness. And it's not wrong to call in a counselor perhaps during that time, even to consider mediation where there might be struggles between the way different people are feeling or responding to this. Also just doing regular exercise, just keeping yourself healthy and keeping yourself calm, meditation, music, and incorporating music in your life, things that will help you to keep this calmness. So that's the first C, is looking at remaining calm. Communication, Christine talked a lot about the importance of that communication, and in the scenario that she mentioned about how she had to constantly give that communication, let people know every step of the way what's been going on and how things are going. Even if you don't have a lot of information, you still need to say, look, I don't know what's going on yet, but I'm going to let you know as soon as we hear more. During this time when we had to close our school, the communication went from the regular weekly bulletin to a daily communication with parents and with staff. But what's really important is that any communication that goes out to your community, you make sure you communicate first with your staff. The staff are your key stakeholders in a situation in a school. The teachers are the ones that are in the front line with the students. You don't ever want to send a communication out and the teachers read that and then realize, oh, why didn't I know about this beforehand? And that way, if they hear first, and if there's anything that they need clarification on, that can be achieved before the communication goes out to the rest of the community. So always prioritize your staff ahead of the rest of the community. Also, try to be extremely clear. Of course, we always try to be clear in our communication, but in this particular instance, try not to be very verbose, to be able to focus first and foremost on what is pertinent to their children and into the school's operations. In your communication to the community, be very clear to include everybody. Don't just give it to a particular group. If you have some families that are just coming into the school, they were just about to start, include them in the communication. So, knowing that they're not quite there yet, but they might be there soon, let them know how the school operates through a time of crisis. So they they can be a part of that. Even those that have recently left, you might want to include them also. Communication should be unambiguous and inclusive. Also, when you do send communication out, be available afterwards. Make sure that you don't just assume you're going to send it out and then go home. Be available with your phone on and your emails ready to receive any questions that might come through, and do regularly follow up on your communication with an email that that refers to the previous communication, and just let people know that this is a series. You might say this is the third of my communications this week, and so that way it contextualizes the communication going out. The next C that I'd like to present is this aspect of care. When people are feeling a bit nervous and a bit anxious about what's going on, the most important thing that we can do is to show that care for others. We don't want to completely find ourselves just saying, I've got to survive this myself and I don't care about anybody else, because as a leader we don't have a place for that. We wouldn't choose to be a leader in a school if we were that kind of person. So we know that this is the nature of who we are. We are caring individuals. We care very much about children and about our teachers. In Montessori schools, we also know how important it is to care about the world and about beyond our schools. So this care is very important at a time of crisis. And you need to keep that in your communication, that sense of care and compassion. Compassion is another one of the C's that I'm going to be putting up there. This can be demonstrated in your social media by just showing things that might be feel-good kinds of statements or quotes or stories, photos, things that might help your community to feel a sense that the school does care about us, it cares about others. Perhaps doing a survey with your community to see how they're going. Let them know that it's okay to say that you're struggling with this, or that you're about ready to throw the kids out onto the street or whatever. Let the school know, so that we could possibly be of help, even if we just form a little support group, or we have a counselor that we could recommend, or we might just say, hey, we know another family that might be able to come and visit you and just lend you a hand during these times. Also, part of this care and this compassion is something we did in our school, which was to form these parent circles. And it was done online since we weren't able to meet together. And when we do it, usually it's one of these things that we routinely do in the school, but during this time of crisis, we started having more of these parent circles, where we basically just say, if you want to come in and chat amongst another group of parents, or a group of parents with others that are feeling the same way, just come and say, how are you feeling, and just put this out there in with the rest of the group. Offer counseling to staff, and also counseling to parents if they need it, and if you have that kind of resource available. The next C is about collaboration. And we need to reach out to others. Now, in Sydney, we had all the schools were going through the same thing, so why not give them a call and say, hey, how are you dealing with this? And are there things that we can learn from you, and are there things that you could learn from us? So having that sense of opening up to other schools is very important. There are expert opinions out there. There are scientists out there. There are other people in your community or outside the community that would have fantastic ideas about what could be done to help you through this crisis. Offer home consultations where someone you know could perhaps connect with you in the home situation. There are lots of websites out there. There's great programs that helps families. I know that Higher Ground has launched a program that has been fantastic for families to learn more about how to deal with home learning and learning Montessori within the home situations. So collaboration is very, very important. You need to be creative, another C, and you need to be creative in the kind of plans and strategies that you're putting forth, and also to form a crisis management group so that your leadership is not just you, that you actually have people that are either members of your board or senior members of your staff who you can put together into a committee and say, everything that we're going to do, all the decisions are going to go through this, that decisions have to be made quickly, but this finite group of other leaders will help you to make good decisions and sound decisions. And the other C, and the last C, is about coping. We need to cope with this not only during the time of the crisis, but we have to see this long term. We know that during the time of crisis, we just are thinking, let's get through this, but we also have to know, how are we going to manage this afterwards? How is this going to look when we are back in school, and how are we going to manage things when things change again, or when there's another time when we have to close after we reopen? So just coping and long-term coping is something that has to be taken into consideration. So these are the 7 C's that I'm suggesting, as just keeping in mind about ways in which we can help to move our school through times of difficulty, but at the same time, these are also, as you can tell, these are things that we want to practice at all times, and it's just that at the time of crisis, they become more important. I wanted just to also share how, at the time that we met this crisis, at Montessori East in Sydney, we had to really look quite quickly at ways in which we would deal with a school that was shut down. This meant that home learning was something that is not part of the Montessori psyche. It's not in our training. It's not in our realm of how we deliver our education. But this has come as an opportunity for us to do something where we can actually get our parents engaged in understanding what it means to be a Montessori parent, as well as how children learn in a Montessori environment. It was a huge opportunity that we saw, and that we tried to take this on as, this is not about teaching the children at home, it's really about teaching the parents in their home so that they can be the teachers of their children, and to support the child's own self-learning and self-construction that's going on. The next part of what we're going to be doing is we're going to talk about the positives that have come from this particular situation, more than what I just mentioned now, and also what are the takeaways, what are the things that we're going to kind of permanently put into place in our schools after this. We've had tremendous experiences in our past, but also in this current crisis. We've really been able to see the positives that have come out of this coronavirus and homeschooling, and one of those positives was this special unexpected time that families have, both with the school and with the family, but also probably within the families too. So do you want to share how it's been for you as a grandparent who's supporting your grandchildren?
I mean, I took this on really wholeheartedly, perhaps a bit too wholeheartedly, in my enthusiasm, and it really has been very positive for us as a family. I've got 2 grandchildren. My daughter has been working from home, so that added a bit of extra pressure on things like using the furniture for gymnastics at an obstacle course. But it really has been very positive. We did family yoga together, and I think that we may well continue to do that. We laughed a lot during that time. The furniture got rearranged several times for different things. But what I found was really unexpected, I think, was the joy that came from sharing so much with each other. The good things, the bad things, the indifferent things. We were all together in this, and we were sharing things. And at the end of the day, we were able to look at each other and say, we did well. And I think that a lot of those little things will continue.
One of the things that we also recognized was how all of a sudden we found that there was an increase in the social connections between different families who knew that they had to reach out to each other, and the connections between the teachers and the families, because all of a sudden, they had this sense of where the child was living, because all of a sudden they were online.
In their living room.
In their living room. They're there, the child knows the teacher's right here, in their place. And instead of it being threatening to them, it made the children feel the sense that there was a greater, stronger connection, and with the socially amongst different groups, but also the connection with the home and school, which just helps the child to get that sense that the teachers there are part of their family. The family is part of the school. So it really did help to.
And look, Bill, I think also there were many things around the home and close to the home that we were using as Montessori materials. And it made me realise, if I knew part of that already, just how much the home can be a Montessori environment. You don't have to go very far to find things that are Montessori materials, because what did Montessori have to start with? She didn't have materials. And when we look at other countries that don't have a full set of materials, they're using some of the things that they can get their hands on, and we've been doing a lot of that.
Yeah. We had a lot of kids doing measuring, a lot of kids that needed to try to understand how big their room was, and they had to do a lot of mathematics, and they didn't have the materials that they have in the classroom, but they still had to do measuring. They paced things out. When they were going outside for walks, they could look at leaves, and they could estimate how many leaves there were in this pile or on this tree. And there was so much that was to help them to, when we try to understand Montessori, it is not about understanding the materials, it's about understanding the learning that comes from those materials, but it comes, as you said, from the same experiences that we have in a day-to-day basis, around the home, around outside, walking around, if you can go outside.
Well, we talked about increased social connections, and just on our little walk down the road with my 6-year-old, we met people that we'd never met before. A lady, an older lady who was housebound, she couldn't get out. We had about a 15-minute conversation with her about her roses. And it was just delightful. She was sweeping and talking, and that connection was going to continue to be there. So we wouldn't have had that.
So great connections are forming with the home learning, which was really wonderful to see. Also that appreciation from the parents about the teachers. They all of a sudden realize, my goodness, the teachers, they work hard. They do so much, and they're so important, because when the parent has the child every day, 5 days a week, during the week and then weekends also, and they're trying to provide something for them and they're learning, they realize it is not an easy thing. It's because we weren't sending worksheets that they had to sit down and do. It was really about understanding the child, where the child's at, where their interests were, and to try to respond to that. So the appreciation was fantastic to see from
And
the
it's
parents.
exhausting.
Yes.
Actually. I think the thing is, being a parent and a teacher at the same time creates its own set of challenges. And because of that, you do appreciate the role of the teacher even more.
There were parents that had a lot of difficulty, and we did find that the parents that were having the most difficulty were the ones that had difficulty setting boundaries.
Yes, and I soon learned very quickly that when I walked into the house, I had to be the teacher. And my granddaughter had a school bag, and we went through this sort of pretend situation where she would hang her school bag up, and then we'd sit down and we wrote out the routine for the day. Now, that may not be very Montessori, but in fact it helped us knowing what we needed to do to get through the day. We had a bit more times than we would normally do at school for breaks, and the walk was really important. And she made it very clear when she was speaking to her Montessori teacher that the nature walk ended up with an ice cream every day, which wasn't something I wanted her to say necessarily. But that may not continue.
It's not going to be one of your takeaways.
No, it won't be a takeaway.
So we've had a lot of positive learnings from this experience in the last few weeks. One thing that we did also learn was about how this was a gift to us by forcing us into this aspect of flexibility.
Yes.
And being creative with our design, because we all of a sudden were told to do something, and I communicated to the parents right away and said, you know what, we're just going to try a home learning thing using this kind of platform, and just bear with us, because we don't know what we're doing. We're going to give it a go, and you give us some feedback on how it's going, because if we end up doing this long term, we do want to at least experiment a little bit with this. Friendliness with error became my mantra with the parents all during this time. So, we're going to be making a lot of mistakes in this. Let us know what you think, but don't be judgmental about those comments. To say,
So important.
Feedback, give us feedback.
And I think that word that you just used about being judgmental, we have to throw that out all the time anyway, but particularly at this time. Judgment cannot come into anything that we're doing at the moment. The things that I think the word that really does need to come into everything is empathy. Empathy with everyone about what's happening to them, and definitely flexibility.
So there were these positives that came out of it, but we also want to make sure that we can glean from all of these experiences the kinds of things we're going to take with us into the future. And there are a few things I wanted to share about how we have learned that technology is our friend and not our enemy. Really, that there's always been some concern in Montessori about, should we be having computers at all, or should kids be in front of screens? And we still feel that we should not overindulge children with screens and screen time. But we have learned also that it is important to not be afraid of the technology. So one thing that we have learned that we could create a video channel, and this would be something where we could do workshops for parents, we could do lessons that might be able to be stored into this video channel, so it's available to our community in some way. So that's one of the takeaways that we thought would be an interesting. We haven't set it up yet, but it's something we would like to look at.
I just keep thinking necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes,
I keep saying that, and that is so true in these circumstances, that so many new things are being created that are beneficial, and they do use it. We are using technology, and there's nothing wrong with technology when it comes to things like that.
I had never thought that we would be sitting here doing this, and talking to a group of people through this kind of medium, because for us, our comfort all along was always to do it a certain way. So it's not the best way. It's not necessarily a better way, but it's not bad. It's not something that we should shy away from. So,
but Bill, we can't see their reaction about they may not be liking this.
Currently, we have some students coming back into the school now, so we have about 50% of the students attending now. And they're doing that 4 days a week, and so Wednesday is the day that there are no students in the school, and that's the day that teachers are connecting with the children at home. It's actually not a bad model, and it might be something that I have heard a few teachers say, could we stay on 4 days a week with the children coming in, and then having that 1 day a week of having this online consultation and doing things more with the technology and through webinars and through video workshops and putting things up on the video channel. So it has much more breadth in terms of the kind of service that we do to the community.
And thinking back to that original discussion around values and making sure you have a strong foundation. If you're clear and you feel really positive and there's a trust in the community, then you can introduce new things because your community trusts you. They're not going to be suspicious about, I wonder if they're really working on that day that they're doing that, because they trust you.
That's right, yeah. And that's so, if the experience has been positive, which I think in a lot of schools it has been for the parents. I think most parents have actually appreciated the kind of work that's gone into this, and so the trust is there. Another thing, a lot of the staff have had to work from home, as a lot of people have had to work from home. This aspect of working from home is really, I think, not only in schools, I think in a lot of businesses, has come out as a very positive takeaway that many businesses have also recognized. It's not so bad to have some of your employees working at home, and they can be productive and they can get a lot of work done. Now, it's for a teacher, it does seem, you do need to have that face-to-face contact, and it's not that we want to move things to be working at home, but having that flexibility to say, it is okay to work from home from time to time.
I don't think that a lot of businesses are going to go back to how it was before, because having tried working at home, they now can see some of the benefits of being at home. I've worked at home for a long time, so I've always seen that there are benefits to that. I guess it depends if you've got lots of children around as well.
That's right.
So there's pluses and minuses.
Yeah. And finally, the takeaway from this that I've seen is how important communication is, and the essential components of regular communication, clear communication, using different formats with that communication. I mean, just can't emphasize that enough. So we've learned that keeping your community together during a time of crisis is great, but even when you're not in a crisis, when the seas are calm, you still need to be communicating regularly and through different channels. So, Christine, you had developed some really interesting suggestions on values that you want to perhaps one of the takeaways that everyone could take away from this presentation is this set of values that are really very clever and something I think you'd enjoy. So we're going to move into that.
So these are some of the values that I thought were going to be really important. So for me, being mindful at this point in time is extremely important. Being open-hearted, so allowing yourself to be open to everybody around you, so that you're leading with your heart. You've got your head there, of course, but you're leading with your heart. You need to be nourishing at this time, nourishing of yourself and nourishing of your community. That's a really strong value. Thoughtful in words, deeds, and actions at all times, but especially now. Enterprising. Think about all of the things that are really creative and enterprising at this particular time. Supportive. We've talked a lot about supporting your community. What does that actually look like in a really deep and meaningful way? Sharing. Communication is really at the heart of sharing. Sharing your vulnerabilities, sharing your joys, sharing your concerns, sharing with the community, with every aspect of your community. Optimistic. Let's all think about how we can be optimistic about the future. I know it's really hard at the moment, but if we lead with that sense of optimism, all of the things that we've just talked about, that we can be optimistic about. Resilience. Now, resilience is something that builds up over a period of time. It often happens because you've been through difficult circumstances and you've built a degree of resilience. It's a whole other topic, and I think it's probably one of the most important values that you can have for yourself, is to have a level of resilience. And being innovative. Innovation in all of the things that we're learning at the moment, the new ways to do things. So Montessori Reimagined is thinking about all of those values. And have a look at this and see if you can use the letters of Montessori to come up with your own thoughts around how you imagine or reimagine Montessori.
It has been such a great experience to be with you. It's not easy to have to do this from so far away, but we do wish we were in China and we were able to see everyone face to face, which hopefully we'll be able to at some time in the near future.
Maybe 2021?
Maybe. It'll be a great year.
We'll see you all then.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for listening.
Bye.
学英语时间就那么点儿，练口语还是抓学习？别纠结，上午要 talk。Hello。外教1对1，口语好，专业宗教辅导，学习棒。口语好，学习棒，在线青少儿英语。
Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for you, that our wish for world peace will one day come true. Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for you, that our wish for world peace will one day come true. Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for you, that our wish for world peace will one day come true. Sing peace around the world. 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 Light a candle for peace, light a candle for love, light a candle that shines all the way around the world. Light a candle for me, light a candle for you, that our wish for world peace will one day come true.
Imagine a place, a safe, kind, and joyful place, where our innate nobility is honored, where we are surrounded by beauty, where minds are stimulated and hearts are inspired to do good and bring happiness to others, where each child is regarded as a mine, rich in gems of inestimable value, and is nurtured little by little, day by day, to develop knowledge and good character for the purpose of serving humanity.
Carol Roberts 女士用自己的爱和奉献，将理想变成了现实。为了让自己的孩子以及更多中国的儿童能从小受到美好品质的滋养，她在北京创建了嘉义苑幼儿园，并将激发所有儿童的内在美好品质作为学校的教育基础。他与中外教育工作者、课程开发者和艺术家们联合，专门为中国的孩子开发了适合3到7岁儿童使用的双语美德在我心课程，在不同文化的幼儿园和小学内加以适用，耐心地积累学习经验，反复的调整，直至完善，并与中国和其他国家近300所学校共享这套课程。通过详细的课程计划、趣味性和互动性的方法，陪伴儿童发展19个美德。课程还专门设计了教学资源材料，包括美德歌曲、故事、可视教具海报、美德在行动丛书、合作性游戏、美德人物小丽偶、艺术活动以及其他辅助资源材料。我们非常感谢超过2万名儿童从美德在我心项目中受益。我们还培训了3000多名教师和1500多名家长。我们希望以更多儿童、家长和学校分享我们的项目，可以让孩子在年幼时就受到滋养，发展这些珍宝，如善良、同情、礼貌。诚邀您的加入，让我们同行。
因为可以让我们更有爱心。我把同学的东西弄坏的时候，我说对不起。Learning and growing, little by little, day by day, to build a better world.
快乐，快乐，快乐，快乐是纯洁良好的行为的结果。
Hi, Guidepost Montessori LVMS campus. It's a beautiful Chinese traditional courtyard, dwelling located in the International Trade Center of the East 3rd Ring Road of Beijing. The perfect combination of ancient buildings and rooms filled with sunlight and immerse children in the blend atmosphere of traditional and modern culture. Our campus has a magnificent terrace, charming fish pond, and ancient clove trees. In the time when clove trees are blooming, fragrance overflows. That gives you inexpressible feeling as you walk in a paradise. Here, you can feel the pleasure of having flowers in the spring and autumn, cool wind in summer, and snow in winter. We integrate the essence of Chinese traditional culture and Montessori education. It's a combination of East-West elements that provides children with deep root in Chinese culture and offers an international experience. Dr. Montessori said, "Children grow up by absorbing the environment around them, and this growth will be with them all their lives." So, what kind of environment does Montessori's classroom provide for children to enjoy? Let's have a look. Our classrooms have panoramic windows with excellent lighting, and each room is very transparent. We hope that the children can feel nature more closely. We can see the children's concentrated work and free exploration through the panoramic windows. And children also can see the beauty of the 4 seasons through the glasses all the time. The classroom is bright and tidy, and the decorations are also real and vital, which creates a kind of environment for children to have a sense of security and relaxation. A clean and tidy environment is the presupposition for children to focus on returning to peace and calmness. Only in this way, children can focus on going without external interference, explore their unknown world, learn and grow. Each classroom is also equipped with its own bathroom. In a Montessori classroom, mixed-age education is adopted. A complete environment in the classroom can meet the needs of the children of all ages, which is more favorable to teach children in accordance with their capabilities. In the one-day Montessori course, every child can find rhythms that suits him or her, develops his or her own interests. This will help the child to develop his or her inner potential. When you see every part of the classroom, the children are busy in all areas and move freely, but all the movements and activities are not bringing any disturbance. This is the beauty of order. Crossing the yard, here's another classroom. With clear area classification and placement of material on each teaching cabinet, each area is presented according to the degree of difficulty. The task also follows the order from left to right, from top to bottom. The teaching contents of 5 fields are the core of Montessori education. During the period of Montessori education, guides closely observe children's work and demonstrate and guide them timely and appropriately. This is practical life area that develops the organizational ability of fine and large motor skill of children, enhances the ability of controlling their bodies in order to develop children from nature state to a socialized state of mind. This area helps children to release from their excessive dependence on their parents, learn to live on their own, learn to help each other, take care of the environment. It helps children to form a good social behavior to prepare for social life. This is the sensorial area, which can help develop the sensorial ability of a child's sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, in order that every sense of a child can be developed in a comprehensive and sensitive way. This area helps children to prepare for studying mathematics and other fields. The work of Pink Tower can help children to build up their visual determination and different perception dimensions and volumes, can stimulate children's cognition of the world. Colorboard box can help children distinguish colors and name them in order. At the same time, it also can help children develop the sense of order, focus, and coordination. Binomial cube can help children to develop the establishment of internal order of visual shape discrimination box. Mathematic area mainly develops the concept of number, understanding the relationship between addition, multiplication, and subtraction. It guides children to do addition and subtraction within 10,000. It guides children to do simple measurement work and develops logical thinking ability and creativity. Mathematics education in Montessori's early childhood education make difficult mathematic knowledge more comprehensible. The work of counting sticks helps children develop the concept of numbers, learn ordinal numbers, and prepare children for the decimal system unconsciously. The language area develops children's listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills, helps children write and read better, encourages child to have a good reading and writing habit from the childhood, develops their interest in reading. Here's the phonetic bucket, which exercises children's listening and speaking skills, develops children's cognitive letters, and strengthens their language expression skills, and helps children to learn the meaning of the first letter in the language. Initial and vowel mobile alphabet card. It helps children to combine pronunciation, free combination of spelling, learn the use of spelling and rising tone, and feel the charm of spelling. In the scientific and the cultural area, children's interests in science will be cultivated and their spirit of exploration and knowledge will be developed. Children will have creative thinking and practical skills from an early age and understand the basic knowledge of zoology, botany, geography, astronomy, and history. This area helps children to explore and recognize the distribution of capitals, countries, and landforms in 7 continents, trains children's skill to self-explore, develops curiosity, and trains children's skill to work independently, cultivates love to science, and develops macro cognition. There's an art area in every room. Art presents environmental influence, which is far more powerful than any kind of curriculum. Children who grow up in an artistic environment will have a different temperament, sensitivity, and aesthetic level. Through art, they are exploring, searching, creating, expressing, and developing themselves. Every classroom has its own reading area. Creating a reading corner for children is also a good way to help them form reading habits. Usually, there will be a soft chair or a sofa next to the bookshelf, or a cushion on the carpet. The open outdoor activity area allows children to have close contact with the nature. Children can interact with fish, rabbits, and plants in the yard. There are also various recreational facilities, such as outdoor percussion, climbing, cycling. When children explore in the yard, they always find it interesting to see their own classroom via the panoramic windows. The transparency in different angles allows children to view their classroom in various ways. Standing on the terrace, we can see the prosperous Beijing city. In Beijing, there's a combination of old and new, ancient and modern, foreign and Chinese. At Guidepost Montessori LVMS, we celebrate these differences and welcome the challenges of raising Chinese global citizens.
Welcome. I'm Michelle Wing, founder of It's Yoga Kids. We're going to practice mindfulness, movement, and meditation together. Yoga matters now more than ever. Our kids are facing a mental health crisis with anxiety and depression on the rise. Nearly half, 50% of today's children will develop a mood disorder, behavioral disorder, or substance abuse problem by age 18. Yoga can help, and it's never too early or too late to start. Babies can do yoga, and so can you. So what is yoga? It's the union of body, mind, and heart. Some people say soul. It helps us be our best selves so that we can help others and take care of the earth. We only have 2 rules in yoga. Number 1, we're going to be safe, so listen to your body and stop if it doesn't feel good. And number 2, we're going to have some fun. Are you ready? To start, we're going to practice mindfulness with a breathing exercise. Next, we're going to move some energy so we can be strong and flexible and balanced in our bodies and minds. And last, we're going to relax with a meditation and a special sparkly mantra. A mantra is positive self-talk. There is no perfect in yoga, and it can be challenging, so just do your best. Here we go. I'm an author, so I'm going to use my books called Kid Moves. Let's get ready for our breathing exercise. Place one hand on your belly and one hand on your heart. We're going to take 3 big breaths into our belly. So see if you can get the air to come all the way down. Breathe in and breathe out. Let's do it again. Breathe in and breathe out. One more time. Breathe in and breathe out. Now that we're aware of our breath, let's start moving our bodies. We're going to start with the butterfly pose. So let me see you put your feet together and make some butterfly wings. We're going to gently flap our wings, and then we're going to make a sleepy butterfly. So fold all the way over. Let's come on up and open our butterfly wings. Maybe your wings have a beautiful color, or maybe even more than one color. So stretch both wings. Now we're going to work on our cat and our cow. So our cat has a curvy back, and our cow has a flat back. Let me show you what that one looks like. Here's our cow. They both happen on all 4s. So we're going to come onto our hands and knees, and we're going to make our flat back and say moo like the cow. And we're going to make our curled back and say meow like the cat. One more time. Moo and meow. Good. You can stretch your kitty cat paw way up high. And you can stretch your other kitty cat paw way up high. Maybe you can stretch your legs out too. One leg long and your other leg long. Very nice. You can even crawl around. So while you're crawling and being a cat and a cow, I'm going to show you our next pose, which is downward facing dog. Most everybody knows this yoga pose. 4 paws on the floor. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake your tail and say arf arf. Maybe even shake a doggy leg way up high. And shake your other doggy leg. Shake, shake, shake. Very nice, little dogs. Come on down, and we are going to do a resting pose, like a very quiet mouse. So mouse pose is also called child's pose in yoga, and our mice are very tiny and very, very quiet. See if you can hide. We're going to hide and we're going to breathe. Big breath in and out. All right, little mice. Squeak, squeak. Come on out. It's time to play with the frogs. So we are going to jump up, way up high. I bet you know how to do frog pose already.
Both feet come to the floor, hands come right between our knees, and let's jump. 1, 2, 3, ribbit. And again, 1, 2, 3, ribbit. One more time. 1, 2, 3, ribbit. Good. Maybe if you want, you can keep jumping. I'm going to show you the next pose, which is the sunshine. So we're going to come all the way up to our tippy toes and turn all the way around, showing everyone our beautiful sunshines. And then we're going to stand tall and strong on our mountains. Now, mountain can be a challenging pose because sometimes it's hard to stand still. So this is the mountain, and then we're going to make a sparkly star. Here's how we do it. Stand tall and strong, mountain, shiny star, mountain, and star, mountain, and star. And now let's go really fast. Star, mountain, star, mountain, star, mountain. Good. And then stop in the star, and we're gonna make our shooting star. See if you can bring one foot up, twinkle, twinkle. Maybe you can sing the Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star song. Very nice, little stars. All right, keep on singing, and I am going to prepare our next balancing pose. Now, balance takes a lot of focus, so we're gonna work on our trees. We're gonna start in the mountain, tall and strong, and we're going to stand on one foot. So one foot comes to your other foot, or to your shin, or to your thigh. Now that's going to be really challenging. So I'm going to bring mine down low to start. And the secret to balancing is focus. So make sure you look at something on the floor that's not moving and see if you can hold your tree. Maybe your hands can come to your hips or your heart, or even branches way up high. Very, very nice, super strong. Let's try the other side. Choice 1, choice 2, choice 3. I'm gonna choose choice in between 1 and 2. And then if your tree is a little bit wobbly, that's okay. The wind blows sometimes, but we're gonna see if we can stay rooted. Beautiful trees. At the bottom of the tree is a snake. So I'm going to show you a picture of the cobra. And the baby is doing this one, so we can do it too. All right, so come onto your bellies, little cobras, and be a sleepy snake and take a little rest. Good, bring your hands to the floor, and then let's see if we can lift our chest like a king cobra or a queen cobra and make a really big hiss. Ready? Very nice. From our snake, let's make a basket. So our baskets, we're gonna grab our ankles. Here's a picture of the basket. And we're gonna put some things in our baskets. So I like to have flowers in my basket. I like to have fruit in my basket. And I like books in my basket. What do you like in yours? While you're sharing what's in your basket, I'm gonna get ready for a bicycle ride. So we are going to come onto our backs and we're gonna ride our bikes. Everybody can see this. All right, so here we go. We're gonna go really, really fast. And then we're gonna go really, really slow. So here's our fast, fast, fast. And here's our slow, slow, slow. One more time, go fast, 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 fast. And then maybe even ride your bike backwards and go slow, slow, slow. All right, keep riding your bike. I'm gonna roll up and show you a very important pose called the lion's breath. The lion's breath is right here, and this comes in handy if we ever get angry, which everybody does. So the way we make our lion is we have to stick our tongue out all the way to our chin. Looks like this. Big eyes, fluffy mane. Scary lion. One more time.
last one. Very nice, lions. It's a good way to release the heat. Our last yoga pose today is cloud pose. So we're going to come onto our backs and we are going to rest for just a moment. So we're going to float on our clouds very softly. Maybe you can place your hand on your belly and your heart again. And we are going to practice breathing with our sparkly mantra. And our mantra today is, I am safe, I am loved. So we're going to breathe in through our nose and we say to ourselves, I am safe. We're going to breathe out and say to ourselves, I am loved. We're going to do it 2 more times. I am safe. I am loved. And last one, I am safe. I am loved. We're going to let our clouds float all the way down to the ground. Wiggle your fingers and your toes. Stretch your arms overhead, nice and long. And bring your feet to the floor. Curl over into a little ball. And come all the way back up to seated. We're going to sit with our legs crossed. I call this proud pose, so I want you to sit up as tall as you can. Place your crown on your head. And bring your hands down. We finish our yoga class with a special word. It's called namaste. Namaste means the light or the sunshine in me sees the light and the sunshine in you. And when we're both in the light, we are one, which is why we put our hands at our heart. And if you don't like that, you can do this or just put your hands in your lap instead. All right, we're going to say it together. 3, 2, 1. Namaste. And we bow. We bow to ourselves and our inner wisdom and who we are on the inside so that we can shine on the outside. We bow to one another, to our friends, because we honor and respect them. And we also bow to the earth because we honor and respect her. All right, friends, thank you for doing yoga with me. There is so much more that we can do. So if you'd like to learn more about IYK, please visit us on our social media or our website at It's Yoga Kids. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Helen Greenwood, and it's my pleasure to join you at the Montessori Reimagined symposium happening at the moment. I'm a Montessori educator who's been working at the elementary level for about 15 years now. I currently work with higher ground education, supporting and training elementary teachers at our Guidepost Montessori schools. Today, I'd like to share with you how we have transitioned our Montessori elementary program to an online virtual learning program. I must say, it still sounds very strange to my ears to have those words Montessori and online in the same sentence. The Montessori method has been very mindful and cautious about the use of technology in the classroom, particularly in the lower elementary grades. And now here we are with virtual Montessori classrooms springing up across the globe. But of course, we're in a unique situation. Global pandemic has resulted in people having to stay at home, businesses shutting down, and schools closing their doors for the remainder of this school year at the very least. This means children are at home, isolated from their guides and their peers. Many parents are working from home and they're trying to balance their work commitments and their parenting commitments. Add to that the responsibility of managing their children's education, and you can see why it's been terribly overwhelming for them. And many parents are sort of expressing the fact that they're very, very stressed out. So when we were thinking about how to transition our regular elementary classrooms online, our number one goal was to meet the needs of the child, pardon me, and also meet the needs of the parents or the family unit. So I'd like to talk you through how we did this, how we developed our virtual elementary program. I must warn you though that most of us are very new to this instructional method. And many of us are very new to dealing with this high level of technology, myself included. And so for parents, children, and educators, we're really all learning as we go. And this program is a work in progress. So we took all of our Guidepost Montessori elementary programs online in mid-March. We were very fortunate to have a team working behind the scenes to ensure that our guides received all the IT support they needed, all the curriculum support they needed, and lots of support around parent communication. And really, this was all in service of meeting the developmental needs of their children in their class. Their cognitive and intellectual needs, their social and emotional needs, and their physical need for movement. So, this is a really scary time for children. The world as they know it has changed, and there's no telling when it will return to normal. So with this in mind, we thought one of the major needs of children at this time was the need for something familiar and secure and safe. And so we felt it was important to keep the virtual classroom as similar as possible to the child's regular classroom, so that it felt familiar and secure. So we kept regular school hours from around 9 a.m. to 3 p.m, like a regular school day. We maintained a morning work cycle. We maintained familiar academic lessons as much as possible. We continued with all the enrichment activities, such as read aloud, literature circles, movement, and all the other parts of a school day that really add to the child's experience. We've continued the use of work journals to help children manage their time. And we've endeavoured to maintain individual conferences between a guide and a child. These are extremely important at the elementary level so that guides can know where each child is at academically, and during this period of time, where they're at emotionally as well. So I'd like to share with you a daily schedule that we use. So hopefully you can see the schedule on screen now. You can see that this is a typical school day from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. But unlike our regular classrooms where the children come in the morning and get straight to work, we actually start the morning with a morning meeting. And this is really an opportunity for children to reconnect and to have some fun group activity to start the day. And a chance for guides to go over the schedule with children or go over what the day holds with the children. Then from 9:30 to 11:30, there's the morning work cycle. During the work cycle, the children will have at least one lesson with the guide, and then the rest of the time they can be doing their independent follow-up work. They can be doing this by themselves offline, should they want to do it that way, or they're able to meet with their peers in a Zoom breakout room and work together on a project. From 11:30 to 1 p.m. is recess and lunchtime. So recess time being an opportunity to get outside, move around. If the weather's not good, doing some indoor gross motor activities. What's been really lovely is to see that some students choose to spend this time together. And there have been some lovely examples of student-led yoga classes or dance lessons during this recess period. At 1 o'clock, the group regathers, and the guide normally does something like a read aloud or some other quiet group activity. This very much mirrors what happens in the regular classroom when children come in from recess and the teacher will read a chapter book to them. A really lovely opportunity for children to follow along a narrative and then have all sorts of discussions about the story afterwards. Between 1:30 and 2:30, we've suggested that guides hold office hours. Now these office hours, the guide is available should children come to the office hours to ask a question or to get some help with a specific piece of work. It's an opportunity for guides to work in a more one-on-one way with students. And then at 2:30, there's the daily afternoon meeting. The daily afternoon meeting is very, very anticipated by all the children because it's an opportunity for them to share their highlights of the day, but also to share any pieces of work that they've really enjoyed working on or that they're particularly proud of. So, after we thought about the schedule and keeping things familiar for children, the next need we identified was the need for connection. Elementary children are highly social. Their peers and friends are extremely important to them. And suddenly they're at home for weeks and months on end without being able to spend any time with their friends or classmates. Some of our elementary friends are finding this excruciating. Even the way they work in the classroom is very social. Whereas young children tend to work individually or in parallel to each other, elementary children love to work with each other, to work together. And so in the regular elementary classroom, lessons are always presented in small groups or larger groups, and follow-up work is often done collaboratively. So we needed to think of ways that these social needs could be met and create opportunities for children to socialise and work together. So that's why, as part of the schedule, we built in at least 4 touch points during the day for children to connect with their guide and their peers. Basically having a whole group meeting in the morning and a whole group meeting in the afternoon to bookend the school day, having a read aloud where all the children gather and listen to the same book, and of course each child having at least 1 small group lesson with a guide and the opportunity to work in a breakout room with their peers if they'd like to do some collaborative work. So making sure there are these sort of points during the day where children can have some contact with other people, be it their guide or their peers. Another need we had to think about in terms of designing this program was for engaging and stimulating lessons and follow-up activities that could be done at home. Now, in the classroom, the elementary prepared environment is fully prepared with math materials, geometry materials, language materials. We have a well-stocked science area. We have lots of art supplies and music equipment and a wonderful range of non-fiction and fiction books, which are at exactly the right reading level for the children. But of course, each home environment is very, very different. And a lot of Montessori lessons require Montessori materials. So these material-heavy lessons really needed to be thought about very carefully and adapted to be able to work in the home environment. Our guides created some wonderful solutions to some of these situations. And I'd like to show you some slides that will sort of show you some of the creativity that our teachers have shown. On screen, you'll see a Montessori material called the pegboard. The pegboard is used in a variety of lessons. In this case, this is a lesson on factors, finding the factors of the number 18. So the children use these pegs and lay them out in different arrangements to find the factors of 18. Now, obviously, our guide does not have this material at home, and our children don't have this material at home to explore factors with. However, this guide came up with a very creative solution and gave the lesson using dried beans. In this case, it was the factors of 12, laying out the beans in a very similar array to the way the pegboard is laid out. Now, this guide then offered the children to continue with this work, exploring the factors of other numbers, using any material they could find at home, such as small pebbles, small objects of some kind, pennies, anything that could be used to make arrays. And then they could take a photo of that work or share their work with their friends. So a very creative solution to a fantastic conceptual lesson on factors. Another example, this is a grammar box piece of work that's used in the classroom. So in the classroom, children lay out words with the cards and then use either wooden or paper symbols to lay above each word, depending on which part of speech it is. Obviously, our teachers and children don't have this material at home, so the teacher came up with a solution such as this, where he wrote a number of sentences and then the children could move these symbols around to sit above the appropriate word. So basically using a digital version of the grammar symbol material. What's also lovely is the opportunity to do some really new lessons and activities. In this situation, you can see in the bottom left corner, one of our teachers doing a science experiment with an egg. She's at home, she has all the materials she needs at home because it's sort of a home kitchen experiment. In this particular case, she was showing how when an egg is put into vinegar, the shell actually dissolves and the egg becomes rubberized. It's a fantastically fun experiment to do at home. She demonstrated this to her group of children. And then in the next slide, on the top right, you can see our guide demonstrating just how strong and rubberized the egg has become after being immersed in the vinegar solution. The look of intense focus on these children's face is wonderful. This is a beautiful screen capture of a child and her father repeating the experiment. In elementary, obviously, we love children to repeat any demonstration they see or any experiment they watch us perform. So the children were all very keen to repeat this particular experiment. And in the final slide here, you can see the results of her experiment, where she pulls the egg out, is sort of wiping the egg clean, and a little bit later in this demonstration, she bounces the egg because it's become very rubberized. Art has been a wonderful activity to do online in our virtual classrooms as well. Here you can see a teacher who's done a wonderful lesson on perspective and shading. She's done this lesson real time with the children. So they've actually all done this art activity collaboratively during this period of time, during the art lesson. And then this is them showing the results of their work to their friends. Well, I could go on all day showing you beautiful, beautiful examples of the work that children are doing during this time in their virtual classrooms and the incredible innovation and creativity that our teachers are showing. Unfortunately, I've run out of time. So thank you very much for listening and enjoy the rest of your symposium. Bye-bye for now.
Aloha, my name is Elizabeth Park from Chaminade University of Honolulu in the state of Hawaii in the United States of America. I'm delighted to talk about Montessori teacher education reimagined, adult prepared environment. With the current COVID-19 pandemic, we all had to adjust to so many things in life as we practice social distancing. One of the major adjustments made in education is teaching at a distance. What does this mean? For many, this means that the educators at the infant toddler level, all the way to university and beyond, had to move to online or e-learning. Well, for some educators, they found themselves a new delight teaching this way. And for others, it has been a series of frustrations and disappointments. Online learning is not a new concept, but it is a delivery format that Montessori educators have struggled with so many years. I have been teaching at Chaminade University in Hawaii for almost 14 years, and I was a 3 to 6 Montessori teacher before that. When I first came on board at Chaminade University, my first task was to convert on-ground courses into online courses. Let me show you a map of Hawaii Islands in case you are not familiar. Hawaii Islands are made up of 8 islands, and the transportations among islands is not so cheap and not so easy. So out of necessity, Chaminade University started to teach online in order to meet the needs of our students. However, the distance was not the only challenge. Many of our early childhood educators were non-traditional students who were working full-time or parents of young children or even active military personnel. Even though the survey indicated that they prefer to take courses in person, circumstantially, they have to take courses online. So we have been teaching online for a long time, and we learned so much over the years. For Montessorians, however, the concept of teaching online was not received well in the beginning. This is so natural because we pride ourselves on personal interactions and hands-on learning experiences. Yes, some concepts are not ideal for teaching online, but with the advancement in technology, as well as learning more about how people learn and various models of instructional design, online learning has been reimagined over the years. Recently, I was asked to conduct a survey by the American Montessori Society on the attitudes and needs of our Montessori teachers and teacher educators on online learning and teaching. I found some interesting information from this survey. We had close to 400 responses, and almost 76% of survey participants strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that learning with new technologies and digital media is important. In addition, almost 88% strongly agreed or somewhat agreed that online learning is an important skill to have as a student. Here are some words used to describe what they like about online learning. This indicates that online learning is definitely here to stay for Montessori teacher education. And although it is not ideal for everything, I do believe an online learning environment can be an adult prepared environment if it is designed properly. We are all familiar with the Montessori prepared environment. Let's do a comparison of how the online learning environment can easily follow this principle. First principle, freedom of choice. Online students get to decide when they are ready to learn and how they learn. The learning environment is prepared for them, but students get to choose when is a good time to dive deep into the content and how long that might take for each student. Some students may need more time learning certain concepts, and some may just breeze through the same contents. They get to decide, but within a guided structure. Second principle, structure and order. This is certainly important and fundamental to online course design. A good structure and order within the online learning environment naturally allows the student to internalize the contents through the following recommended order and activities. If scaffolding of knowledge is needed, that is carefully designed within the online environment. The third principle, beauty. It is human nature to be drawn by beauty. Beauty is inviting, and the online learning environment should strive for that. You can add images, colors, and other ways to make it attractive so the students are drawn to learn. This space should also be uncluttered and well organized, just like your Montessori classroom. Fourth principle, nature and reality. Well, you cannot really bring in nature, although students can actually work on their course in nature, just like what I am doing right now. However, one way to bring reality in online learning is to make the content relate to real life. Provide real life examples that are meaningful for the students. Fifth principle, social environment. There is a plethora of research now that indicates the importance of building a community of learners in an online learning environment. This not only deepens the understanding of what they are learning, but also helps the students to stay motivated, which helps with the retention. Intellectual environment is the last principle. The very nature of the online environment is the pursuit of intellectual stimulation. So this is naturally done in online learning. However, it does require some careful design thinking process using design principles that take into consideration as to how people learn, but also who your students are. I hope this was helpful in understanding how Montessori teacher education online learning can be reimagined into a carefully designed, adult prepared environment. May you be safe, may you be well, and may you be at peace. Thank you for watching. Mahalo, 감사합니다, sheshe, and I hope you have a wonderful conference.
Hi everybody, my name is Letty Rising and I have been a Montessori teacher and a Montessori school leader for many years, and today I'm going to be speaking at this symposium about distance learning using a Montessori approach. This talk will mostly be relevant for the children ages 0 to 6, but it kind of is relevant to the older children as well. So thank you very much for joining me today. While I share a little bit about what I know, I can't say that I'm an expert because none of us are experts in distance learning right now, because this is a whole new world that we're living in. Montessori, though, is a pedagogy of adaptability. So there's a strong belief that children adapt. And Maria Montessori herself was a scientist. And during her scientific explorations, she would take an idea, experiment with it, see how it went, and would refine based upon her observations. And so she did that over and over again until she developed this amazing pedagogy that many of us are aware of and so fond of. And we have seen incredible things with our children as a result of being a part of the Montessori method. So a lot of people are like, how are we supposed to do all of this remotely? Well, the thing is, it's not realistic to have a child under the age of 6 sitting in front of a screen and all day, or even a large portion of the day, because they're just not there yet. So we have to be really creative in the distance learning for the younger children. And so I have a few tips and tricks that I have learned along the way in this short time that we have been doing it. The first one I wanted to talk about is a Montessori phrase that many people use, which is follow the child. So we follow the child in the classroom, so we observe them, we see what their interests are, we capitalize on those interests, and we create a prepared environment for the child. These are things that parents can be doing in the home environment as well. Children are still playing and exploring and learning at home. So a really great thing to do, because teachers are not able to observe what's happening at home. And a lot of teachers have come to me saying, I don't know what's going on in the house. We have to rely on the parents to be observing for us. And yeah, you're partnering with the parents more than ever these days. So a great idea is to ask the families to submit photos of the children while they're working and playing throughout the day. And then you can look for trends in their in the documentation. You collect photos over time, and you see certain things that the children are engaged in and doing and not doing. You're going to get a lot more information if you ask for some photographs to look at, and then use those as documentation and keep those for your records. And so you also want to maybe take those pictures and analyze them with other teachers, and think about how can we move forward with this child? What are some great strategies we can do with this? If teachers come together and share in this practice, it becomes a really rich and robust experience for everybody. And it's wonderful for the parents too, because the parents feel like they're sharing in on this experience, because even though you have always been partners with each other, parents and teachers, this partnership takes a lot more communication now, more than ever, because the teacher does not have a continuous window into the child's life right now. So the parents, you are there to be that window. And so anyway, this is a really important thing, so that you guys, and you could even these photos can be a springboard for when you're with the children and having some one-on-one conversations with them. You can show them a picture saying, oh, it looks like, here's a picture of you baking with your mom the other day. What were you making? What do you love about that? Did it taste good? Asking them a lot of open-ended questions to have them thinking about the process is a really amazing learning experience. So as much as you can integrate what's happening at home with what's happening, or what would have been happening in a classroom setting, you're going to create a lot stronger of a bond between the parent and the child. So anyway, you might see trends, like you might see a family with, maybe there's a couple of children who are, playing with cars and trucks at home a lot, and the parents are taking pictures of that. And maybe you're going to, have a conversation with kids about cars and trucks, and, that way you can really be integrated and involved in their home life. As teachers are going to want to create some meaningful alternatives to screen time. So, the children between, under the age of 6 are still in that sort of pre-operational stage of development. So it's really not appropriate to expect them to be on the screen all the time. We mentioned that earlier. So, you might want to have the children figure out what they're interested in and have them continue exploration after you have a virtual meeting with them. And they could use some materials to draw something, to create or construct something that they were talking about. And then parents can take pictures and they could share their creations when they come back online. The online portion of things, the best part of it is the interaction that the children are receiving with each other and with the teacher, because we really want to have them build those relationships and develop those social skills. The lessons are also important, but they're a little bit secondary right now when we're going through such an interesting time in the world. And it's really important that the children have those connections that they're building and they continue those meaningful relationships with each other. And the beauty of the online video conferencing is that they can do that. Remember that parents and teachers are partners. So you guys really need to be allies with each other, parents and teachers. But it's also important for teachers to remember that families have a lot of additional responsibilities right now outside of supporting children with lessons, helping them get on video conferencing, getting them busy. A lot of parents are doing triple duty at home when it comes to distance learning. Right now they might be working at home while they are parenting at home, and they're also teaching at home. This is a lot. So it's really important to be mindful that every family has different needs in the virtual setting, particularly if the parents didn't choose this. So, and that has been the case for all over the world. Families have gone into distance learning and they didn't choose it. So we have to make sure to be giving people a little bit of grace right now, and just a little bit of patience, and that not everybody's going to be responding how they were before. And people are not going to be as productive as they were before, because there's just a lot of emotional things happening in the world. There's a lot of change happening in the world. So just being alert to the fact that not everybody is going to be producing at the same level and engaging at the same level. Remember, building relationships remotely during this time is so important. Although, people can't be together, it's important to stay in touch and that everybody knows that everybody cares. It's important that staff work to connect once a week with families. That could be an email, it could be a phone call, it could be a video conference. And it's really important that schools and maybe even teachers provide opportunities for families to come together